So let's see how this works. Play Alpha Omega album by Cro-Mags.
I couldn't find that on Amazon.
No, that's not true. Play Alpha Omega album by Cro-Mags.
Alpha Omega by Cro-Mags on Amazon Music.
Okay, so now we're neutral, and we go to that. That's next, and then that's attack. Attack. Let's hear the third song. Neutral to back, attack. That's going to put me on the second song. Neutral, forward. Well, what's going on, Ever? Do I have your permission to use that photo, man? I mean, that picture? I hope so, man. What's up, Jake? Thanks for the creative language. What's up, Jake? Yo, man. And the choir. How's it going? How's it going? Cheers, everybody. I got his permission, so we're going to use that piece, man. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, it says white because that's your favorite Witch House artist, right? It doesn't say white because it's all of a sudden going to be Conservative Talk Podcast Radio. Whoa. All right, let's see. Again, I'm going to test my concept here. Play music by the Slack Bastards.
Shuffling songs by Slack Bastards.
Right. So this will be neutral. This will be forward. Don't want to hear that song. I want to hear. Still in forward. I'll stick right there. Oh, yeah, AI just thinks, yeah, I'm like, yeah, KKK probably. Something like that. I mean, KKKF, different organization. Cosmic, Rusty, Ever, fuck. How you guys doing, man? Jakey, my boy. Cheers up. So, Ever Inferno, based on your recent purchase, may I suggest, have you ever had a Lion Bar straight from Australia, my brother? That's the way to go, dude. I got this whole month, bro. What's up, Panda? Cheers, bro. I got this whole month, whatever that is, Ever. I mean, that's public information, I'm sure. Look up StreamYard, bro. One day we're going to buy it, right? We're going to buy it. We're going to make it work. Play Jones by the Cro-Mags.
Here you go.
Very common chord progression, isn't it? He said, here we go. That means wrong. Play Jones by the Cro-Mags. She just wants me to say Cro-Mags.
Here are some results.
Nope. Play Jones by Cro-Mags.
Here's Jones by Cro-Mags.
There you go.
Amazon Music.
What the heck is that? It's a Fire Stick. Piece of shit. Fire Stick, bro. Very, very familiar chord progression. Ever Inferno, he certainly does do live streams and StreamYards, you know. I've caught him doing one or two right here. Let's see. He certainly does do panels and live streams, doesn't he? I seen them. I seen it. You found them? I found them. Yo, what's up, Gal Pal? I love your sense. Yo, Gal Pal, it's the stupid referral link. I gotta do it. And Gal Pal is giggling. Let me see. Oh no, I can't get it right now. Or sometimes I can do it. Sometimes I'll nail it. That one time that like I said, Ever said that I was ignoring him in the other chat. You laughed, you giggled pretty hard. That was pretty funny. So I like that one. Cosmic, I don't care what he meant, do I? I said what I said, Cosmic. I don't care what he meant. What are you clarifying for me? We can assume that, it's all good. No, I said that he's creating work. He's doing work. If you're occupied, the dumbest thing, I grew up with it for 20 years, people would say, hey, what's up? What do you do? What do you do? They mean, where do you work? Dude, what do you do and where do you work are not the same fucking thing, are they? I got my brother Rusty coming up, man. Hold on a second. Let me turn the music off, Rusty. Hold on. Yo, what's up, bro?
Oh, not much, man. What's popping with you?
It's a new day, man. A new year for me. A new, just starting from the beginning.
Yeah, I understand that, man.
47, and I'm just gonna make use of that. I got plans. Some of them I had planned ahead. Some of them, well, I didn't know when they were gonna come in to play, but it seems to be time. It's like crucial time.
I feel you on that.
One of the things I planned pretty far ahead, and Minnie's like, "Well, why don't you just do that now before?" And I was like, "Because I need to ritualize. I'll wait till it's my birthday and I'll do it then."
Yeah,
I got time. Hey, what's up, puppy? Let's show off some animal love. I'll put you in solo.
What's up, Evie? What are you doing? Look.
SGP says, yo, Rusty. Ever says, gorgeous beard. Oh, gorgeous eyes, too, man. You didn't get to see those in the light. Rusty's saving that, man. See, Rusty gets too many girlfriends when he shows up online, so, he's got to be careful. He's got to protect himself. He's got to protect himself.
Yeah.
Then they start trolling me, man. Then we got a whole bag of shit going on with these,
right.
These crazy little fangirls of Rusty, man. And the pup. Rusty and the pup club, man. Not just in the 9. He's in the 9 level 2 now, but now we're in the 3 out of 5 category. I could still win now.
Yeah,
you opened up those bags.
Yeah, you still could.
Yeah, you opened up that bag now. We're in 3 of 5 territory, but I trust you'll win. And Gal Pal, if anybody thinks she lost, she didn't lose. She was filling up the board. She let me win.
Right.
We were making a sweater. She probably knew the pattern X by X. You know what I mean? Like, you get a new intelligence when you work around with shit. Yeah, I looked at my fish watch today. I was like, this is crazy. Because usually I look at it at night. Now, my watch is not going to tell me to go fishing at night, duh. But today, with the moon and all that, there was fish all over the joint,
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I've never even done it.
Sometimes not fishing. It all depends on like how much rain you've had and like how long it's been and if the area's been fished out quite a bit or not. And around here there's not too many places you can go night fishing anymore unless it's a public river or if a
so it's not really legal. It's not really legal, is it? It's not really legal. You can't.
It's legal. It just all depends on where you go because a lot of fishing spots close at a certain time. Two spots near me that's about like 25 minutes apart. They close like right at like 10 p.m. and then like if you go up to Lake Wapapella, they don't close. You can fish there all night. And if you go to a public river, you can fish there all night. It's more or less the conservation controlled areas that are subject to closing at a certain time.
Okay. I
But
mean, I'm
yeah,
sure if they're tracking and counting populations more than anything, they just want to have the control to be open. I mean, they're going to fail. They're going to make human mistakes, but if they at least want to be
right.
accountable, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's one place it's called Otter's Slough. Like back years ago, you could fish there day and night. It didn't matter. But after people started doing stuff they shouldn't do, they regulated it to where you got to be out of there by a certain time. Unless you go down to the river that's connected on the same property, then you don't have to be out of there until you choose.
That's cool, man. That's cool. Yeah, I've done a couple of excursions and thrown a trap down to do things for education, but I've never been
Right,
out fishing in any, providing or commercial sense. Now,
right.
yeah, she's telling the truth. Like if you're involved and you want to be into fishing, hunting, game, even weapons, right? And you don't want to
Yeah,
get your licenses and do legitimate stuff, and you don't want to vote properly, you ruin it for everybody in the world. You know what I mean? Like
right.
you've got to do that. You got to do that. So
Yeah,
these people, they're short-sighted that are going to ruin it for everybody. That sucks.
right.
But thanks for bringing it up, Gal Pal, because it doesn't need to be addressed. I mean, I'm totally being genuine. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
Yep. So you feeling better, man?
50-50.
50-50? Yeah. So
Yeah,
we met somewhere a year ago, and you remember that? I mean, that was with your mother's
yeah,
passing, the anniversary of So, man. I
yeah.
just hope that every year or whatever, hopefully you just approach a little bit more comfort with it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's really bad coming up right now is the 18th is my grandma's passing, and then the day before my birthday was the day before my birthday is when we buried her. So that's coming up this month pretty fast, actually.
To answer you, Ever Inferno, this is Rusty Van Vector. Rusty Van Vector, everybody, sub up to the channel. He's gonna get his 50 and go live, and I'll be his first guest. You watch.
Oh
Share his
yeah,
channel, Ever. Rusty Van Vector for sure. SGP says she knows nothing, which is far from true, and we know it. But
right.
you literally, like Doug says, you're literally secretarial. You probably know everything we forgot.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Anyway, I'm sure Ever, aren't you like really happy to get to see him? Right? Here comes Siberian's like, hey, back off. Now let's bring up Off Grid and he can show off his eyes and we'll have an eye off. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Or show those puppies, and I guess there's no competition. Here we go. Solo layout for the puppies. Here we go.
What are you doing whining back there, Booger?
He's mine.
What? What? What are you doing?
Ever. SGP, you guys are too much. That's just so funny. Look at that, Rusty and his sweet little pup. I'm telling you, man.
Well, this one, she likes to whine quite a bit to come out, and it's about to be all their feeding time, so I just wanted to hop on real quick. I mean, I got a few minutes before I have to go.
Hey, now look, this is no slight on Rusty. I'll tell you guys, I'll get you up to the lore. You can have him. Siberian's only worried about the muffin. That's Sikandar Ali out there, proud with the mustache. Sikandar Ali. What does she care about Rusty out there, man? She's got muffin.
Yeah. You remember when you first saw Evie, how she looked when she was little?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your
All
pick of
right.
the litter. Yeah, let's see her. Let's see her. Oh,
Well,
yeah, you said you didn't want to spend that much time. Yeah, man, take it away, man.
No,
Take it away.
good. You're good, brother. Well, you know her mom, Clover, right? The dad, Kane, how the coloring of Kane. Her second litter, she didn't turn around and have another one.
Oh my goodness. That was beautiful, man. That's the kind of dog you advertise dog food with. That's a beautiful dog.
Yeah. And her name is Ginger.
Ginger, okay,
Cause
because of that spicy color on her.
yeah. Cause she's basically the same. Yeah, she's basically the
I
same
see how
coloring.
she's not real butterscotch. She's not real butterscotch.
No.
She's darker, you know? Yeah.
Right. And
Yo, Cloud Kicker.
she basically took after her daddy. That one did.
All right.
See how his coloring is?
Oh yeah, yeah. He's got a lot more red.
Yeah, he's got that like reddish brown, reddish blonde color kind of. So
yeah.
She took more after him in the coloration more than Evie did.
I see that. Yeah, she's very golden.
Mm-hmm.
But they're such good looking. Like, you know, hey man, I don't know much, but structure wise, they look good. You know, they look like the kind of dog you put on a dog food can. They look good.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, they eat on a regular basis and everything outside of the mom feeding them and stuff. I mean, they were eating solid food on their 2.5 week of being born.
Yeah, man, that'll get them all glossy and good, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. We got a.
It's like the youth of a woman, right? You never want to tell the youth of a woman, tell her, "Oh, stay away from the fat." That's her time to get the fat. You know what I'm saying? Like that dieting is pretty messed up, right?
Yeah, dude. I mean, to me, man, you ought to let everybody be everybody. Eat what they want. Get at the weight they want. And don't weight shame anybody. I mean, if they're happy at the weight they are, good for them. Don't tell them, oh, you're getting too big here. You need no. That's bullcrap. You know, let people be who they are and love them for them, not for their size or whatever. I mean, everybody needs love.
Hey man, I'm not worried about what the other person does, but you know, as long as they're healthy and happy at it, and you know, getting to the weight you want to be, that's good, and maintaining it from there or taking care of it, that's also very good. Please be vigilant, you know, but it is your choice. It is.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
I think are you using the corded mic? No, okay. No. It's just moving around. It's breaking up a little bit. It happens, you know. I can't control it here, not too much. But I was just letting you know because I think her was about like she couldn't hear what you said, but I got what you said.
Oh, it might have been because I was moving around too.
Yeah, it kind of crackled. Sometimes it's when you move around. Yeah. Like I said to everybody, man, I use a $1.50 stand right here. But as I say to everybody, go anywhere professional. I don't care what it is. There's tripods everywhere. Because once you get the volume and the level set, you know, you don't want to move shit around. But we're live, man. Anything can happen here, right?
Right.
You get the lowdown on that dude. Oh, he went on that date. That's right. I guess, you know, hot date. Anyway, Rusty, man, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, you're welcome, brother. Yeah, we're just gearing up here tonight for probably a long freaking night. Ugh.
Yeah.
So I'm getting
you guys prepared with movies.
No, it's not really watching movies. We got some high storms that's supposed to be coming in tonight early in the morning. So we're trying to. Yeah, they're calling for rain for like 4 days and possibly tornadic weather again. So we're just trying to gear up for it, and I'm trying to get energized for that. So I'm drinking the highest milligram coffee drink I could find.
Hey man, you drink a lot of coffee. I'll tell you what though, can we just have this over with? Like, at least like within the next month, like get rid of all this, you know, like with these winds and the moisture, it's crazy out here. You know? It's been too long. Cloud Kicker. Cloud,
like
I mean, Ever, you can join up. It's right
like
there.
we
That's the phone link.
we just barely got freaking over the last flood and the 2 tornadoes that hit and everything, and now they're talking about potential more flooding.
Yeah, it's always flooded in the back here because they got broken pipes and stuff too.
Yeah,
So right now, I'll tell you what, like all the stagnant egg laying bugs, like all those types
yeah,
like fruit flies and that, they're right out the
right,
back door. They're driving me crazy right now, bro. And you know what? I'm gonna have to do something a little bit toxic outside to keep them out. I'm gonna have to
yeah,
do something a little, at least some teak oil or some chrysanthemum flour or something to keep the motherfuckers out.
right,
I
right,
got some oil kit. I'll put astringent
yeah,
oil around, a doorway or
right.
something, and they are not coming through. You know what I mean? I got that. That's some like old shit.
Hey, give me 1 second and I'll be right back on. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah. You'll probably sound better when you come back up. At that time, Ever, why don't you come up? Yeah, click it off and come back up. Maybe your sound will be better, dude. I think it was just from you moving around, but you're welcome to come back, man. Cosmic's watching Jeff. I didn't get a notification, dude. I didn't know. I watched Cosmic Video. It ended up, I watched it 3 times of the Hobo's Hideaway with him reading the book and everything. I have that and I showed what I have, but not in an eloquent way, which Cosmic certainly did.
Hey, is it better?
Rusty is back in the house. Whenever didn't know
Yeah,
it was you, I guess it's because it says Skull, right? But
right.
man,
Well, that's my
Rusty's
StreamYard name. That's
yeah.
my
Rusty's a big
StreamYard name in
character
my
out here. He's got a lot of eyes on him,
YouTube.
He's got a lot
Yeah,
of eyes
that's
on him
my
in the streaming and the Discord,
yep. That's my StreamYard and my nickname. I use that for my the StreamYard name, and that's my nickname. So if I'm doing StreamYard or something, that's the name I use. I don't use my real name. I mean,
right?
YouTube, you actually have to, but as far as StreamYard and different platforms like that, you technically don't have to.
Sure, I could just change mine right now, The thing is, I'm glad I got to add these MP3s and media assets. I got to turn them down. I played it back a little, and it sounds
Yeah,
like when I try to talk a little bit, it doesn't work. So I got to turn them down.
yeah.
But I
And
mean, I have to pretend I have to pretend I own them too. I have
right,
permission for the grand majority, but remember this
yeah.
one, you were like, hey, listen to this one real quick, Rusty. You thought something was going on. This was just a loop I put on to burn the
I
hours.
was like, yo, this my homie right there. Actually, I was saying, this my nigga right there. And then he bounced.
Oh yeah.
But I'm back. So what? I'll use this opportunity to check the volume.
What did I offend?
All right.
Maybe I offended you or some shit. That's why you bounced. I was like, yo, what the fuck? Did I say something wrong or something?
All right. I killed it, right?
Yeah.
Did I kill it or is it still on?
No, you're good.
Okay. I was just trying to kill it because the fact that I said, hey, let me test it and make sure I can talk over it, and you said, yeah, I'm like, yeah, cool, then it works.
Yeah.
Cheers. Yeah,
Yeah.
step up to Rusty.
I mean, the rest of this week, I'll be at home. I'll be here by myself with the dogs and all until after 7, and then my aunt and uncle and dad will be home because they got to work 12-hour shifts to try to get everything done. And
yes, sir.
they're hoping they get off this weekend because of it being Easter weekend, but they don't know if they're gonna get off Saturday or not. But my uncle said a lot of times on holidays they won't make them work weekends. It's very rare that they make them work weekends.
Now, in this case, This weekend is going to be Easter on the 20th on Sunday, right?
Right. Yeah, and normally they
Yeah.
try to let them off for the holidays, but it all depends too. Because right now they're behind from where their company got hacked by a hacker, and they're trying to get caught up on the orders and stuff.
Oh, that's
Because
sad, man.
they had a few days where they couldn't ship anything out because they got hacked and they couldn't get into the computers and get the proper labels and stuff.
It happens a lot, and the problem is, you know, obviously the business owner doesn't see anything, but now they
Right.
got to deal with the aftermath of the sort of customer service end. Whether it's
Yep.
industrial, business to business, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying like just
Yeah.
because Karen can come up to the counter. I'm saying in the whole world.
Right.
Now you got to deal with the good relations customer service part.
Mhm.
You were shut down, no fault of your own. You couldn't see it. It was electronically done, and you've been working on it the whole time, and now we fixed it. But
Right.
these people say, okay, you're late, or you're short, or even their
Mhm.
orders got fucked up, right? So it's going to be
Right.
a financial hit for them. And if they don't really know
Yeah.
how to do their profit loss right, then it's going to hurt even worse, you know. So
Yeah.
business is
That's
all about the margins, man. You know, the
yeah.
fact that they don't like to give change around here means I have to carry mostly proper change. But sometimes they'll give me a nickel instead of 2 pennies, you know? And I'm
Right.
looking at it, and then I go to the next place and they give me a quarter instead of 15 cents. And I'm like, you know,
Mhm.
there are businesses that survive on this margin if I counted this as a dollar. I just made,
Right.
you know, 16 cents on a dollar. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like we could get halfway to the end of the year on that kind of profit. Let's go.
Right.
Just hit more shops. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm
I
just using
mean,
that as an absurd example of the fact that always keep your eyes open. What's up, Bud Files?
yeah, it's crazy how some of the freaking margins work like that, though. I mean, not all
Hey
the
man, it
time, but
doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. If you can get back 14% of your investment, you know, you can survive. And you know, to me, that's
right.
not worth the time of day. It's not worth the time of day.
No,
But
no,
I got bigger aspirations. I'll do the all or nothing. You know, because what are you gonna do to me?
yeah,
You know,
right.
what are you gonna do to me? I'll pick up a paper bag and get down the road. Yo, Bud Files and Siberian in the house. Share your links, please. Bud Files always creating great content. What a great family he has as well. Cheers to y'all.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, I don't know, a couple of months ago or whatever, I started just collecting change and all, and used to, I wouldn't keep change, and I think it was
Yeah.
yesterday I counted my change, and I got about like $42 in change.
Well, I mean, I've been doing it forever. We say we don't, you know, things have changed because they pretend around here that they can't give you change like it's a law or something. But
Right,
before that, we would never do anything but give them the dollar. We would drop it in a bucket, you know, and then at the
right,
end of the month, if things look like, okay, I gotta pay the rent. I got so much, and $140 more. But let me not go to the
right,
bank. Let me see what I got in change. We would dump that, find out we had
yeah,
$22, and then we'd be like, okay, now that we only have 144, that's pretty slim. We got 22 right here. We're gonna take
right,
that 22 and just pull 40 out, and then when we have 100 in there, if we wait another week, bam. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
yeah. I mean, it's crazy.
no
Like,
fear. Don't be fearful, man. You made it this far. What are they gonna take from us?
oh yeah,
You and your dad,
yeah,
man, walking to California and back, right? I mean, what are they going to take from you, man? You could do that 3 times more.
no, no, but we
No,
are,
I wouldn't suggest it. But hey, what'd you do last year or last summer? You went too far. You totally dehydrated yourself, bro.
oh yeah.
But I'm sure on your recovery, when you came back, you were like, I still got all those Lou Ferrigno muscles under there. You know what I mean? I saw you bust right out. Once you got your water back in, you know, you go to the hospital, they pump you up.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I know that probably before the beginning of the year, where me, my dad, my aunt, and uncle are possibly going to be moving
Right?
out of
Okay.
Missouri.
Okay.
We may
Okay.
we may be moving closer to Carolina because of her my aunt's daughter. She wants to live closer to her daughter, so she's gonna be talking to her mom and seeing what's available up there and whatnot. And
Check this
we're
out,
gonna
man. If you're anywhere in NC and what is that, Raleigh? If you're anywhere near Raleigh or outskirts of Raleigh, contact us because we got a kid out there. They got extended family. Everything's good. I mean, like they'll help you out a lot. That's in the Raleigh area, and they don't live in Raleigh. I mean, yo, what they have access to is crazy because they'll do projects with huge pieces of quartz that they pull out of the ground. I
heck
mean,
yeah,
come on, man. Come on, man. I
yeah.
mean, what would somebody pay for that in the city? You just drop that big,
All I
shined
could
up quartz
imagine.
down.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're ever anywhere near there, let me know, man. And like she says,
All right.
East Coast Road. SGP says, yep, yeah. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. I mean, look, I signed my one lease year, and it's up to $2,600 for the base rent now. One more year.
Right.
I know I live off Route 50. I know my parents' house is over there. I know my father doesn't want anything. And everything that's in there, is also across the street from the storage unit that I have. So what that means
Right.
is I need to get a bigger storage unit. I need to pull the shit from my mom's house and put it in there. I need to get all this stuff that I really want to keep and put it in there that's sacred. And then
Right.
I
Right.
need to get on that Route 50 and go to Pennsylvania and just scout.
Yeah.
So that by the end of that year, I can drop into a new ancient home, a home that
Right.
was
Right.
made 87 years ago, but new to me.
Right.
And I can do that. But that's the only
Yeah.
thing I can do.
Right.
I'm not going to buy a $700,000 home over here. I
Nah.
might buy a $92,000 home over there.
Right. Right.
That's
Yeah.
about reality. That's about the truth,
Right. Mm. Ain't nothing but the
I'm not
truth.
going to start a new career. I'm not going to spend a few years, and then I'm 52 years old. Isn't it a good time to hire me? Nah, it ain't
Right.
happening. No, they're going to look at me like a joke. They'll be like, what did you drink? Did you think
Right.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was real? What's wrong with you, kid?
Well, I mean, see, that's like a lot of people. That's like them people that work over there at Ariel Bouquet. I mean, my dad's 62, almost 63 years old, and he walks circles around those freaking young people that they hire. And a lot of them don't even want to work. And my dad and my uncle are over there busting their ass. And my uncle's almost 60 his own self. And I mean, my dad's 62, be 63 in September, and he walks
Yes,
circles
sir.
around some of those 20 and 30-year-olds. I mean,
Oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. That's what happens. When I go around and I talk to the guys, they're getting put up around here. They're just working. It's not their money because they can't afford it, but they're tradesmen of 70 years old, 67 years old. Um, all they can say is that the younger people don't know anything about it, but nobody invests in them. Nobody even
right.
gets them real tools. They make affiliated calls so they can sell the bullshit tools from a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
licensed inside vendor and get their cut. It's like how the government
Right.
works, like my goodness, man, like it's crazy. It's like lowest bidder,
Yeah,
man, lowest bidder.
right. I mean, it's like when I was growing up, yeah, my mom and dad bought some stuff for me, but most of the stuff I got when I worked for the carnival and stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, my mom and dad helped me buy some things, but most of the stuff, I worked for or I earned by doing chores and stuff. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like nowadays where kids are born with parents that have multiple credit cards and stuff. And the kid asks for something, and the mom or the dad would be like, well, yeah, you can go get you a new phone, but make sure you don't spend less than $4,000. And it's like, where's the value of the dollar in that? If you're telling them to go do it, why not make them work for it? You know, to earn it.
Or make it reality. Don't ask them to do it because you know what kids do. They push the line. They cheat. You know what I mean? Like they're just
Right,
trying it out.
right.
They're finding out how antisocial they can be before they're unacceptable. They're
Yeah,
going to push the line. So you want to do something like that? It's more of, hey, you'll get your allowance if you do 2, 3 nominal things around the home. You respect me enough to do those 3 things I ask you.
right,
I'll give you a
right.
bit of money, but it's close ended. Or like putting money on a credit card for a modern day kid. You know, same thing
Yeah,
though. You limit it to reality. You don't let
right.
them run it up and make excuses later because you know, I mean, most animals don't really just want to completely snuff out their children and be like, "You screwed me over. You're wrong." You know,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
just doesn't
yeah.
happen like that.
Right. I know what you're saying.
Yeah. But give them enough room, and they will screw you over and find out where your thresholds are, and that's not cool. That's not the way we're supposed to do this
Mm-mm.
business. Your business partner
Not at
isn't
all.
supposed to push you and find your absolute end. He's supposed to work together. That's why you guys started, right?
Right.
Be respectable. Okay, what did we miss here? The only state he doesn't like is Ohio, Idaho. Whatever, man. I said Ohio. Take that. Florida could fall off the face of the earth. Cloud Kicker likes going back to Canada. I'm scared. I'm not going across the border.
Right.
I'll go to Michigan.
I went across the border one time, man. And me and my dad
Which way
both
you
said
going?
never again. Huh?
Which way you go?
Me and my dad went over to Tijuana.
Okay. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah.
Yeah, we walked over there one time. We just did out of the blue when we were in San Diego.
Yes,
Or
sir.
yeah, when
Yes,
we
sir.
were in San Diego, we just hopped
So
on
you
the
did like a
Splinter.
bridge walk.
No, we took the Splinter train down to the border, and then we saw that it was open where you could walk over there and all that. So we went over there to just check it out and whatnot, and we saw that they had like cheap beers and stuff. So we drunk a beer over there, and then we decided to go on ahead and come back. And man, I tell you, we'll never go over there again because, like, they on the sign, huh?
No, I'm sorry. No, that was the worst time, but she said something so funny that it got me. Okay, so that was the worst time to interrupt because this is when something bad happened. So rewind just one step. This is when it happened. This is when it went wrong.
Well, see, they didn't say on the sign. It didn't say that you had to have a passport to get back across the border. So it just
And
said,
when I was there, you didn't. When I was there, you
yeah,
didn't. If you had a valid U.S. ID, had
right.
nothing to do with the passport. You know, it had nothing to
Well,
do with that. Now, I don't know what it is now. Now I have a real ID, and that's great because I know I'm up to date, and I know shit. They'll come in here and take my blood in my sleep if I don't conform anyway, right? So what the hell do
right,
I have to be like? Yeah, go ahead, know who I am. Go ahead. It's too late, brother. This is Big Brother.
yeah,
Like, go ahead. You know who I am. I'll take the
right,
5-year plan so you don't ask me again. Do you want a
right,
drop
right,
of blood? I'll take anything for you. Just leave me the fuck alone, right? But I'll
right.
tell you
I
the funny thing
understand
about my
that.
real ID. The delivery guys, they can't scan the back. It doesn't work. It's so fucking funny. So I have my broken
Yeah.
old ID. It still works. Anyways, not to interrupt. So you go all the way there, and it doesn't say anything
Hmm.
about that. And like I said, when I was there, we didn't have it. We didn't have to. We just go with a US
Yeah.
ID. And then kids, you'd be like, and that's my kid. And they'd be like, well, that looks a little Mexican. There'd be a little bit of scuffle there, but they'd still let you through. It's still my kid.
Right. Well, I mean, but they didn't say that or anything. And we get up to the border patrol agents that are working the customs desk to let people back through and all. And the guy was like, well, this time we'll go ahead and let you through, but next time if you come back, you got to have your passport. And one of the freaking canine dogs started going crazy, like coming over and smelling me and barking and all. And one of the border cops was like, "Hey, he might have something on him," and I'm like, "Dude, I have nothing." And the guy behind the desk was like, the dude likes dogs. I've seen him pet like 2 or 3 other dogs before he got up here. And the guy was like, well, we'll let you through, but if you try to come back, make sure you have your passport. And me and my dad was like, no, I'm not going to do that. Because, we wasn't planning on staying in California anyway.
That's
We just
crazy,
wanted to
man.
go, we just wanted to go over there and see what it was like, because we never
That's crazy,
been.
man.
Yeah. But anyway,
I'm not even lying because my niece, she's got a lot of native, yeah. So I'm not
yeah,
even lying. When she was 11 years old and we tried to come back from Mexico, they look at her a couple times. Like they don't just let her
mhm,
back over. And she didn't have ID. She was 11 years old. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So that's a real thing too. You know what I mean? So she
yeah. Well,
doesn't have to
see,
deal with that anymore.
I got my first state ID when I was 11. I got my
Yeah.
first ID when I was 11, and people didn't even know. Like there was one cop that pulled my dad over. It was me, my dad, and my mom. And he pulled my dad over for something, and he asked my dad for his driver's license and registration and insurance, and asked my mom if she had an ID. And I rolled down my window and I said, well, would you like to see my ID? And he goes, huh?
You're the only one. You're the only one. Yeah. Yeah. No shit. Yeah.
And
No, I
he
know
said,
all
well,
about that.
yeah, he said, well, if you
Yeah.
got one, yeah, sure. And he took it and everything, and he came back and he said, how'd you go about getting that? And my mom said, we just went to the license bureau, asked them, what age, you had to be to get your state
If
ID. And back
if
then,
you already have if you already had employment records because you had anybody who gave you a good gig, because my savings account that I started at like 8, that I got tapped into at 18, and that's what
mm,
paid my getting out of the house money,
right,
or actually a little bit before I got out of the house. But then I had to settle the bill and I had to grab that money. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
I was
yeah,
like, I didn't even really know when you rent, right? I was like, yeah, I'm
mm,
coming in October. And so I figured that's 30 days I got to pay for October. The rent is $790, right? So November
right,
1st, here's your $790 because I lived here for 30 days. I didn't think that you have to pay the rent ahead of when you live there. And I was like, man, you got to
yeah,
go to work for 2 weeks before they pay you. They tell you what clothes to go get, and then you got to go pay your rent before you live there. Holy shit. I was like, whoa,
right,
whoa, 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 whoa. I forgot. This is messed up.
mhm,
This is not made to succeed. This is not intended
right,
for you to actually get away with it. They tell you this is what you need to do, line up your ducks. Bullshit. They're lying. You know what I mean? Like it does not add
yeah,
up, actually.
right,
Bullshit.
yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff has changed from back when I was in my teens till now. I mean, like,
I
like
believe.
after COVID, like a lot of stuff changed. But I mean, I
Yeah.
remember you to, like you could go into a grocery store if they knew you real well, they wouldn't ID you for tobacco and stuff. But after
Or
they
you could say
busted a
it,
lot
you
of
could
people,
literally say it's for my mom. You could say it's for my mom, and that used to fly where I came from. 8-year-old,
right?
and you want to talk to SGP about it. Now, I was able to buy cigarettes and whatever I wanted very early too, but I did a
Well,
little
yeah,
bit of social engineering and scamming, and doing everybody. And then even alcohol, they'd be like, "Well, I don't think you're 18," and I'd be like, "Well, it used to be 21," and I was like, "Oh, but I am 18," and you know what I mean? Like it wasn't even
right.
18. I moved the goalpost to make it easier for them. Do a little bit of
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
I guess your weight within 5 pounds. I'll guess your month within 2, which is
yeah,
6. I got like 3 targets.
yeah. I mean, now here in Missouri, the legal age to buy tobacco and alcohol, you have to be over 21. It used to
Yeah,
be 18 for tobacco, and then 21 for alcohol, but now you got to be over 21 for both.
And it was 18 for alcohol shortly before that. It really was, you know. And
Okay.
so that generation, their gripe is, you know, how come they can go be full soldier, go off and get shot right in the chest, but they
Right.
can't
That's
smoke, you
what
know,
I'm
like that's
saying.
bullshit or whatever, drink or
Yeah.
whatever, you know, that's all bullshit, you know.
That's what
Yeah,
I've
my son
always
is
thought.
almost 21. He's almost 21. He's the 17th of this month. So we just did our taxes. I bet you they reject them, but we did them today. And a couple days from now, he'll be 21.
Well, yeah, but
So,
see, you got him done before he hit 21, so they can't reject them. You know, because you filed him before he hit the full blown adult, so they can't
right.
reject that until it's past his birthday. Then they can. But if you already got them into the system and they
Oh no, I don't
process,
mean that. No. I don't. No, I don't mean that. That's why. No. It's about my wife. It's her identification
oh,
information. Yeah, the
oh,
thing with the IRS is totally different. It's identification information.
oh, I
Part
got
of it
you.
is like part of it is the stupidest thing, right? Like, okay, you know how IRS they never say anything but middle initial.
Right.
Even like maybe my social security card, I don't remember, but it might not have my middle name, just my middle initial.
Yeah.
So many years they started finding my middle name, right? And attributing it to the birth date of a bad ticket that said 1979, not my year.
Right. Right.
So for like 3 freaking years, there's this other me that gets half the heat from the government, you know, and then the other guy has to tell him that guy doesn't exist, and they don't believe me. They
Right.
don't
Right.
believe me. They think somebody with a whole middle name was born in fucking, you know, 1979, one
Mhm.
year later than me. Just happens to have the same first and last name, doesn't know me, whatever. You know, it's insane
Yeah.
what they come up with. You know, my sons, they both have actually my firstborn, secondborn son, and then my daughter. They have the same close initials. AAG,
Right.
AAGARG. That's it. Okay.
Right.
So they confuse the brothers because they are only 1 year apart too. 2014,
Mhm.
2004, 2005.
Right.
They're only a year apart too. So they confuse them all the time. They don't know who they are, you know? And it's like there's
Yeah.
two unique people. And then they have bad
Right.
records. They spell my daughter's name wrong. They ask me, how
Mhm.
do you spell your daughter's name? She says it's one way. We say it's one way. I'm like, what do you mean she says it's one way? It's her name. She knows how
Right.
to spell it, bro. You
Yeah.
better ask her. What are you asking me for? This is so crazy.
Right. I don't
Oh, is
understand.
Asia
Like,
in the house? Yo, what's up, Asia? Cheers.
see, I don't understand. Like, why should it matter? Like, how, you know, if a kid wants to spell their name uniquely, you know, but it's still their name. Why should it matter how it's spelled? You know what I mean?
Because anything that's unstandard, you know, it just falls through the cracks, kind of, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, everything's supposed to be approved and pre-approved, and if it doesn't fit
True.
in, it causes like, you know, it causes a chunk in the whole supply chain, and it fucks it up, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
There's no
yeah, it's
flexibility.
crazy. Yeah.
The whole Jurassic Park thing, remember that was the whole thing, and I mean, I don't know, I didn't read the books. I read one of them because our damn professor was probably lying to us, and he was like, if you read The Lost World, you're gonna see something that'll help you answer our fucking exam. He was just lying. He just wanted everybody to read the book, I think. You know what I mean? But
Right.
we're all looking at DNA information and sequences of genetics and talking to each other
Yeah.
like a bunch of idiots. He just sent us on a wild goose chase, really, but it was a wild
Right.
dinosaur chase. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I can stay on a few more minutes and then I gotta hop on to my chores, you know. But
Right
you
on,
know,
brother.
I can stay on a few more minutes, but then I gotta go.
Do
You
it
know,
any way you want,
I didn't
man.
wanna well, I didn't want to just, you know, say, hey, I gotta stop. You know what I mean? I wanted to give you a little heads up.
Right on, brother. No. I'm glad to have you up. Take your time, but I know you got to get to business. I mean, hey, look, I not for nothing. I was on here and I said I'll come back at 6:30. I was a little late, but you
Yeah.
know, in those next 30 minutes when I shut down my stream today, those next 30 minutes, I did my
Yeah.
taxes. I didn't move.
Right.
I just got, and they're on the phone, so I can't do them on a computer nicely and easily. I have to zoom in and do all
I
that
got
shit
you. Yeah.
and be sure that I got the numbers right. But I didn't take one lazy moment for myself. I sat down and I did my fucking taxes. You know what I mean? So we gotta be about our business. That's all that really matters.
True. Yeah.
This stuff
I
is
know you're
artifacts.
probably
You know, you can see a flat panel here of something that's 3D.
right.
This is all fake.
I know what you're probably wondering what that is, ain't you?
Hold on. Let's. Oh, is that a one of those fly things?
Yeah, that's a fly stick.
Yeah, man. Oh no, I'm not wondering about that. My mother's from West Virginia. You know, there ain't nothing but that. Yo, if you
Oh,
face the wrong direction of wind in Kentucky, West Virginia, those
mhm.
gosh darn ladybugs, man. People think
Yeah.
ladybugs are cute. I'm one of those people that has that skin allergy to their venom. So
Right.
for me, ladybugs are a pest, dude. But
Well,
yeah, I know what a fly stick is.
I never seen one though until Friday when my uncle bought one. Or not Friday, but Saturday. It's weird,
Well,
and the reason why, huh?
oh no, I'm just saying, like, first of all, like when I grew up, I had some pitcher plants and some Venus flytraps, and they put out that
Yeah.
sweet syrup that gets the bugs to go towards it, right? But
Right.
what I
Well,
grew up with in West Virginia, they just have these like tubes, you know, and it's almost like, you know how the clown pulls that ribbon out of his mouth and it just keeps going because it's wound up. So they just sell these tubes. You pull them down, and that's where the stick paper with the little bit of sweetness is, you know.
Yeah, but what's crazy? It's got artificial flies on it outside of the real ones, but it's got artificial flies that attract them.
Well, I don't know why that would work, but maybe they got some further technology I'm not aware with.
Well, it's like a what
Like
is it called?
pheromones or something, maybe. You know what I mean?
The Houdini effect. You know, like, or the invisible effect where they think there's already some they're gathering, so they go together and then they realize, oh no, we got caught.
In the deep lore, it's just called contagious magic. It's like when you have
Right,
one
right.
thing, more of it will come. You know, more of it will come.
Yeah.
But I don't think flies are perceiving to that level. If they're literally plastic flies,
Right.
they're not calling any other. But hey, man, you know what? I was gonna sell what I would call a stink bug trap. You know, 100% guaranteed. Create a phone number. The thing is, you can't do anything if you got stink bugs. It's really about what direction you are from the wind. Okay.
Right.
And if you kill or have a stink bug get pissed off and spit out his shit, you'll have a parade of stink bugs come out there. And these guys are literally natural tanks. They're literally little tanks with feet, you know, and they get better and better and harder and harder all the time. Well, join in. What the heck, Ever? I put that link so many times.
Well, Bubba, I hate to say it, but I got to get off here and hop on my chores and everything. I mean,
hey man, don't hate to say that. Thanks for spending your time. Maybe it'll make Ever feel more comfortable. Maybe it'll make him feel more comfortable. He's like, I want to join in. I keep throwing the link. I mean, you know, I'm not stopping him, bro.
Right. Yeah, right? I mean, I understand that, bub.
He doesn't want to go
man,
on Facebook with you yet.
All right. I'll talk to you later, Bubba.
All right, man. Take care of yourself.
All right. Later,
Thanks
bub.
for checking in, bro. Thanks for checking in. Adding to the stage in full color. Bam, bam, bam. Chun-Li. What's up, Mortal Kombat? How you doing, Ever?
Hello, Joe.
Hello. Thanks for the artwork. You know, you put white up on my shirt without explaining, and it just makes me look like a you know, conservative podcast.
Well, the AI model that I used to generate that image decided to write white on your shirt. I don't know what that was all about.
Big hater. Big hater.
I was trying to join this whole time, and you wouldn't let me. You literally
bullshit
were blocking me from joining.
You make up so much stuff ever with no receipts. You're like, here's the receipt, and I got nothing. You're like, here, I prove it. You make up so much shit. Siberian, you could have clicked through that link anytime, right? And I would have saw you in the background, right?
I'm kidding.
Who makes up so much bullshit?
You guys were having a good conversation, and I didn't want to interrupt with my nonsense.
And that has nothing to do with me not letting you up. Come on, man.
I know.
See
I
how you framed it with a totally different reality than the real one that you just admitted to?
Technically, I'm still on the clock, too. I have 4 minutes
Fuck
left.
you, Dan.
Nobody knows.
Oh, you're working? Okay, well, it's more important that you make money. Siberian knows nothing. She knows nothing. Spell the Shashim, Japan.
Hi, Cloud. Hi, Cosmic. Hi, everyone. Hope
Thank you for saying
well.
hi to everyone. I got to check my Amazon now.
Moderator.
Well, yeah, I knew that.
So let's talk about all the gifts that I got.
What are we going to talk about now? I'll tell you something that I didn't expect that we need to talk about. No, I'm just kidding. What do you want to talk about?
I'm glad you liked the card that I gave you. I took a few photos that Joe G gave me, and I ran them through an AI model that made them into a cartoon format.
Play Heartbeat Live by Fever Ray.
Are you ordering?
You couldn't find it. Play Heartbeats by Fever Ray. Damn it. Sorry, Ever. I was interrupting you because I wanted to play some Fever Ray for you.
Oh.
I had good intentions.
In my mind all the time. Can I show the photo that we talked about?
You can show any photo. I mean, I sent you one with a dollar amount of like $7.18 million. Don't share that one. Just share anything else. And if it happens to be a nude, it's not the ones that are non-fluffed. They have to be the fluffed.
Okay. So I have some images here. How can we present them to our audience?
I don't know how to work your computer, Ever. I'm going to put you in solo mode.
What does that mean? Oh God. What's happening? I don't know. How do I wait. Hold on. Everybody hold on.
Excuse me. I just happened to accidentally put pressure on him. I meant to put no pressure on Ever. What do I need to send? Hold on.
I think I know what I'm doing. Oops.
Siberian. I mean, that wouldn't mean that it was me. It wouldn't mean that it was mine anyway. Maybe it was just a share.
Wait, can you see my screen?
I don't have a photographer. No, I put myself on because you were like, you felt pressure. So I made myself solo. I did that for you, Ever. I'm sorry. Now you got it.
No. I thought I was presenting something. This is so weird. Did you block me? Hold on. Share. Why isn't sharing the screen? Oh, what a piece of crap. You know what? Maybe if I change my profile picture, it will actually show it. It seems like the only way this is going to work. What? I'm so confused. Sorry, everyone.
Damn me. It's not my fault. He said he didn't want to be in solo. I put myself in solo. Then he said, oh my gosh, where did I go? I mean, what do you mean? How's it my fault? Damn me. I didn't send him anything. Oh, no, I didn't send him anything. No. The only photographs I've sent him, I've publicized. I do everything pretty public. I just talk to him. And I was talking about a money thing. Like I said, that's $7.8 million. I didn't want him to show that. You know, that's all. Jeez. We're all good. This is nothing like, there's no salacious anything going on here. I'm not meat.
Oh, I think I got it. Don't mind. Don't mind the brick background. I got something else. Just hold on. Cancel that.
It looks like the Muppets are about to bust through. Waka waka.
Waka waka.
There we go. Oh, Airbnb. Are we celebrating or selling?
Oh, come on. Why isn't it showing?
No, you're doing good. See, you know you're there. Just keep sharing, Ever. Keep sharing the art. Up, up, down.
Is it? Oh. Okay, I'll try one more time. I mean, if that's how it's gonna have to be, that's you.
Well, that certainly is me. I recognize him anywhere. That certainly is me. Hi, me. How you doing, me?
Hi, this is Joe G. What's up, Ever?
Have you ever really seen, hold on. Have you ever seen that actual picture? I'll show you.
Of course I did. That's why I fed it through automation. Of course I know what it looks like.
No, but it's actually it's a poster, Ever. It's actually like uncopied merch. There's only one copy. I'll show you. Okay. Here, I'm gonna solo layout. Watch. It's from Despair Incorporated. They make demotivational posters. You know what a motivational poster is? Where they hang it up and they say, "Work, your life depends on it." So they make demotivational posters. Here's mine.
Oh my God.
That's what it really is.
Well, that is not an appropriate term to say these days. So I feel very bad that they did that to you. Yeah, Cloud wants to use a cheat code.
No, I had to ask my children and their therapist if it was okay at the time, and everybody said it was.
Their therapist said it was okay?
Yes, she did.
Nice. Well, if you guys type down, enter, Joji will laugh. That's a cheat code. He'll do a little giggle.
Uh-oh, he's programming stuff. Down, enter, right?
Yeah, you see this Airbnb? I'm in that. That's a live stream. I'm hiding, but I'm looking at the camera. Where am I? Do. Joe, are you keeping
Up,
a
down,
straight
left,
face?
right, left. Yeah. From Contra, yeah, you have to do that. Cloud Kicker. There's a really good ICP DVD live at Red Rocks, I think it is. And you have to do that to get the Dark Lotus unlocked. Play Jones by Cro-Mags.
Here's Jones by Cro-Mags.
What motivation? No, it's a demotivation thing, you know? I don't know about it. I know one thing. Yeah, watch Red Rock. Watch live at Red Rocks, Cloud Kicker. And when you're in the menu, do the Contra code, and you'll get the Dark Lotus set. It's okay anyway, you know, it's a pretty damn good show. Red Rocks is a good fucking venue. It sounds good, you know. Of course, they got the low budget acts going up first, but it's all good. What's up, Poppy Carl? Yo, Poppy Carl has never been up here, man. He needs to come up. I've been up on his channel. He's been through seasons, man. And even the that he was really mainly hanging out with, he feels like maybe he can't hang out with now. You know, this is some fascinating shit.
Right. But do you want to also talk about my date yesterday?
Yeah, let me turn off the music so that Cosmic can hear about your date. Okay, pause. Yes, Cosmic definitely wants to hear about your date. Let's go.
Well, what do you want to know?
I didn't say I did. I said Cosmic was like, tell us the details on the date. Catch us up. Like I care. Let's.
Wow, Joe. How sweet of you.
No, I'm just kidding. Dan, if it takes more time, you're going to get to the right place. Then please.
Did he put me front and center again? Oh my god.
His name is Ever Inferno, but we call him Fuck You, Dan.
They call me what?
Fuck
Okay,
you,
well-
Dan.
All right. Well, I don't know what's going on, but it went well. It went well.
No, I'm totally kidding. Remember when we were talking about H3 and that bullshit, and you were talking about that funny
Yeah.
accuracy? Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Oh, the name.
So you're
their
hiding
name was
under a
Trey.
cushion. You're hiding under a cushion in this real photograph.
Yeah, it's a live stream of a house. Their name was Trey.
Okay. You don't own the
Super-
house. You're in the piano. I think you're in the
Okay.
piano.
Okay, sure. I am the piano. They're very like level-headed and calm and collected. Unlike me, I'm crazy. So maybe there's some good like yin yang energy going on there. But yeah, I thought they didn't like me. And then at the very end, I just straight up asked them, and they said they did. So
Cosmic, I wouldn't ask anybody. I'm sorry, I have to stop Ever for 1 second. I wouldn't ask anybody that in any seriousness. You know what I mean? Like, really,
What?
I wouldn't do
I
that.
wouldn't ask them what?
So, about V Card, you know,
Oh, I didn't ask about that. He asked about it.
I said I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't like do that. You know,
I think he's
you're
cheating.
saying he doesn't like, you know, person doesn't like you. Why?
No, I thought they didn't. I just got the vibe. I thought they were cringing, which is like a normal reaction to me. But
Where were you? How far away from your comfort zone were you? Because you said this person lived, you know, 3 hours away, and I said meet halfway.
1 hour. 1 hour. They drove up here, but they had another plan. They had dropped something off, so they were in the vicinity.
Damn, man, you got traffickers.
Yeah, actually, my city has a big trafficking problem. That's true. But I wasn't part of that.
No, you weren't. You weren't trafficking drugs, hashish.
Well, I wouldn't disclose that on a public stream.
Roma tomatoes.
I deal in
It
cloud.
was all through Subway. It was part of the whole plan, right?
Right. Cosmic, he, him, his, masculine, you know, that's what we like.
He has that energy.
Yeah, but very like calm. They're a pharmacist, so they have some, you know, real professionalism, which is also not something
I have a
I'm
great
familiar with.
119-year-old book about pharmacists. My grandmother gave it to me on purpose before she died, but in the front, it's signed by everybody in her little family that read it. You know what I mean? When they all lived in like a few homes, they all signed the front after they read the book. Pretty cool.
Yeah, does it tell you not to take vaccines in that book?
No, the book is about, it's a fictionalized book, but it's not really. It's basically a way to write a letter to all of your German cousins and stuff and say, if you're not in the city selling drugs to idiots, you're a fucking fool and you need to get out here and make money because these people are so stupid that you can piss in a cup and call it medicinal and they'll give you 35 cents for it. And it's much better than candy. That's really what it's about. It's actually like one of those things where You call it fiction so that you don't get lynched in the town center. Although it really was a call for everybody to come and slap everybody in the stupid city over the head, steal their money, and go home with it. It's
Wow.
German stuff.
I didn't know you could speak German.
Nope. It was written in America. It's English. And well, they were talking about, fleecing up all the communities of America. It doesn't have anything to do with Germany anymore. Germany ain't paying them.
Right. So
Watch
I would say it
movies.
went well.
Yep, that's code.
Overall. Yeah.
That's code for I'm gonna make you watch Requiem for a Dream, and if you cry, I'll respect you, but please leave because I don't like you. And if you want to have sex, then you're a disgusting individual that wants to have sex after having their heart taken out from their chest, beaten around, and then put back in. And you must have no soul. You're nothing but a void, and you're probably going to kill me. It's only going to get worse. Please don't ask me to brush my hair.
See, this is what I didn't like, was that they don't get those references, like those darker references. Like, I can't talk about,
Well, how are
Which
people
house
going
or-
to? There's a very small
And
percentage of
people-
people who understand that. There's a small percentage. You're not going to meet them the first time. And if you like somebody, forget about that person for a minute. Figure out who their best friend is. Chum up their best friend. Because then they'll be like, oh, this guy's nice. And then you can get who you really want. You got to think.
I'll pray on that advice. And I'll pray for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Let's do a formal prayer if you don't mind. How do you do a formal prayer?
Formal prayer. Usually you drop to your knees and you scream. You know that song, Man in a Box?
Of course.
So yeah, you would be screaming like that.
Screaming like a man
Invoking the
in a
good
box.
Lord's name.
Let's see. It's a song about. Sounds like okay. Shove my nose in shit. Won't you come?
The chorus.
And with me, enslave me. In my eyes, then you sew them shut. Jesus Christ, deny your maker. Angel trials will be wasted, which means there's nobody to save you. Oh, yeah. So there's nobody to help you, and you're blind to a way forward, and you've denied like your actual background, and then the subjugated people between that agreement and your agreement, the angels, they've been denied, and now you're blindly just going to hit your demise. Is that what you want, or you just want me to fall down flat?
Yeah, that sounds like a great summary.
Why do you want me to fall?
I feel like you're already on the ground. I mean, are you sitting on a chair?
Yeah, I'm in a chair. I'm in my only folding chair. Told you.
Do you
I
know?
don't have one.
Do you know the Cloud is streaming right now, and he's in our channel.
Cloud's awesome, man. Yeah, I know. Cloud's got a good channel, man. He's got heat. Cheers.
Everyone subscribe. Cheers. I'm drinking Gatorade Zero right now. It's
Wait,
actually
I'm trying to
full of
find
sugar,
it.
but it's
Oh, I
zero
have-
empathy.
Sparkling ice, 0 sugar, 5 calories. Must have some vitamins.
Hell yeah, it does. I'm glad you're drinking it. See, I wanted to get you a gift you would use.
I'm gonna use it all. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. As far as the candy bars, I've already split some for them. I got one to try, but I put it in the bottom of the bag, because I'm still drinking beer. But
Right?
I understand they're from Australia, and I get that because, like I told you, hey, if you want to upgrade, get a Lion Bar, get a Australian Kit Kat. I will never eat an American Kit Kat. Not even Halloween when they give me a free little one. No, Australian Kit Kat, nada. That's it.
Picky. Just take what you can get.
No, I won't take what I can get. I've never been like that. I don't care for that. I have so much
Bougie,
bulk.
like that
Something's
bougie,
going in my
like-
way.
You got what?
I have so much bulk. Something must be going in my way because I won't take anything I can get. You know, I'm very choosy. Free is not for me. You know how they say free is for me, and oh, I love my this and I love my that. You know, I don't like those kind of people. I think they don't understand that we're a collective.
Right.
like the
Well, I like a
selfishness.
good deal. I like quality, but a good deal.
I like a good argument with a manager because they end up falling in love with me after one or two of them
Have you done that a lot?
all my life. All verbal
Really?
agreements, my all my life.
You're a bit of a Karen.
No, I'm a bit of an appreciator of quality and an enforcer of decorum. I'm a bit of an Emily Post, as it is. I want everybody to behave, please.
I just
Behave,
imagine you
Poppy
walking
Carl.
to a store.
Behave.
I just imagine you walking to a store with a blonde wig.
There's 17 Ever
Hi, I'm
Infernos
Emily.
in the background. He thought I was ignoring him, but he was making these like really bad like
There
sock
you
puppets
go.
with my face on them.
Oh my gosh.
They're just sock
Joe.
puppets.
You had the ability to present the images this whole time. You're insane. See, look, everyone. This is what I did. This is the photo that Joe sent me. And this is the photo that I was able to transform it into. But he's not even presenting
Get that
it.
man off the stage. Where is Poppy Carl? He transformed it into. Well, that's itself.
Da-da-da-da. That's Joe before
Right.
and Joe after. Come on, just pick the damn image.
I know. This is not my expertise.
No, that was the wrong one. Oh. The one that you use for your channel is the one we're looking for.
What a crying shame. The girl I love won't feel the same. Would have loved you forever, but you had to play your game. You haven't changed. What a crying shame. I said it to you clearly. I love you, darling, dearly. I told you you're the only girl for me. But you had to go and ramble. My love, you had to gamble. I had no choice but to set you free. Oh, what a crying shame. The girl I love don't feel the same. Would have loved you forever, but you had to play your game. You haven't changed. What a crying shame.
At this point, if we are to believe that I'm actually hydrated, that would mean I'd have to go to the bathroom every once in a while, you know? And I don't know if that's true, but I know that Jimmy likes the Dukes of Hazzard, and he's going to come up.
What's up, bro?
Whoa! Hey, Mob. Wait, is that Poppy Carl?
That is Poppy Carl. That is Matt.
Oh,
Say hi.
OMG.
What are you girls doing? Shit.
Last time I saw you on a live stream, you were showing your guns.
Hey,
Makes
man, wait till he's showing his balls. Then you'll really be impressed. You'll probably fall out, knocked over by the bullet.
I went to his live on his channel and I think he got into a deep conversation, so I just didn't want to interrupt.
He did me every favor in the world in that he used to go walk on his driveway and go piss. And then now he would say, "Hey, I gotta go piss." And I was like, "Thank you for not taking me. That was so helpful." We really didn't need that.
You think he would have done that?
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Who says
What are you
I'm going to
talking
use the
about?
bathroom and then takes the
I
camera?
don't want to miss any part of the conversation, you know. So I'll just be like, walk along.
Hey guys, give me 10 minutes, man. I gotta go do something.
Holy shit, 10 minutes.
Well, how are you doing, Poppy Carl?
No. It's real. I need 10, probably, just 10. Just talk to each other, be nice. Welcome in.
Why would we not be nice?
One of the main things is get twisted real quick. Dude, it's hot. I say that. That's how I'm doing. It must be 85 degrees out here.
Where are you located again? If you don't mind. me asking.
North Houston.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Oh, well, not cool because it's hot. I would say, let's see, how hot is it over here? It is currently like 60. Oh no, it's 70. Oh, not too off.
That's too nice.
And this is on the West Coast, so sounds like we have a nice sunny day across the country. Are you in your garage right now? Oh, nice.
Yeah, I take out the garage.
Nice.
What happens in the garage stays in the garage.
Oh, cool. Is that like your man cave?
What happens at work stays at work. What happens at home stays at home.
And you have your computer set up there too, it looks like.
I mean, I got inside computers too. Get a computer in my room. So like, I do like on the side, I do like game console modding, repairing, and like I get build computers and repair computers and stuff. I get arcade machines, slot machines, pinball machines. Yeah.
Wait, you maintenance slot machines?
That I can repair. Like repair,
Oh,
like modify like a game console or something. So I have a computer in here so I can work on stuff.
oh, that's awesome. Well, I work with computers. I work with servers, and I've fixed game consoles as well before. Yeah, that's a pretty cool side gig. A lot of people break their stuff, and they don't realize how easy it is once you know your way around.
So I want to do anything like new, like a new PlayStation or Xbox, like HDMI replacement. And you take that shit to like some fix up place at the mall and it's $480. I did like, I mean, I guess some repairs, but it would mainly be like mod chip and stuff. But so the problem is like I can't see that small anymore, so I can't solder anymore.
Oh,
So-
wow.
Yeah, so I had to put that on the back burner and then I switched to computers, and then it's just plug and play. You know, it's a lot more software. So yeah, that's why I kind of quit that. And then I was with like last summer. I had like 4 arcade machines I was working on, and they were all pretty cool ones. One was like a Deer Hunter game with like a these aren't like one-up machines. These are like full-blown like real machines. I had a Shotgun Hunter. I had 2 shotguns, and then I had a Top Golf and a X-Men versus Marvel. And I'm selling. And I'm fixing them up, selling them, you know, profit. Did that for a little while, fixed everybody's machines around here, and then now I've got the computers. Repair
Oh,
computers.
wow.
So
Yeah, that's cool. I haven't used a solder, but for my PlayStation 3, I was like reapplying the thermal paste and, you know, handling the yellow, not yellow screen of death, but it was like a yellow ring of death, I think it was called.
yeah, like
And-
the
Yeah, so I used the heat gun to like remelt the CPU back into the socket. And that worked for a little while, and then it would come back out. So, Pinky is also here. Hello, Pinky. So, yeah, that's really
Yo,
cool.
respect Pinky Cosmic, respect Pinky Cosmic, Matt, respect to you ever, Cloud Kicker. Yeah, sorry, like I said, it might be up to 10 minutes just because I didn't know when my wife was coming through, and it's this time, so you know.
Yeah,
But I'm back.
I should be getting paid tomorrow, and then I'll set that thing up, and then it should be like I should get it by the end of the week, and then maybe by the weekend I can send that package out.
Hey man, all I can do is appreciate that, man. It's just that's all gravy, that's all butter. I'll send you shit too, man. Every time I see something with Poppy's name on it, or as I watch these films, by the way, like I said, I'm just catching up on a few things. It's not like I have to watch them again, and you can at least play them in your computer, and you could send them to somebody else after,
It's about
So
DVDs.
it's all good, bro. You want to buy DVD?
Yeah, no, I
Yeah, I got DVD.
DVD player inside my TV. It's a Blu-ray player, but same, I play DVDs.
It'll play both. Yeah, it'll play both.
I don't think
For a minute, man.
DVD in like 15 years. I'll be surprised if the fucker turns on. To be honest with you.
Right. Well, look, man. I mean that's going to be the end of that anyway. But like I said, what the hell? If I watch something one more time, or the only time I need to watch it, it'd be better to send it to somebody who could just get something out of it.
I mean, it kind of sucks that stuff dying and that it's actually rotting away. Like those discs don't last forever, and neither do VHS tapes.
No, they don't.
And
Digital rot. Yep.
Dude, look at the price of a new VHS. Type in new VHS player on eBay. Dude, they're like $700 for a new VHS player. And who knows if it's even gonna work? Because these have so many little extra parts in them. Laser discs and laser disc players, DVDs, old games.
Yo, William.
What's that?
I was just saying hi to William, man.
But yeah, no, they're definitely dying, and it kind of sucks, man. I'm just going to like Blockbuster and all that, But
Me too.
no,
Yeah, I do too, for sure. We know everybody misses that, but I mean, that's just how it goes, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, Poppy Carl, the audio is coming in and out a little bit. I could hear you if I'm like really listening.
Yeah, so my audio is known to be.
Listen, Poppy. I'll tell you again. Don't move the phone. The thing that Poppy does is this. Okay, so there's this cone collection if you use the phone speaker, right? And we've been through this with your keyboard, right? So 3 feet back, right here. Oh, it sounds really good to speak right here. But if you move like here, no. And then if you then it clips, But it's okay, man. It's okay. One of these days, Cosmic Orphan is going to create the perfect software to run YouTube. It's going to do video stabilization, storytelling, AI suggestions, like having a shirt that says white on me, as if this is a conservative radio podcast all of a sudden. Welcome to the White Show. Hello,
and
everybody.
Poppy have experience with computers, so maybe we would be making it. Because I had a job interview where they had a computer out on the desk and they said, fix it. That was the interview. And it was a blue screen of death. It had to do with some issue with the SODIMM, which I never called SODIMM.
That's so much better than asking. That's so much better than asking some kid with a middle school mentality. What do you think your worst flaw is? And they're like, I'm pretty sure I care too much. It's so much better to just give them a broken piece of some shit and say, hey, fix that piece of some shit. And I know Poppy Carl can do it with the engines and everything, man. So.
We're still working on that fucking Mustang, dude. So I've had this Mustang since brand new since 09. And it's got 28,000 miles on it, dude. I've driven it to Louisiana a few times to go gamble. And it was for like my mom and dad. And then I got it. I just kind of been sitting there. I drive it like a couple thousand miles a year, right? But it's just like all this shit's fucking breaking on it, and it's all like little discontinued parts, and they're all like a pain in the ass to find, and they're all a pain in the ass to get to.
What year? What year is this Mustang, bro?
It's an 09 California Special. It's got 28,000 miles.
09, okay.
Holy
So
cow,
you shouldn't really have discontinued parts. That's pretty sad. You know what I'm saying? Like you shouldn't have discontinued parts.
Dude, Ford refuses to work on it. I have to take it to like mom and pop shops. There's a guy down the road. He likes working on it. He'll work on anything.
Yeah.
The muffler shop. He'll do anything. But yeah.
I mean, there's a bit of hobbyism built into it. Man, William's got a, Oh, and he called it A1. Okay, so the head of the Department of Education called AI A1, like the steak sauce, which is a horrible steak sauce anyway. Where the hell did all that teriyaki twang come from anyway? That's
by the way,
Like,
shout out to Pinky. We love Pinky.
Yep.
And
Pinky's awesome, yeah.
I wish I could work on cars like Poppy Carl. my knowledge ends with.
Well, he's saying that some
Cerberus.
other people are helping him too because it's too much of a hassle, you know.
Here, we'll
Well,
check
he
them out.
doesn't have the part.
So check this out. So this Tahoe's an 09. It's got like 40,000 on it. It was my grandma's. And then
Right.
I got that. Here's like a brand new Terrain Denali.
With really
Oh,
nice,
wow.
really nice rims, by the way. Both of these have really nice rims.
I think.
See, now we're getting far away from your Wi-Fi,
But yeah.
Poppy. But I see the Sportster at the end.
And it's got
Holy
some
cow.
paint damage on it. Got some paint damage on it. But these are parts like this part
That
right
ain't
here.
nothing, man.
Yeah, like they correct all that. Like because like the main body's fine. But yeah, brand new Denali Terrain. Completely loaded out. Fucking fire. And then yeah, again Tahoe leveled out. It's got full suspension all the way around. It's got the
And you got the red, white, and blue.
Dude, that one's
intake
the
exhaust
champagne.
has been tuned.
What's the fucking... I bet you the sound system in that is killer, like a Bose or something, or a fucking something I would love, man.
Hey, is he rich? He has a house and 3 cars.
Shit. Well, they're all old though. I mean, that's the thing. But at least, like, I mean, because I was thinking about like, well, they're still worth something because of the low miles. The year, it's a weird year. Like 2009. Because you got the third is 15, 16 years old. But to be fair, they have low miles. And this is the only thing that's saving them. You know? So I was thinking about treating them in or selling them privately and like on a store or something. And like, so I was thinking about like a Tesla, like a small SUV thing.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, like right at 30. And that's the one that goes from 0 to 63.6. It's got like the dual motor package on it or whatever.
I just did my best to go back there and hit your audio so that it'll clear up. I hope it does. I hope it does. It's not bad anyway, Poppy. It's the same thing, bro.
Shit, your audio got a lot quieter on my end.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm a loud motherfucker. I could do that, you know.
Definitely loud.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am too quiet, man. Let me turn myself up. Hold up.
Yeah, he's Ever over here, he's referring to he's quiet too.
Uh-oh.
Ever like since I switched back cameras, both of you guys instantly got quieter. It might be on my side.
Yeah,
I
guess,
can barely hear.
Oh no. Well, okay, audience.
There we
Can
go. I
you-
got it.
Now we got a test. Talk about
Yeah.
linguine. I like white sauce. I like red sauce. Talk over me and see if you can hear yourself.
Yeah, of
Talk
course
about
you like
linguine.
white
Let's
sauce.
talk about pesto. Let's talk about macaroni, cheese, and things.
Yeah, cheesy like you.
You don't need car knowledge to enjoy those things.
I
Yeah.
just paid off my car, so I'm happy. That's all I know.
But yeah, so yeah, I was thinking about while they're still worth something because like that kind of year is like again low mileage, but it's like now just like little parts are going out that are like hard to get parts that you can't just go down to AutoZone and fucking buy. Do I get rid of them or do I just drive them down into the ground? Do I just drive them to a fucking grenade?
Right.
I mean, I might as
Well-
well get the use out of them than just drive them to the grenade, I guess, and then just sell them to some junker for $1,000.
Maybe you should think because you have multiples, just think about 2 of them that you want to build and then let everything else just fucking, just grind all the way down until it falls apart. Just like focus on 2 of them. So as you drive them around in a elliptical pattern, when the one keeper starts falling apart, you work on it.
Right.
When the one junker starts falling apart, you do the minimal band-aid, just make that your goal,
Really, the junker is the fucking Mustang because, like I said, it sat there. It's got weird issues. Like you open the door, the window rolls down all the way, and then you can only roll it up
Right.
like 2 at a time. The actuator to turn the AC from like forward to your face and all that, they click. So it needs to do actuators. Those are discontinued. The motor is discontinued. The antenna up at the car wash, the antenna base is discontinued.
He's so Poppy Carl. my cousin had a car, and when she slammed the door, the trunk would open.
Yep.
I laughed so hard, but I never knew the mechanical science behind that.
Yeah.
It sounds like you had something similar, maybe.
Yeah, so so sitting there, a bunch of leaves and stuff got in there, and then rainwater got into the car.
No.
And it started fucking shit up, I guess, over the years.
Oh.
I had to get a new mirror, like a rearview mirror, because like the humidity inside actually. So it's, like what makes a mirror shiny is that they put silver on the back of it. That's what.
Oh.
Hey, Poppy Carl. I feel so bad for the chat. You know, some people are a little bit misinformed. I think they meant carnal. I like the Mexican style. I think they meant carnal. I think they got it wrong. I was giving them some carnal knowledge.
And you know, like the mirror, like the silver just started tarnishing and stuff. So the mirror started. So I had to get a new mirror, right? The center console, like the leather started coming up off of it, and like the plastic was breaking, so I had to get a new center console in. It's just little stuff like that, but it adds up, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
my uncle, you know, he was so into Mustangs his whole life, you know, and the classics. And so when he grew up, he decided to get like a good like mid 80s one or whatever. And then, you know, it had all the little fragile ass plastic vents and all that good bullshit in it, you know. And so he put that in a garage because he lived out in West Virginia, and, you know, like the salt even, you know, in the air and stuff like that, it fucks everything up, you know. So he kept it in a garage. He didn't put, you know, but 79,000 miles on it in a lifetime.
Yeah.
But it always needed some stupid little plastic, little hingy part that you needed to get, like some little, you know, vent hook or whatever, you know.
So that G, it's a terrain. It's a Denali, right? So it's their top of their line. It's got AC, cooled seats, heated steering wheel, all that bullshit. It's got everything, right? It brakes for you and shit like that. Like it's fucking gnarly. Well, it had a 10-year so it ended up being like a 10-year bumper to bumper, but then it was a lifetime powertrain. So that means for the life until I decide to get rid of it, it's going to at least go down the road, you know. Well, dude, 2,000 miles in, one of the speaker grill is rattling as I'm playing music on this brand new Denali, you know.
Right.
What's up, Joe?
Right. Well,
Ever Inferno?
hey, what's up, Dougie Doug?
Bro, how you doing?
Oh my gosh, Doug.
What? You surprised?
How are you? Yeah,
I'm okay, and you?
I'm good.
Good.
I'm not used to the panels because we haven't had them for so long.
Panels. Yeah.
You can have them anytime you want, man.
Ever Inferno. You've been on my panel twice now, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me say hello to
Why don't
Pinky.
you come up, Pinky?
Hello, Pinky. Hello, Rusty.
Come on up.
Factor. Cosmic Orphan.
Heck yeah. Thanks for coming in, Doug. What's going on, my man?
Not much. I have a definite plan to be in Montana August 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So my swing through Virginia is either going to be before then by a week or after then by a week. I'm not sure.
That's wonderful,
So,
man.
We're
Because you know what?
We're narrowing it down to like the last week of July and the first week of August, or somewhere right in
That's
there.
good. That's good because that means that all of my July things, I'm just gonna do. I can do those. I can get away with that. Yeah.
I would advise you to not go anywhere out of your way or do anything special on my account. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I would love for you to come. I'm telling you, like I said, I'm not picking up my camera. That's when I put mine down and just hang out with you. You know, you can live stream the whole thing. You know, it'd be so much fun. I would love to do that. I really would.
Hey, gal pal.
And just kind of show you around because you'd never believe it. You'd think you were in 4 different countries, and I know you've already been into 20 different countries, but you would think you were in 4 different countries if we did my little tour of the map, you know?
I do live in a very cosmopolitan area. I will say that, right? I mean,
and I don't, but you know, I live on a highway, but that means I know what's close.
You live on a highway, yeah.
You know?
I got the New York State Thruway not literally a quarter mile from my house. The New York State Thruway.
Right.
I can look out my window and see the Tappan Zee Bridge.
Wow.
The what?
Tappan Zee Bridge.
That's the one.
Sounded like he was some kind of like, I don't know what it sounded like. He said.
Did
Sounded
you?
like-
Did you
No,
hear sometimes-
actually, Doug, you hit me with something that I didn't think about. When in the creation of DC, there was a few characters like L'Enfant, for example, and the way that they built it was very strategic and everything like that.
Mhm.
But it really made me think when they were talking about how the Polish celebrate Pulaski Day. And I was like, they never called Pulaski, the plaza that we have. They always called it Freedom Plaza, like just locally, And I was saying, like, it's different from now. They want to call monuments and plazas different things because they don't want to associate with history. And it's like, was there something going on there all the way back to the 70s that I missed?
Why they want to forego our history? We own it.
Yeah.
Our history is
But
ours.
I just wonder because that's so out of place in the 70s. Like, I don't think people were really as hung up as they are now on that. But at that time, they never called it Pulaski.
You get all this woke bullshit and people just go nuts. Right? I mean, that's the way I see it. It's like,
We don't even have to keep it pleasant because we're not in your chat.
so. Oh no! Well, I mean, I mean that. I think it is actually an effect of people trying to be more woke than the next guy, right? So my motto is this: don't be woke, be awake.
Right.
Be awake, right? Be aware. Don't be woke. Yeah. That's just my motto.
I just think you've been had if you choose a side of a culture war. Like the culture, and it's a tapestry. Yeah. So there's all kinds of different cultures weaving in. If you choose a side, that means they got
there's room for everybody's point of view. Everybody's, right?
Hey, Asia. Yes, sir.
But there's no room for certain people to voice their point of view on others.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's
for sure.
As simple as that, right? Everybody's entitled to their own point of view. It doesn't make them bad people because they don't necessarily see things your way.
Yeah.
I cut a lot of slack. I don't judge people because they don't see things the way I do.
Right. Well, we like to hear different. We like to hear different perspectives, but we don't like when people force perspectives because you can never force anything. Yes. You can only sympathize or empathize.
Yeah, you can't.
That comes naturally.
I agree, 100%.
But some things are objective.
Let me say something.
Father.
Can I say something to Pinky for a minute?
Pinky, please.
Over at the grill is an upcoming chat on my. If you go to my channel and look on the lives, there's an upcoming chat at the grill. There's something posted there. You might find it humorous. You might find it funny. It's kind of long though. But anyway,
where are you reporting?
Well, I want to thank Sean and Pinky for being in because I'm sure that I ran into Pinky and Sean's channel first. You know what I mean? And obviously, Gal Pal and obviously Dougie is the start of all of that. So thanks. My father,
Mr. Doug,
he always says good for him. So my father, he never actually sympathizes with somebody. Yeah, I mean, he will sympathize, meaning I understand your plight. He will never empathize. He cannot put himself into their shoes. You see, it's a different thing. But good for him means, I hope that's the best. Right. And also, if it's bad, it doesn't hurt me. It doesn't hurt me. Like good for him.
You had a question or?
I was just asking where you were reporting from. It looks like you're in a closet, maybe.
Me? No, not the closet quite. I am in my attic though.
Oh, nice.
Look, I got my grow tent over there. The sides down. I got to set it back up. You see all the buckets in there for growing the weed? That's the hydroponics.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Over here's my desk. That's my desk. Right.
Oh, I love it.
This is just storage. Attic. The attic is like a storage unit for us. We grow weed up here. We store things up here. You know what I mean?
I feel like if we're all in one house, it would make sense because Poppy Carl's in the garage, you're in the attic, I'm in my room, Joji's God knows where. on the ground.
Dining room. He
Yeah,
knew it. It's a dining room.
I would say a spaceship based off your lights.
Maybe.
We always say it's outer space. Yeah.
The one link that Gal Pal posted, right? Not the music link, the link of the chat. There was a live stream the other night, and she put it in there because I think you in particular might get a kick out of it. It's kind of funny if you skim through it.
And by the way, Doug, we have to say, everybody witnessed this. Gal Pal said twice, "I know nothing. I know nothing." She knows everything. She sees everything, and there she's sharing links for. We can see that.
She knows everything.
Your hair is growing back so quickly, Doug.
My hair grows quick as like grass growing.
Right.
Now,
Dude,
I have another question for Pinky if she's still here. You went on vacation in Montana. Where were you? I go to Virginia City to watch the band play up there in Virginia City. But anyway,
and he live streams it.
I do. I live stream it again this August too.
Pinky's ping.
That's awesome.
Let me talk to the crow for a minute. You must come from Gut Rots because your name is Mob, right?
No.
No?
Yes, and no. Okay. Wow.
Okay.
Poppy
I'll
Carl,
take him
why
at
do
his
I have
word.
to speak for you?
Joe, I'll take it.
No,
on his
I'll tell
word.
you what. I'll tell you what. He comes from the coin community.
Really?
The what community?
Coins.
Coins
Like
silver.
crypto?
I didn't.
And then I
didn't
found
show
out
you
they
my
bastardized
coins.
coins.
My coins are over there.
Yeah. So I had been in the YTDC for fucking 15 years.
Huh?
Yeah, I've been in the drinking community for like 15 years. or
Do
whatever.
you collect coins?
Yeah, well, then I ended up, kind of going to another community for a while, and the people in it just completely bastardized the hobby. And
I've heard some things about. I've been to a few coin channels too, and I've heard people say things about I don't want to go there no more. But I don't have an issue with that.
a lot of them are scam artists. Like a lot
I
of
don't ever buy coins from anyone in YouTube. Never. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, I should have thought about it, but and then I don't know. I was still in the drinking community doing my own thing, but like by myself with a few people, and then recently hooked back up with Gut Rot, so I've been going over there.
Mm-hmm. Gut Rot's a nice guy. I've known Gut Rot for a while. I don't go to his chat a hell of a lot, but I do go sometimes. You know.
Yeah,
I'm sitting up here on the other wall over here. I have my coins at this table over here. I do collect coins.
Give me like 3 minutes. I'm still around. Thank you guys for hanging with each other. I'll get you out of solo. I'm sorry, Poppy. I'll be in like 3 minutes. Okay, I got.
Dude, they don't mind looking at. Dude, I look like Russell Crowe. They don't mind looking at.
You do.
You look like Russell Crowe.
Yes, he does. I'm kind of in the cryptocurrency space.
Crypto, yeah.
I'm just scared. So everything
Joe,
that
you put us all back on the screen, Joe? No, okay.
everything that I have, like, so my grandparents just recently passed away, and a lot of that it went to like I got the Tahoe for my grandma, and anyway, sold the stuff after probate and everything. I just put everything into a CD because this time 2 years ago, CDs were at like almost 6% annually, and so I just put everything into it. But now they're down to like 3.5%. So I got to figure out something to do with it.
Yeah. Cryptocurrency's going up. Let me just say something to Ever in front. I have not got into crypto at all, but I know people who have, and they say they've made money on it. So,
yeah, it's not. People say you should hold on to it long term, but it really benefits you if you get out before the volatility hits and you're basically back to where you started 2 years ago.
Yeah, but no, the volatility, it goes down, it goes up. I have most of my money that I have in savings, I have in the market. You know, and it took a big hit last week, but it's all bounced back. You know, I'm not too worried about it. I think if you want to invest in the stock market, you've got to look like 10 years down the road, not like 2 weeks down the road. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah. There's a lot of fast money opportunities, but they're not always guaranteed to work.
Well,
And
no,
there's a lot of
some people
scamming.
play the market. My younger brother, he will day trade, right? I don't do that day trade shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I just leave it alone, let it ride, and it goes up and goes up and goes up and goes up. Sometimes it goes down a little, but it always goes back up. It always has, you know.
Oh yeah, I've seen
But
lots
when
of
you do
different
that, like when you do
things
that in
play out.
penny stocks, man, like you're really gambling versus just throwing it into like a high yield. I mean, it depends on what kind of money we're talking about. If we're talking about $100,000, then yeah, just save it, right? Just play
Yeah.
with it. Like, just play with it. Like throw it as a stocks, right? Because that's not a lot of money, right? But if you're talking about something where you could put in, let's say, $1 million, to make math simple, right? And you can pull 5% on that, dude. Pull 50 grand out of that a year, just sitting at a CD, which are like guaranteed 100%. There's
CDs,
no
CDs,
risk at all.
yeah. CDs have no risk. Yeah.
Yeah, zero risk. But the
Zero
more
risk.
risk you have, the higher percent you're going to get.
Mhm.
But if you
Well,
can live on that 50
I'm
grand,
much closer to the first category that you described. But you know what I mean? But I don't move shit around. I just leave it sit there. It goes up and up and up.
yeah,
You know?
yeah, I know. But but I mean, man, like you're playing a roulette game, you know, whatever.
Literally, I mean, you're talking about the casino. I go
Yeah.
to the casino all the time.
I'd
So I'm not gambling.
rather go to the casino and just throw away 10 grand playing black on fucking roulette over and over again, because eventually you're going to hit, right?
10 grand?
Well, let's just say you start like let's say that's like your budget, right? If you just like I said, if you just keep on doubling your money every time, like double your losses every single time, eventually you're going to hit, right? Eventually,
Yeah,
and so by that
statistically.
time you're going to double your money back and double it. So
Yeah, I don't go to casinos. I
I play the slots.
I don't gamble money like that. So.
But that's quick, easy money that you got to pay taxes on, and you know the CDs you got to pay taxes on too. But again,
You're gonna pay tax on the money you earn on the capital gain on the CD. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, crypto it would be a capital gains loss if you lost.
You're gonna pay taxes on your gains in crypto. Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, you
I
have
hate
to,
getting that.
except for like a Roth IRA, because those are pre-taxed, I believe.
Mhm.
Hold on. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll be
those
right
are
back. Hold on, I'm getting called.
Those are relatively safe, and you get a little bit more. But yeah, no, I mean, if you can put enough into it where you just pull a salary out, let's say $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year, and just live on that, or like let's say you have 100 grand and just throw it in and just let it compound. Dude, after like 10 or 15 years, that 100 grand will compound into like 250, just sitting there, zero risk.
Yeah, and
amazing.
And eventually, well, yeah, it gets to the point where you're actually bringing out more than your initial investment was on an annual basis.
Oh,
right? Yeah.
What do you guys think of ETFs?
Oh, that is.
It's. I'm kind of getting into it now, but it's something that you can take. You can take residuals from on a monthly basis. And dividends, I mean.
You take the dividend, yeah, but you have to pay tax on that.
Right.
Yeah.
So unless it's like more than like 10 grand, you probably, not, I mean, why do it if it's just a couple grand a month? You know what I'm saying?
And you get a dividend on a stock at like a couple grand. You're talking about because like most people are like 3, 4, 5%.
Because you make more. Yeah.
You can make like a couple $100 a month at the max, about $300-400 at like a 4%, and that's a high one. Like Pepsi right now is real high at like 3. So yeah, they'll give you like $200 at the end of the month if you put 100 grand in. But 100 grand is a lot of money, just to be locked up. You can pull the money out, but they're going to penalize you.
I'm going to make a comment to Pinky in the chat. Pinky, some people believe what makes them feel good rather than the truth. And that's just the way it is. That's the way some people are. They would believe something that makes them feel good rather than the truth.
Yeah, even better if it's close. Everybody loves close. They don't really like accuracy. They're like, oh, that was close. Let's try again. That was close. I feel good,
Mm-hmm.
I feel hopeful. It's going to happen
That's
next
how I feel
time.
about gambling.
But that's that thing. You put the first 25 cents in the game, you get smacked in the face. Oh, that's the first pitfall. You put the second 25 cents in the game, you're like, I know that one, and you beat it. You put the third one in, and then it's like, do you want to continue? Do you want to continue? If you don't, you'll never go anywhere. So that means every time you step up, it's 3 times what you were supposed to do. And, you know, I think things work like arcade games.
On
Okay.
arcade games or slot machines?
I'm gonna step off, Joe, because pretty soon I'm gonna do my own stream. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for coming up, Doug.
Hey,
And I
I'm
did
sorry
want
that I, you know,
hey, post in the chat so I can go to your stream.
Huh? Want me to type in the
Yeah.
chat?
Yeah, that way I can go over there and watch.
Thanks for joining, Doug. It's nice to see you, and hope you have a nice day.
Absolutely, Ever Inferno.
everybody, hey, please, Doug, just share your regular link so everybody can sub up, man.
Oh, you want me to put my link in there? I
I
could do that.
Please do, because like
Let me
if
grab.
Matt,
Hold on,
that is Mob,
It's gonna
you
take
know,
me
if
a
Matt
minute.
was
Look
missing
at
the
it.
link,
I got it.
Go to channel. More. Share channel. Okay, here we go. Now, I do have chat guidelines, we'll say.
Yeah. No,
So they're all written there.
yeah.
It's the regular bullshit. Maybe a little more than the regular bullshit. Listen, when I started doing
no religion, no politics, don't spam, be respectful to each other. These are the main normal things,
well,
right?
the first thing I say is keep the chat pleasant.
I bring the
Now
pleasant
that's
streams.
pretty open ended, but that's a Doug Pleasant. We'll
That's
figure out what
open-ended.
Doug Pleasant is.
Also,
Yeah.
I don't take exceptions. I don't let anybody bash anybody.
Mm.
Now, I must say, it's taken me a while. I've been live streaming now for 4 years. At first, I didn't have my wits. I didn't have it right. I get it better now. You can't play favorites. You can't let your friends get away with shit, and you don't let other people get away with. So to that end, you don't let anybody get away with nothing, friends or not. You know what I mean?
Well, let me ask you about number 2.
Like, how many people
Hold
are we
on.
talking?
What kind of people? What do you mean? They come to my chat?
Yeah, like how many?
Everybody.
At any time, there could be anywhere between 10 and 35 people.
Oh, nice.
You know,
Okay.
it fluctuates. Sometimes more, sometimes less. My panel holds 10 people. Sometimes I get a full panel. Oftentimes, there's only 3 or 4 people up. But, you know, I have had 10 many times.
Yeah.
Well, I
Now-
will say that Doug made me feel very comfortable, and he was very gracious and welcoming. So
I want everybody to feel comfortable. I don't want people to be looking over their shoulder thinking someone's going to start talking crap on them. You know what I mean?
Well, I would appreciate to in addressing the chat, Siberian Gal Pal. We just boot you, so you say, but at the same time, Doug, I mean, you make affiliations, and you're not somebody who's like a one and done. You know, you're banned forever. You still listen to people, hear them out,
No. I still have people come in my chat that have porn bombed me in the past.
Bro, I'm
Oh,
like the
God.
nicest guy in the world.
So, you know, what are you going to do, right? Listen, you know, I give everybody plenty of opportunity to you know, Joe, nobody's reprobate.
Mhm. Well, you won't have a problem with Poppy. Poppy's very nice.
I got to
My
go.
Interactions. He's very
Thanks, Joe.
professional.
Joe, it's going to
Oh,
be
man,
late
I
July,
appreciate it.
early August. Okay.
yes, sir, yes, sir, no problem.
See you. Nice to meet you, Crow.
Nice to meet
Ever
you, too.
Inferno, it's been nice getting to know you. I hope you stick around.
So, hey,
Yes,
Dougie,
sir.
Crow is Poppy Carl in the chat, and also Matt in real life. Just so you know, because he'll come in as Poppy
You're
Carl.
Poppy Carl. So I know you from
Yeah.
SA's chat.
From whose?
And by the way,
Here.
the mob, you know, obviously I was tied up for a good 20 minutes. But mob, yes, that is affiliation with them. Right now, I think they're a little bit on the outs.
I had no idea. You're Poppy Carl. I see you at Sahir Gones, just a Gones, right? In
Oh, yeah.
Pakistan.
Yeah. I like that guy. That guy's awesome.
I wanted
Okay.
to make sure you guys knew what was up without wasting your time, Doug. I know you got to go. Thank you so much. And then
Thank
we'll go.
Hey, good to meet you,
I
Poppy
got it.
Carl.
I got it.
Ever Inferno, see you.
See you. So, Poppy
Heck
Carl's
yeah,
name
heck
is
yeah.
Carl.
Matt. His name is Matt.
Oh, snap.
Looks like
Carlitos. He looks like Russell Crowe, man. And also, let's not even call him fluffed
And he's
Russell
smart.
Crowe anymore. He's been slimming down. Look at his face. Look at his shoulders. That man's
I've seen-
lost a
I
good.
think it's just the shadow.
He's lost a good 14 pounds in the last 2 weeks. He's slimming down. He's
Russell
getting ready for
Crowe looks like
Thailand.
him.
Bro.
Well, I quit drinking so much beer until like a couple nights ago. I quit drinking beer. I haven't been around for like 2 weeks. You know, I mean,
Don't you dare drink that fucking wine jug anymore, Carl.
bro?
You gotta have respect
I
for
just
yourself.
finished one, bro. I just finished some wine.
Don't do it.
Wine and beer together?
No. I make wine.
No, he did. This is his
Oh.
desperation jug, his end jug of wine, gut rot fucking wine, dude. He needs to leave that shit alone, man. He needs to respect his whole corpus.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, I make it legit though, like where it's like sterile. A sterile.
Okay.
Yeah. But you
Wow.
got to remember, all it is sugar alcohol. It's really bad for you. All it is sugar, dude.
Yeah, no, I don't drink the shit unless it's like an emergency. Unless it's like after midnight, and I can't get beer. Then yeah, if I can try,
I know what it's for,
if I
man.
need beer, I'll go get beer. You know, but if there's like no beer to go get, or I'm not able to drive, then you got to resort to what you got to resort to sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Galpel said hands off. He's mine, Poppy Carl. Matt. Wait, Poppy Carl's yours? Or who would you like, Galpel? You get to pick. Joe, I will also go in like a few because I have to go pick up my medication. My $600 medication.
Cool. $600, huh?
Yeah, have you seen
Shit,
the movie
man,
The
I hope-
Substance?
I hope it's fucking hash. I hope it's Afghani hash for $600 fucking dollars. I'll tell you that.
Fuck yeah.
I hope it's like a fucking quarter pound of
Hi.
Afghani hash you're picking up for $600. What's up, Pinky?
Hey, cheers. Cheers, ears. We got a big old
Cheers.
glass of
Cheers to
Prosecco.
you. I see the
Aw.
Prosecco. I saw the white in it.
Yeah, bubbles.
Well, you're very bubbly.
Did
So
it?
it all works out.
So
so
actually,
we'll
like-
handle
Lovely
together.
Yeah.
So the Italians would call it spumoni. You know what I mean? Like, because obviously it's not champagne, it's not made there, you know. But Italians would just call it spumoni.
Well, Prosecco it's an Italian champagne, but they call it Prosecco. Spumoni, Spumanti. Spumoni, I think, is an ice cream, isn't it? I think maybe Spumanti.
No, it's white sparkling wine, like from
Oh.
Italy. Yeah, straight up. Yeah, it's the
Italia.
same thing, but Prosecco. They use Prosecco here, you know, everywhere because they're saying it's not definitely from France. It's not definitely champagne grapes. So they say Prosecco all the time. You know, they use it more generally.
Okay. See, I don't even know what I'm drinking. I just know I like it.
Shoo, my wife's the bartender and she doesn't drink, you know, but she informs me, you know.
My ex-husband, he had been a bartender at one point, and also a waiter at a restaurant that prided itself on their wine cellar. So he always
Right.
knew a lot about alcohol. But his third wife is an alcoholic, so he's trying to get rid of all the booze in the house, including his very nice collection of tequila. He's been collecting
Right.
tequila for years and years, and he actually tried to drink one the other night that was corked. It was not right anymore. And he thinks it was the bottle that it came in. It was from Mexico, and the bottle was blown glass, and it had like a green cactus blown up in the bottom. And he thinks
Right, right.
maybe, you know, it had something to do with the colors that they used. You know, the rules over there are different than they are here. That's his guess. But he's going to go through a lot of tequila, so we'll find out as he consumes his backlog of tequila, how much of it is good and how much of it is not good anymore.
I know. My review of tequila, you know, 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, 4. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's pretty good, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
I'll be glad to
No,
take
I
it.
love tequila. I love root dirt flavor. I love it. I love ginseng. I love tequila. You know, that shit is awesome.
You like anything that doesn't say Ever Inferno on it.
Why do you say that?
Because then you would love it.
Okay. I'm getting lost, man. I'm getting lost. Ever Inferno's what is it? Mezcal.
Wait, are you gonna be streaming for a while? Because I have to go pick up my prescription.
Yeah. Go pick up your prescription.
Okay,
Your
I'll be
Prosecco.
back, you guys.
It's like a song.
Right
It's like a
on.
Rolling Stones song. You had to go pick up your prescription pills. I was having like a red soda at the soda fountain. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, we'll see you
Ooh, I
soon.
like that.
Yeah, no. I was doing exactly what you're doing. I was in tune with you today, Pinky. I was writing songs out of just, the next 3 sentences, and they made sense. And I was like, because I did my taxes, that's why. So I had to make sense out of stupid numbers that didn't mean anything. So I wrote little songs about them,
No, it's you can't always get what you want. There's a line in there about to get your prescription pills, isn't there? And somebody was at the soda fountain getting their favorite flavor, cherry red. That I didn't
Right.
write it. You can't always get what you want, but you find sometimes you get what you need.
You get what you need. Yeah, Trump played that on his inauguration the first time. I remember that. He
Oh,
played it on
Lordy.
stage. Yeah.
What's that?
Here's
Was
my
that
tiny mini. This is the enamel tiny mini pen. It's so small. It's like 3/4 of an inch.
Oh, it's a mini Manson?
Lapel. Yeah, it's like a little lapel pin.
Oh my God.
cute.
He pissed me off the other night. He wouldn't say hi to me. I was so mad at him. I was like, I'm like a big fan and you won't even acknowledge I'm here. But
I
he
wish
was
I'd
having
noticed.
some
What
kind
was
of a
that on
trauma.
his channel? Was it on
Over-
his channel?
No, it was over here.
Over
He was
here?
having he was
Oh, shit.
upset about something else. He didn't have time for any. He was he was concerned about something. But I was like, but
Yeah.
wait, hi, say hi.
I
And he
wish-
would.
I wish I noticed too. I didn't notice either. But, like I said, he does. He wears me out because he said, I'm not coming up. I'm sick. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to open up the stuff that he gave me immediately. Send me a link. Oh, no, you sent it to the wrong place. Send it somewhere else. Then he came up and he's like, I got to do my makeup. Let me show you how to do the makeup again. And he starts over back there. And I was like, yep. We've done this. I'm like, handsome and tired by then. But I fucking love it. I love it. But, I got worn out.
A little
I mean, he
ADHD
does
there.
his thing.
Yeah. He does that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he worries about the length of his sleeves and stuff, and I was like, a lot of people, they don't have the energy to do what you do, to worry about that, to actually fix it, to do all these things, and I said, it's just you trying to be better. And so when you feel like you fail, it's not like you failed. You've made it above normal people's expectations.
All right.
But it wears me out because I'm just trying to chill,
Yeah. Oh. Hi, Poppy Carl.
Yo, what's up, Matt?
So how come you have a different name on your little description there?
Oh well, so just on this other guy, one of my buddies, whenever he's live, I always change it to something, kind of like an inside joke thing. That, a few people would get. And I just change
It's not a gut rot, is it?
Yeah. When I go
Oh,
in
gut
there,
rot.
I'll change it to liquid stylist or some shit. I don't know, just some random stuff, like some kind of inside joke stuff.
Yeah, I know gut rot. We didn't see eye to eye at first, but lately it's no hard feelings. I really kind of appreciate his aesthetic.
Yeah. And Gut Rot's in a totally different world right now with his new job and his new life. It's really difficult. It's really different. I mean, I should say.
I haven't seen him
Hopefully
in a
he'll come up
while.
and say hi.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a long while.
Well, he created a new channel for some of his own personal stuff, and it's like, so he's not really, he's always been kind of a little bit low key. He doesn't try to hype himself up so much. People think he does because he comes and says hi and clicks like in the channel, and they're like, oh, he just wants another 20 subs or whatever. He doesn't. He really doesn't. I mean, he's got a threshold, right? He kicks us out. How many times does he kick us out or kick us in the background, Crow?
All the time. Bro, I created his channel back in the day, dude. Nobody knew who the guy was. And I let him come on my channel, dude, when I was high up in the fucking YPDC. And I got really fucking hammered one night and did a bunch of blow. and then I said some fucked up things about people and their family, like personal things, and so they kind of like exiled me and like bastardized me into like out of the community. And dude, nobody knew any of these people. These was for me, bro. I'm the one that fucking made it what it is today. Or
He made him what he is. There we go, everybody. Whew.
Joe, I bought too many potatoes.
Okay. Okay.
I gotta-
you can't
I
freeze
gotta-
potatoes.
No, I got a fucking refrigerator full of potatoes. I'm gonna have to eat a lot of them.
You can eat a lot of them. I like to eat a lot of them. That's one of the things I'll do for Easter. Like my sister she's not the cook, and then the other sister, she's not going to come. And then I'm a cook, but I'm a cook who my mom used to like my food, not my dad and my sister, so it's different. So for Easter, she was thinking to make mashed potatoes. I was like, it's going to take you 2 hours to make one kind of mashed potatoes. I'll make 3 kinds of mashed potatoes in 70 minutes. You know what I mean? So I'll take that. I'll take that.
Ooh, garlic mash.
But-
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing I have to tell you is they don't keep forever in the fridge. You actually have to put them back in dirt if you don't have time.
Yeah, well, what have I got? Okay, so I live alone. I've probably got 6 pounds of potatoes. That's a lot of potatoes in the fridge. So I made mashed potatoes today. I made some stuffed peppers, like the Hungarian style stuffed peppers, and I made some mashed potatoes to go with that. So I got some cold in the fridge for the next day or two.
Right.
I'm not sure what else I'm gonna do. Maybe some hash browns, Maybe do that with some potatoes.
They're too small,
maybe
man. You get filled up on hash browns, though. So you can't really kill that many potatoes. Like 1.5, that's all you can eat, of hash browns, right?
Yeah.
You gotta make
Potato
that double
salad,
stuff.
German
Bacon.
potato salad.
Make that double stuff. Bake them and then scrape them out and then mash it up and stick it back in, because that wastes so much more potato. And then you can just tell the neighbor, take one double stuff. He might have like 2.5 potatoes in his hand at the end. You know what I mean? Once you stuff them back in and put all the shit in there. She said
Neighbor.
scallop. Yeah. Scallop. But
Ooh.
scalloped, everybody needs a fork and all. I'm just saying, you could go to your neighbor and just be like, here's a stuffed potato. And what's he going to do?
Ooh, Gal Pal, I have a really good scallop potato recipe. You make it kind of lighter by using some yellow like crookneck squash in there too. Like layer it with potatoes and the Parmesan cheese, and it's not quite as heavy. It's a little bit healthier with the squash in it.
Yeah, this is more like those, leaning towards vegan innovations where you introduce another tuber or something, to spread it out, and also biodiversity and all that good shit, right?
I eat a lot of vegetarian food. I mean, I made stuffed peppers today. Of course, that's got ground beef, but I'm not exclusive. I am an omnivore, but most of the time I'm going to eat vegetarian. I like cheese. I like eggs. I like dairy,
Cheese, I don't think most of the time you can't really qualify that as vegetarian. They do, but it has the enzymes, like the rennet enzymes from a calf, stomach. That's not vegetarian. Also, the vegan stuff, when they use microorganisms like yeast and whatever, I mean, how's that vegetarian? You're literally eating little creatures. Where do you get your B vitamin? From an industry that's willing to lie to you? Okay,
And
whatever.
the ones that really get
veganism.
the ones that really hit me are the ones that claim it. Like, like let's say you're a waiter, because I used to work at Outback Steakhouse, Shogun, just random places growing
Nothing
up.
vegan there. There's nothing vegan there. There's butter in the fucking lettuce.
Got a fucking Gucci fucking leather bag with like fucking leather shoes, and like it's like, see, they're only vegan to a certain kind of animal that's so pretty, handsome and pretty, right? Like a lot of them are like, well, I can eat fish, right? Or I can eat eggs, or I can like they always have a line. There's always a line, because if it was just raw,
there's Pesco, there's lacto, there's ovo-lacto.
Yeah. Okay,
those are really the lines that we got.
So my grandma, she tried the garden where it's just straight up raw fruit, raw vegetable. That is it, and I put her in the hospital after like 10 days, dude.
Damn.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, if I was a gorilla, I would be underweight. but I would have to eat so many more vines per day and basically shit them out all day just to survive. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so glad that I can grab a piece of Spam and at least get 2 hours of energy out of that fucking thing, you know?
Well, you know what I've discovered about the meats that I like? I like ground beef, I like sausage, I like meat if it's sliced super thin. But see, what I'm doing is I'm making it not look like the animal it came from.
Yeah. No,
For
I
sure.
get it. I get it. Okay, but for instance,
You're not
like,
eating a cheek taco. I'll eat a cheek taco, but you're not eating a cheek taco. You're eating a
Well,
molita. Where it's
I don't want
ground
a
up.
steak, you know. I don't want a fucking steak, unless maybe a fillet. I
Yeah.
might have a fillet here and there, but that, you know, the steak looks like,
Oh,
you know,
guys, if you can get the New York strip and they're not lying to you, get the New York strip. That's the piece. That's so good. I'm telling you, man.
nah, bro, the ribeye.
Well, the ribeye you can do a lot of things with, but if you just want a steak sitting there with butter and salt and pepper, you know,
Yeah.
I would
I'll
go
say,
for the New York strip.
New York's my number 2, and then T-bones are fire. T-bones are amazing.
Right.
But you know, as far as where she's going, okay, so like for instance, I'm going to Thailand here. I'm gonna go down to Bangkok. I'm gonna take this whole, rent a scooter, scoot
We
through the
can't
jungle
wait.
for a week, and then I'm gonna hang out in Kofifi Islands for like 3 or 4 nights, and then scoot back up for like another week back to Bangkok. It's gonna be like a 20, 30 day thing, right? I mean, like you really have no choice in a place like that, you know, to pick and choose. And again, yeah, it goes to a lot of like you said, you try to mix it up to where it doesn't look like the animal, and I totally get it. It's not a pretty industry. I totally get it, but it's one of those like things that have to be done. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like like there's things that are medical that I don't agree with religiously, but they have to be done.
Come on, man. They're just going to throw it away. It's just going to rot. Put some spices in it. Grind it up. Make sausage. Everybody says sausage is so fucking disgusting, you know? I don't care. I'm half German. Like sausage and beer, cheese, whatever, you know? I don't give a shit, you know? It's not disgusting. No, you get to preserve it. That means people get to live, and they don't have to eat each other like they did in Russia for, forever.
Well, in
Then they
Thailand,
don't have to eat each
options are
other.
scorpions or snakes or a fucking cow butthole. I mean, I'm kind of fucked either way. You know what I mean? Like, there's no real good answer, but you gotta eat though. You know what I mean? You gotta eat.
I'm so stupid. My friend was talking about working at hot dog factories, you know, and he was like, "Oh yeah, they'd be all like falling down and like covered in green, you know, like all like rotted out, and we'd spray them with bleach water." And I was like, "You don't do that in kosher, do you?" And he was like,
You check this out. So all the weight of all the animals that are killed for cows and chickens and everything, like the normal animals that we eat, people who are vegan, when you plow those fields, all the worms, all the moles, all the birds, all the quail, everything that goes into your field, all that shit dies off too. They have just as much blood on their hand, pound per pound, from just digging up fields and having like rice and oat fields, you know, for the soybeans. They cause just
well,
as much.
hey, industrial like harvesters. Industrial harvesters kill a bunch of like field mice and all that kind of shit, you know. So.
Yeah, okay, but it's still killing an animal, even though you can't eat it.
It's blood on their hands. It's killing a mammal. It's killing one of ours, actually.
So,
You know.
so it just depends on how cute is the animal, how useful is the animal, stuff like that is where people start cutting the line. There's a difference between vegan and vegetarian, and I'm this, I'm that. So, but some people have to be like, some people can't eat fish.
Hell yeah.
Pescatins or whatever they're called. Like they literally can't eat. Like the iodine, I think, will fuck them up. Kill them. They can't eat like shellfish and stuff.
Wait a minute. We got a Chi-Chi dog. You know I love Chi-Chi dogs.
Yes, this is Miss Hazel. Hazel
Oh,
is
and it's a lady. I love the lady ones more. Aw.
She's half Chihuahua. She's about 14 pounds. She's got a little bit of Pomeranian, Dachshund, and Pit Bull.
I see the Dachshund. Yeah, now like a mini pincher is one of my other favorites actually. But Chi-Chi's number one. I love Chihuahuas. They're so beautiful. Wow, and it's a girl. I so love that.
She's my rescue.
So
I rescued her, or she rescued me actually about 3 years ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You got any animals right now, Matt?
So I just have a fish tank. But growing up, you're
But they
talking about,
died.
what's that?
Your stupid robot killed your fish, man. You gotta sue those motherfuckers. Man.
Yeah, I got 3 more fish the other day. So right now I got 6 total of it, which is plenty in that tank. But before, yeah, I've had dogs. I had a bloodhound, a lab, some wiener dogs. But you talk about a min pin. I had a min pin for a while. So only one of his balls dropped. We named him Houdini.
Yeah.
Oh, poor little guy. Little one nut dog.
Right? One dropped anyway, you know.
Yeah.
And
My grandmother, you know, she was always like, "Why don't you get your nuts cut?" And I was like, "Well, because my wife's fixed." And she's like, "Why don't you get your nuts cut?" I was like, "You never got anybody's nuts cut. All your damn fucking dogs, everything, you never got their nuts cut. Why? You know what I mean? Like, because I'm scared. I might lose that. I might lose that drive."
You know, come to think
That's
of
why
it,
you didn't do
yeah. I had a min pin pug mix with my ex-husband. He was also a rescue, and only one nut dropped. So we went, they called it Crypt Orchid, I think. And we went and we had the other one surgically fixed. So it came down as well. And I went to pick him up at the vet, and I thought I was going to be all dejected and like, you know, oh, mommy, they cut my nuts. But, you know, he came out just like, he was like the happiest little guy. He must have been on good drugs or something. He didn't give a shit.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, his junk is twice the size as they were before. I'd be pretty fucking happy myself. I'd be cheesing from ear to ear too, man. I'd be like, hell yeah.
Poppy Carl's ball bag is like the size of a catcher's mitt, and he's saying, like, if I got that out of the way, I'd have a lot more pole to throw in you. That's what he's trying to say. They're little.
Pictures, man.
They're little up there, you know, where you're going. So don't worry. They can only take 4 or 5.
That's wild.
Why you licky? Why are you licking me? Huh?
Dude, I gotta get cigarettes and beer, man.
Where did I put my cigarette? Oh shit!
Hey, Jen, I'll be right back.
All right.
Like I can still hear it.
I know you can. Like, yeah, because we have a lot to say. Carl, we need to talk to you. But where is Gut Rock, Carl? Are you guys like really feuding? You're not feuding. He's just dealing with his new shit. You're dealing with it.
Nah.
I'm still here. I'm just sucking down a bong hit.
Right on. I'm gonna do that live, but that's okay. I respect that. Let me see what's going on with Amazon. Is still playing music.
It's other people.
Yo, Doug.
You can't fucking get a word in edgewise.
What do you mean? I'm not being rude to you, brother.
No, other people. In other chats.
Rapid Dog, Gal Pal, Jeffrey, Dougie Doug. Dougie Doug, are you live yet? I didn't really get a notification, man. But when I'm live, I guess I turn off my notification. Dougie Doug is live at 9:07 p.m. my time, which means like 14 minutes ago or so. Thank you. It looks like he's sending people around, guys. That's why I got to say thank you. You know what I mean? For real. I thought I had one more cigarette. I might have fooled myself.
Was I talking too much? I'm sorry if I was.
No.
Okay.
I think I talked you to death the other day, but your Wi-Fi saved you.
Oh.
I'll do that every once in a while.
No, nothing like that. No, my Wi-Fi all day. Was that Saturday? Yeah, it was Saturday. It was all wonky all day. So first they came on and they said it'll be back at like 3 p.m. and it was on and off and on and off. And 3 p.m. they sent me a message and said, "Hey, your internet is back." And then I was like, "No, it wasn't." You know, and it was on and off and on and off. They sent me a message at 7, said, "Hey, your internet is back," and by then it was. But I would say that was a good 8 hours of complete instability, which
Hey,
makes
Jeffrey,
me uncomfortable.
Rabbit Dog. I gotta tell you, Jeffrey, I did see your notification and went into your live for a few minutes today, but I was just preparing for mine. But anyways, I got that notification just to let you know. Bark at the Moon says Rabbit Dog. Yeah, sure. Like, what do you mean? Like Ozzy Osbourne? What? Oh, wait. No, I don't want to hear Bark at the Moon. Geez, I'm trying to think of it. Middle 80s. Hold on. Play Shot in the Dark by Ozzy Osbourne. Let's see what happened.
Here's Shot in the Dark.
There you go. It's after Bark at the Moon, I think. But I like that.
You like my overalls?
Yes. Could you stand up? I can't see them that much, but
okay,
I mean, it's up to you. But yeah.
Got the little loop on the back there. See?
Yes. That's for your hammer.
Yeah.
That's for your hammer. You got a nails pouch on the other side. Yeah.
I think. Well, let me see.
This one is from the Ultimate Sin. Now I actually remembered. Yeah, there should be a nail pouch on the other side. Yeah, I used to use those for real work. I used to actually work with those card arts, you know. So you got the hammer loop and then the nail pouch, and you just do it. Yeah, this one's from the Ultimate Sin. I remember now. The Carpenters? Oh boy, we could play some Carpenters. Uh-oh. Since I've been getting hit with all these copyrights anyway, I really don't give a shit, you know. It's kind of
this is Wild Fang. I really like Wild Fang. Wild Fang has a line right now with Debbie Harry, but I didn't buy any of it.
Well, that's awesome. That's cool.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's still functional.
Yeah.
It reminds me of like when people used to wear like the flight jackets. Do you know what I mean? They'd be colorful, but they would have like the straps over, you know? With the loops. I guess it was more like they were leaning towards I'm in bondage or whatever, you know. Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got all my O-rings.
Yeah, I think what I like about these overalls is that there's no waistband, you know?
Right.
Waistbands are uncomfortable.
Do you know, that was the criticism I always got when I wore dresses, because I'm a fat boy. And, you know, I would wear the dresses for that purpose, like to show and do the show, you know? And they would be like, why don't you cinch your waist? You know, and like that would be the whole thing. It was like, how come you don't cinch your waist? You don't have no flair. And I was like, what? You know, like, because I feel like a complete asshole out here anyway. That's why. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to show off.
Well, so you were wearing like a baby doll or a moo-moo, something that was a little bit more free flowing.
Yeah, moo-moos. And one time I had one that was so kick-ass though, because it was only black and gold. So when I came out, like, and I had a skirt, and it was black and gold, like filigree. And when I came out that time, I looked like a soldier. I looked like I should have had a sword swinging with me. You know, that was good. But anyway, that was only one lucky time. My guitar player, Jenny, it was her mom's moo-moo that it was all besparkled, you know, whatever you call it. No, it was beguiled because it was golded. You know, it was gilded. It was beguiled.
I had some vintage
Rabbit Dog. Rabbit Dog, you move me.
I had some vintage moo-moos I used to wear out to the desert, but they're all gone now. They all like fell apart.
My wife with those like spring skirts or whatever, when I met her, she'd wear those things like festival skirts, you know?
Yeah.
And so she got me in that. And so this is nothing to do with, you know, performing or whatever. I'd be wearing those around with her too. It's like back when we were dating and stuff. But I found some that were so fucking tough. Like I would wear like the deep green olive, like army color, and like, oh, I dare you to come step to me in my skirt and say something. You know what I mean? Like I was the toughest motherfucker in the skirt. I dare you. Play Big Takeover by John Frusciante. We'll see if
Big
this thing works.
Takeover by John Frusciante.
A wiener? Yeah, I had a wiener somewhere in there. Couldn't find it.
You know, I must have 8 dresses in my closet, and I don't know what the hell I'm going to wear tomorrow.
Are you going live in person work?
Yeah, right now we're doing 2 days, but we're going to bump up to 4 days by the end of the year, I think. And I have plenty, but I don't know. I'm such a woman. Like I'll get up in the morning and I'll put something on that's not right, and I'll change. I'll put something else on. By the 4th outfit, I'm like totally late, and I'm still not happy with it. And I get there and I'm self-conscious all day.
Yeah,
Silly,
yeah.
silly.
Well, I mean, it is. It's always silly, right? I've been doing this for a year and 14 months live or whatever, and just throwing the camera on. But the couple of times before that, when school was like, "Hey, will you do a live stream or whatever?" I was intimidated, and they'd be like, "What? You didn't brush your hair?" I was like, "I never brush my hair," just like, and I'd be so intimidated, and I just don't care. And then, like you said, now you got to show up. You've been doing the whole thing the way you've been doing it, and then you're gonna end up like me, where I'm wearing swim trunks right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And I hope you don't go and show up like that.
No, that's my one rule for work is I would never wear it. Legitimately, I'm not making this up right now. I don't wear to work what I would wear to the beach. That's the only rule.
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. I just did this because, man, I got to do the laundry all the time. And, like, sometimes my swim trunks end up being my underpants or whatever. But I was like, if I just put those on, I don't even have to wash the pants. So, I got to do so much laundry all the time. I just cut it down. What up, kid? Not much. He's wearing one of my nice shirts.
Yeah, so I'll figure something out. I'll pick out an outfit. Shoes is the hardest. I need a pair of navy shoes actually, or a pair of red shoes.
I absolutely love
navy
shoes.
Before red, I think. Yeah.
I love shoes, and the ones I have right now are so damn lame. They're just like slip-on ones I got at Target. They come with like a removable cushion, so the next time I get shoes, I'm totally keeping the cushions and putting them in the next shoes, But they're so lame right now, I didn't care until I put on shorts. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm wearing slip-on shoes. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And so I got to fix that. Poppy, we've been ignoring you, bro. What's going on? So where is Gut Rot, man? And what's been going on? I know Ken gave you some static, but Ken is...
Hold on. Dude, first of all, don't you ever have the idea come across your mind that there's anything that Ken could do that would derail my going forward with my objective in life. Okay, there's zero that guy could do to either benefit me or hurt me.
Right. And you work on big iron-filled engines, right? And Ken, he just tries to figure out how to like spice up a prawn or whatever.
Dude, he
really can't compete with you in any way in this real world.
Yeah, go bum me the beer. And he thinks he's some kind of like champion fucking 5-star line cook, where he can't even be a fucking a burger fucking flipper, a goddamn water burger. I mean, the guy's up. He has a lot of
man. Every time Poppy Carl, Matt, I'll tell you the truth, man. It's just like auditors on YouTube. I hate them. But every time somebody's like, hey, I'm a nutritionist, it means they got fired from the hospital. That's basically what it means. Ken probably got fired from the hospital, and he's trying to figure out how to pair up, mango habanero, like he's lost in his sauce. He's wrong.
Dude, I would have paid that guy $9. I did $9.50 to come flip burgers at my McDonald's. That guy, dude, he tells me he'll be like, yeah, dude, they hired me to do this, like to be like a dishwasher, and he's like, they fired me because like day 2, I'm trying to tell them how to do their job. I'm like, the fuck, of course they're going to fire you. And he talks about how stupid people are. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's like a multi-million, fucking billion-dollar company. He's so goddamn stupid.
Yeah, I mean, he's so much smarter. He was, like I said, he was trustee for 2.5 months in the special, what was it called, the Special Protection Unit of Arizona Prison, and then he did 4 months in the hospital. They fired him, and that was the real problem because he was like, "Yo, I'm a qualified nutritionist." Can you top that, Poppy Carl?
Top what Ken has done? Yeah, I can totally top what Ken has done. His life, if his life's accomplishments are getting fired, or is working at a fucking jail, fucking at a prison as a cook, and then come out and fucking. Dude, the reason why we got into it, check this. So he was sitting there complaining about his mom playing. They're called scratchers. I think they're called, like where you scratch it up, you mix the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right. So he's like, I'll go in there and be like, bitch, you're wasting all our money, you dumb whore. I'm like, dude, you don't say that. I'm like, dude, you're too big of a pussy. You would never talk to your mom like that. And then he'll be like, I don't know. I'm like, go tell her just like that, right? And that's what he like.
No, that's right. That's right. Okay. Straight up, Poppy Carl called him out in 1 minute because, we already, like, honestly, like, everybody is sympathetically and empathetically going through the journey of Ken and everything, everything. Accepting that, giving him support. Hey, man, at least you take care of yourself. You might have a bunch of long hair and be bald at the same time, but at least, you take care of yourself. You might be like so pale that you're see-through, but there's muscles under there. So, like, there's one side and there's the other side of the coin. So, we're pulling for you there, buddy. We're pulling for you there. But, then when he wants to get all shitty and be like, my mom is a big piece of shit, bitch, cunt, whore. And you're like, where is she? Well, she's in the bedroom over there. Can you go tell her she's a big cunt, whore, sponge, And he's like, well, no. Well, and then it's like, well, then don't fucking say that shit. That's bullshit, bro.
Like, I understand exaggerating the story, but like whatever story I would say, it would be based in some kind of reality, right? Like if I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it, let's do this or that. It's okay, let's do this or that. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna be like,
right?
Yeah, I called my mom a bitch and whore to her face. Like he's like fucking.
And I know when
he's got piss bottles.
I know when you're being absurd, and you're being absurd for the point of art. You know what I mean? Like you're being absurd to rile people up. You haven't been up here a lot. Yeah. You've been much less controversial here than you are on your own channel. But I would say the same for Pinky.
So the truth hurts people.
Especially for Claire. I think that Mr. Crow over here and Claire are completely completely locked.
Poppy Carl,
she can be really offensive.
Have you ever gotten mad and showed your genitals on YouTube?
Yeah.
Me too.
You did, and I think I did once too. You want to see it?
Like, I wasn't angry. Be like, look at these. It'd be like, because back in the day, you could post it, like, there was no somebody going backstage. When they clicked on it, if you posted it, they clicked on it, they'd just jump on like instantly. So like I'd be like trying to troll like a whole chat, and I'd just be like, giving them the brain or whatever, I'll be like, what the fuck, dude,
This is the problem. The problem with the one that I did, right? The time that I was mad enough to do it, and I didn't, like you said, you pulled down your pants and you showed all. But here, Pinky, the problem is I was facing the camera so spot on that all you could see was that. So I think I saved myself. You could only see 3 lines. It was just dead on.
Dude, it was wild back in the day, dude. Like 10 years ago, that shit. I'd go over there. I'd have like vice grips and shit hanging off my sack. I'm like, ah. I get so much fucking pain. I'll be like, my fucking legs be fucking shaking and shit.
She said, I would never. He's having a weenie. I would never. Yeah, we would never. We would never. We didn't. It's all projecture. I don't know what that means.
Well, I don't know why I did it. I'm bipolar. I tend to be a little bit impulsive sometimes.
It's that
not that that's an
frustration,
excuse, and people go, "Oh, you're not bipolar. You have a job. You can work. You're not really bipolar." Well, what do you think if I didn't take the meds, you fuckers? I'd be swinging from a lamppost naked.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did accidentally get mad and show my vag on YouTube.
Damn it.
She would never. Well, I mean, it's not like Pinky did it many times, but
Right. So me, like, if I was angry, I've never done that out of anger.
Yeah.
Joe, you've done it. You've done that out of rage. You've done that. Yeah. So I've never done it out of rage. I did it out of laughing and trolling on my, like, just for me to get a good laugh. To have somebody shit, their fucking live shut down.
Well, in real life, I'll just do a skin watch and I'll be like, "Hey, bro, what time is it?" Like do that to my friend or whatever. But I mean, we're talking about online. We're talking about getting mad.
Yeah. So the most I've done, like, if I'm angry, I'm just going to use my words. Sometimes my words aren't the nicest. I can come up with pretty good shit.
Right. But you've never done that here, Carl. I love that, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for being so cool, bro.
I'm talking about, I'm talking about just some whatever random shit, whatever. I'm not even talking about any kind of instance.
I'm just saying, like, whenever you've been up here, you've always been respectful. I know what you do where you are. Like I said, I believe, like, Claire and how she does things a little bit ramped up where she is, she's doing the same thing as you, You guys have that good, clean, beautiful heart, but you're trying to rile people up,
Joe, I have to walk the dog before it gets dark. She's been very patient with me today.
I'm glad she has. That's nice. What's the dog's name?
Hazel.
Hello, Bella Hazel.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, Bella Hazel. Take a walk. Get some Del Taco for me.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for having me, Poppy Carl. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for coming up, Pinky. Hey,
All
Pinky,
right,
are you gonna bring Leslie up?
So here's the deal with Leslie.
Yes.
She will answer you quicker live, like on a Facebook post, than if you message her for some reason. I don't know if she's not tuned into Messenger or what. So what I want to do is give her my phone number so she can text me and we can set up a time. I'll send her a link and we can pre-record something. But I don't know how tech savvy she is, and it's weird the way she gets back to you. It's almost like I'll have to post on her wall or something, say, "Hey, call me," So I'm trying to figure out how exactly the logistics with her.
You have to remember, she does, like, when we talked about political stuff, she puts that out. So her background messages are probably full of responses. Yeah. There's no way she can get through 70 responses of that to find you. You know what I mean?
Oh, no, she does find me regularly. She does. We find each other regularly. Yeah. We're, for some reason, the algorithm keeps pushing us like we're besties or something on Facebook, at least. Yeah.
You have to get Ozzy out too. Oh man, everybody's got to walk the dog. Everybody, let's walk the dog.
Yeah,
let's walk the dog.
I'll keep you posted about that. We'll strategize.
Play that girl tried to kill me by Ice-T. No, what? No, I'm just kidding.
I said we'll strategize. We'll get it figured out.
I mean, I don't need to be involved except to inform you. I just want to help you with that. She doesn't need to speak to me. She gave me such a great thing, and she apologized that it was late for fucking Christmas, which is crazy, because I didn't ask her. She was just like, "Oh, you have the old school version. Let me send you the real one." Just voluntary, That's forever. I appreciate that forever.
She's lovely. She really is. She's a nice lady. Yeah.
As are you. You deserve each other.
Did you know she grew up in Palos Verdes, which is a very affluent neighborhood in Los
Yes, I do.
Angeles? Yeah. I did too. Like
Yeah.
we moved to San Diego when I was 9, but I lived in Palos Verdes too. So that's another thing she and I have in common. It's kind of weird, but we'll figure all that out. I gotta
And
walk
for
the dog.
people that it might be lost on people. So we're talking about strata of society. Like anybody could be in, San Diego, but Palos Verdes, you're a little better off. You've got people who are established within the government, the local community, something like that. I know that. Like it might be lost on the rest of the world, but you come from a certain strata, and that's good.
Yeah, there is. Oh, Amazon is here. All right, I gotta go. Peace out.
All right. See you soon. Thank you. Oh, you know what, Poppy Carl? The song that keeps getting hit up is shit. It's one of these 3-6 Mafia songs or something. I don't know. Play Size Ain't Shit by the Ghetto Boys. That's just because that's from Texas. That's just because it's from Texas, Matt. I mean, you're not a midget.
Are these midgets or what? Are they small people?
Yeah, he's a little person, yeah. But that's Houston right there. Did you get that thing framed up, bro, or you still have to wait?
Well, they dropped my paycheck, but it hasn't hit my bank yet.
Right on. Am I right? Is it just like 11 by 14? I think it's pretty standard. I got some more,
I haven't really pulled it out and straightened it out because I didn't want to bend it up. I want to do it, unroll it as least amount of times as possible,
Makes sense, bro. It makes sense. I wonder where I think I still have the Blu-ray around here, man.
The three, like all three of them.
Yeah. That's the only time I bought it. Yeah, I just did it that one time, I and again, please look up his birthday because it was in April, if I remember, and it was a birthday thing, So I don't know. We talked about Bum Fights like 1 and 3. Like I said, that's the one production company, 2 and 4 is kind of a different story,
Yeah.
So here, and the only difference you can see is like the number because it's a reproduction. But here's one. I have it on videotape. It's called A Cause for Concern on videotape. But here's one. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, like a whole set. And I took them to the bookstore and I was kind of testing them. I dropped it in. They wouldn't take them. They would not take them. Like not for 50 cents. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of funny. It's like they're literally like unfucking sellable or whatever. Isn't that crazy, bro?
I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna solo this. This is the after they got back together, and they did get in trouble, but here's the In Decline movie that they made after that. It has a totally different philosophy than Bum Fights, and it's totally far away from Bum Fights 4. But anyways, this is called In Decline, It's Worse Than You Think. And I have, copies of that or whatever. This is fantastic. It's fantastic. So there's the original production company, 2 people of Bum Fights, In Decline, right? They got in serious fucking trouble, Poppy Carl, in the middle. Actually, at the beginning, obviously, also in the middle. So the beginning, Bum Fights 1, like I said, it's mostly college kids, high school kids beating each other up on the beach or on the weekend or whatever. But when they got a call from a business owner to the local authorities, and they categorized it as a prize fight without proper what do you call that, licensing. You know, if you do like a boxing match and there's a purse, the purse in that case would have been, you know, whatever, the $10, $20 or whatever. So they got screwed. So in part 3 is called the felony footage because they had to hide it. And then before they actually came back, those two guys in decline that were making it in the beginning, they got in serious trouble because they went to Indonesia. You know where Indonesia is. They went into, you know, that museum of body parts and shit where they have like the whole nervous system just bound up in the air and stuff. They stole baby parts, put them in the mail, sent them back to Las Vegas. They wrote toys and they got busted, and they had non-communication, non-internet order for years. What's wrong with these people, Poppy Carl? What's wrong with these people, bro?
Right?
Can't they just live a normal life, bro? What's going on, Keys? Can't they just live a normal life, bro?
We gotta go to the store so I can get some smokes.
You need some smokes, man? I need some smokes so bad, but I'll roll them up, man. I got rollies forever.
Yeah, I got a big 5-pound bag of tobacco and a fucking machine that does it.
Yeah.
I'm too fucking lazy.
I do it by hand, man. I do it by hand. But, you know, like I said, my wife was in here, you know, and I was talking to her for a few. And I got 2 cigarettes, but I don't know where I put the second one, you know?
Mm-hmm. My internet's going to cut out for a second when I start driving down the road. Oh, fuck.
My recent decision, Poppy Carl, was, okay, since I can roll up rollies forever,
Can you still hear me?
when I go buy a cigarette, I guess they better be menthols, you know, like Cools or something. Hell yeah, we're getting an electric car, man. My birthday weekend was awesome, Keys. How you doing? I'm sure that Dougie is live, but hey, I'll hang in, you know, still. Let's see. Music by Bobby Digital. Music by Bobby Digital for Poppy Carl. Play music by Bobby Digital.
Here's some music by Bobby Digital on Amazon Music.
Ooh. Last beer. Carl was in the drinking community for so long, man. That's the last beer from the malt liquor community here.
Bro, last year I thought it was 40. What the hell?
Hey, man, bring me some more, Carl. You bring me 2 more 40s, I'll drink them, but I need mushrooms first, man. I really care about my mind.
Oh, yeah, we'll work on that.
I've been becoming more dispassionate about alcohol, you know what I mean? Because I have to take care of my mind, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, fuck you.
And your mama, too. Oh, fuck you. Play Balboa Fun Zone album by The Adolescents.
Balboa Fun Zone by The Adolescents on Amazon Music.
Let's see if this works. Forward hit. What up?
I didn't know how to turn the price on, but I found out.
When are you gonna start a motorcycle gang for real, Poppy Carl?
Bro, I'm working on it, man. Working on it.
I guess Ken's not
easy,
in,
bro.
man.
Nah, dog. In fact, like one of the rules to get into the club, you gotta fucking kick his ass. You gotta find Ken, bitch slap him, and then you're eligible to join the club.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. You specifically have to get Ken before you get in. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you gotta get to his house, bitch slap him, call him a little bitch, and then I'll consider looking at your application. I mean, it's not really that much to ask. I mean, any retard can fucking do it.
Yeah,
So
man. Yeah, man.
So it's not like the job is very demanding. What job are we talking about again? What are we talking about?
Your motorcycle gang, man.
Yeah. It's not
Yeah, we
particularly.
gotta get in. We gotta qualify. You know, you gotta be very pagano to get in.
So, like really, that's the only rule. That's the only rule that really matters. You know, so really, 99 point. It's like a 99 percentile. Everybody's allowed. Basically.
That's cool. Good start.
We don't discriminate. Yet.
Play Psychomania by The Damned. You know Psychomania, the motorcycle movie from the 60s? You ever see that?
No.
Psychedelic movie. It's the one where the helmets have these big glasses with I guess you would say TV antenna or something on them. It's called Psychomania. I think it's from 1969. It's a wild motorcycle, UK film. It's wild, bro. Are we making it to the store? No problems, Carl.
Yeah, we're already in the parking lot.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Is this a gas station?
Yeah, it's a gas station.
Heck yeah, man. He's going to the Bartolo, to the Servo.
Dude, we really don't have convenience stores.
Right.
Without gas. Usually every single one.
Gas is usually incorporated here too, bro.
Hardly ever do I see one that doesn't have gas. But I think up north, I got a friend up in New York, and she's like, yeah, no, there's a lot of convenience, a lot of bodegas.
Yeah, they're walking things. They're not like you. You have to go. So the thing is also, when you go in there and you get an ATM in your gas station, it might be $20 ATM. But when you go in the ghetto on the foot, right, in a convenience store, it's a $5 one. It's a $5 one. They spit out fives, and they take EBT. Ha ha ha. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We're fucked here,
Yeah. Well, here, let me go inside real quick.
I did my taxes. Well,
Nice.
wait, give me 2 seconds. I did my taxes, and they wanted me to use a new password on the same thing that I've been using for 19 years or whatever. So my password had to do with rats paying tax, Here we are. All right, take care. Go get your shit.
Okay, all right.
All right, I'm going to share that join in link again. Guests. I want Jimmy to come up, man. What's up with Jimmy? Psycho. Let me do that. Let me send it to Jimmy. Yo, I think Poppy Carl's back in, but I did share that link a couple of times there, Why not? Play You Got Time by Regina Spektor, please.
You've Got Time by Regina Spektor on Amazon Music.
Shit, I hope I didn't get anything here in the background. Hold on. You trap till the cage is full. The cage is full.
Back.
Heck yeah, man. He made it. He got supplies. Waiting on you, and you got time. Poppy Carl's back in the house.
I got this.
Think of all the crossings, everything is different the second time around. Poppy Carl, what's up?
Just trying to drive.
Well, I'm sure you can do that, man. I sent a couple of joining links out there, especially to Jimmy. He couldn't come up the other day. That's why I didn't come up. He was supposed to do it at 10, and he was like, oh, I forgot.
Damn.
It's no big deal, man. We're not going to cry or shut down over here for any of that. I'm sorry that I lost you guys time. And I know that Dougie Doug is live now, and that's where it's going. So maybe I should send some of these out to the actual to the emails of some of these. We'll see what happens, Poppy Carl. Let me send them out to the emails.
What? Don't I entertain you? Aren't I fucking funny?
Hey man, you're a fucking gem to me, brother. But we need to shake things up, not just me and you. You know what I mean? Karen and
What video is that from? He's like, don't I entertain you? Aren't I fucking funny?
it's from Goodfellas, bro. It's Yeah, it's from Goodfellas.
No, it's from House of a Thousand Corpses. Whatever they was with the clown, he's like, "Don't we make you
Oh,
laugh?"
that one.
Yeah.
Don't you like clowns? Aren't we fucking funny? Yeah, that's different than Do I Entertain You? Don't you like clowns? Aren't we fucking funny? Tutti fucking fruity.
Sid Haig.
Yeah, I met Sid Haig. I met Sid Haig before he died. He was talking about, oh my God, he was talking about Drive-In, right? It's a black and white film that he was in. So I got it on Blu-ray. Holy sheep shit. That's a great movie, bro.
Dude,
Drive-In.
you know who
Sid Haig
Michael
was in it.
Berryman is? The guy from The Hills Have Eyes?
Michael Berryman, yeah, I met him once too. Yep, he was apparently a teacher before he did that shit. So yeah,
So check this. When he was born back then, so like we were talking about people who are like being gut rot on his channel. We were talking about people like being misdiagnosed. Like for instance, like all the way up to like the 80s, you know, people with Down syndrome, their life expectancy was like 30. But that's because they were doing all kinds of
yeah,
testing
they
and
thought
shit.
they would die in their 20s. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So they were artificially bringing down their life expectancy with all that testing and shit, lobotomies and medicine and shit, where they live like normal people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what were we talking about? There's a bunch of deer right here. This car stopped in front of me. So talking about
Well, just because people look squat or whatever, they're not going to live less time or whatever. They found out that was a fallacy, and here we go. You know.
yeah. Oh, Michael Berryman. So he actually only has like one disease, right? But before when he was born, they didn't have that disease yet. So they actually diagnosed him with like 140 different fucking ailments, bro. Like they called
Dang.
out every single one. His ears are called this. His no sweat glands are called this. His fingers are called this. His skull is called this. His vision is called this. Where now it's just called whatever syndrome.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
dude, it's kind of like I was telling Gut Rod, dude. Like I never like we have the option 3 class, like the kids, the class with the slow kids. Dude, I never like all the way until the 90s, bro. Down here at least, you hid them away from the family. Like you put them in institutes, I guess. Like I never saw fucked up people like this.
We
in
have to
public
be
race.
respectful enough for Matt because Matt is still driving. He's got to look up Cosmic. So Cosmic Orphan is in the house, Matt.
Oh yeah, what's up, bro?
You better talk because we need to test that mic. Here we go again. Okay, test, Cosmic Orphan. We don't have any sound again, Cosmic.
Whatever you do, don't get a fucking Mustang or any kind of.
Are you talking, Mob? No, I'm just kidding. No, we had this issue before. We'll make it work. You made it all the way home, man. You made it on the whole trip. Hey, hell yeah.
Made it.
He'll come back up, man. He has to work with that microphone thing. I couldn't change it. Let's go. Let's go, Cosmic Orphan on the
How
stage.
about that? Can you hear me?
I think I can hear you. Matt, can you hear?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes, but you have to turn down what's me slapping in the background. Because I can hear my rip. You have to turn down the volume on where you're listening to me, Cosmic. Your mic is good.
Okay.
But I keep slapping back on where you're at. Boom, bada boom, boom, boom.
How's that?
I'm fading. Okay, sounds good. There's a little bit of me in the background, but it's so faint it doesn't matter.
Hang on.
How you doing, Cosmic Orphan? Say hello to Matt.
Hello, Matt.
What's going on,
Have
man?
you still got some pushback? Can you hear?
No, Matt doesn't have any pushback. Matt's just going on his own way, and people are trying to hate him a little bit along the way. That's all. They care.
How come they hate, man?
They just want to see what he does.
Well, that ain't no good. Tell them to know you is to love you, man.
Mutual feelings.
Most people nowadays, they got to be hating on something, or they don't feel like they're fulfilled. I don't know what's up with that.
I just like talking a lot of shit. Just those ridiculous things. So, but like 90% of them are based on like real events. Like, oh, for instance, Joe, you motherfucker. You know that one night you guys were like, haha, fucking Papa Carl can only get fat girls because like that one, I had one that passed out with the blue hair out here on the garage. And so I was like, fuck it, I'll get the fucking easiest skinny girl I can. And I brought her home and I was like, Joe G, look. And then now all of a sudden I got this crazy bitch that's fucking harassing me, bro. Like I needed her for like one night just to be like, look, like skinny girl. And all of a sudden, dude, like this bitch is like fucking insane, Joe. Fucking harassing me.
Yeah, he's so spun out that he was like, I needed this one trophy. And I'm still bouncing off your walls, Cosmic. Where is my volume? Where is my speaker?
So you're
It needs to be turned down a little bit, but it's really funny because he wanted to show that, and he ended up with somebody who was invading on his life, and he just didn't see it coming. But he also did see it coming.
Crazy person, bro.
No, you saw it coming. You saw Danielle was messing with you. That's why you muted her out for so long, because you were trying to lay down the ground rules.
Yeah.
So you saw it coming, Matt.
But
she was scamming you. She was scamming you.
Is that any better?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't think I'm there. Yep.
Got it. Okay, we'll go to the.
Yeah, the difference is I don't have an active speaker in your room. I'm not bouncing off your walls, That's all. Because I'm a loudmouth.
Well,
But yeah, Poppy Carl, you noticed right away. You muted her out. You talked to her for a half hour,
So.
And neither of you motherfuckers said that I was right.
So what was this? A misogynistic hookup that went bad? What was this?
Yeah. So we're live one night on another channel, or I'm live with this other guy. And they're talking about how
it wasn't me.
Because one night
it wasn't me.
I had this fat chick come over. She's got like blue hair, this weird hippie chick, and she's like passed out on the floor here and just drinking. She showed up fucking drunk, and I was like cracking jokes about her, like actually just like fucking like around out here. Well, they use that against me. Like, oh, you can only get fat chicks. I'm like, dude, you don't even know. And then, like, as soon as I could, I went and got the skinniest chick I could at the bar, and then she ended up being a fucking nut job.
I think she ended up being affiliated. They were in like a little bit of a scam crew, and they hit you.
No, so she knew like one of my boys, but I was just like selling her weed. That's all it was. If you want to be blunt about it. And then it was like, and then it was like, hey, like the small talk, like then there was small talk, right? Like every like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you'd hang out here in the garage. Then it was like, let's go get a beer. Then I was like, no. And then finally she was like, all right, well, I got a friend here. I was like, oh, cool. And then I showed up and it's like 7-foot fucking lineman, like literally a fucking like line guy. And he ended up paying for everybody. Like they totally fucking honey dicked me. And then it was just like she was so fucking needy and weird. I don't know, man. I don't know. Calling me nonstop, wasting fucking money.
I told you what it was, man. That was like a little scam circle, right? Some people understand what they're doing. Some people don't, but the generals do know what they're doing. And so they came out to feel it out. Oh, I want a dime bag. Oh, I want a dime bag. Oh, it keeps getting heavier. He keeps listening to me for 3 or 4 minutes. We'll take him out. We're going to wine him and dine him, pay once, and then pay pig forever. And then they say, hey, can you give me the Uber so I can show up? Can you give me the Coke so I can get off? Hey, I know who sells the Coke. Oh, it's the cook, and you're trying to be nonchalant and just chill out and get out of the room. She's texting him like, yo, it's time to show up because he hasn't left yet. You got to be careful. These people are very crafty, man.
Yeah,
Only
bro,
the generals know. Only the generals know. And Ever Inferno, he'll tell you, he's from one of these professional conglomerates. Ever. Introduce yourself and explain to them how the hustle actually works.
Hello, friends. I am back. And I see Cosmic is here as well. I don't know what you guys were talking about. I literally just joined.
We were just showing Matt what he missed out on here. This is what his fate was that night. Sexual chemistry.
I like that.
And it looks like, oh boy, that looks like slippery fish, man. Just keep slithering in there.
That was his first card. Now, here's his second card. This is what you're gonna have to do, Matt. You're gonna have to cut the cord, brother.
I did.
All right.
You're making Cosmic pull cards?
I'm not. You just started pulling them.
No, I just pulled them. Because he's talking about romance. He needs a romance connection.
Oh,
it's not romance. No, it's not romance. It's me standing up for my fucking morals. They're acting like I only like fat chicks. Dude, I have morals, okay? I don't like fat chicks. That's why she just passed out here on the floor in the garage and not in my house.
What he needs...
No body shame.
A karmic relationship's what he needs. Something based on karma, not on body fat. He says that it's not a body fat thing because he swallowed his pride and he went and got a skinny girl. So... no condemnation there. And apparently she was obese mentally.
She was mentally obese, yeah.
Yeah.
Obese mentally. That's a good point. And also, let's remember, your intentions were very short term. You just wanted to be like, hey, look, I got, lung girl in the house. You just wanted to show that right away. So your intentions were pretty shallow.
In the garage and not like on the couch or in another room or something like that, dude. Take a little fat girl in my house. Crazy.
So after it was over, this is what he did right here. A little self-love.
I bet he self-loved back in the garage back there, back in the corner. Self-love, huh?
Petting the kitty.
Woo! I didn't know he had any animals. I guess he didn't shave anytime recently.
And when she got kitty. She got me dwarfed, like 600-pound life. I mean, what was it? I can't even, suffocation, bro, death. Dude, she wanted me to funnel her. Like, grab a funnel and like a fucking slush. I was like, what?
This is your last card, though. Here, this is what you could have had with her. Beautiful possibilities. Either that or she would have cut your heart out in your sleep.
That's more like it.
Or ate it?
Oh, yeah.
No, that's definitely more like it.
I'm sorry. By the way, guys, Matt, there was one guy that she's still pining over, Andy or whatever, right?
Joel. Fucking Joel.
No. Joel, yeah. She would have cut your heart out and laid it on Joel's chest. I'll tell you that. Like, that's something that the cards and Cosmic don't know yet. But she would, and Joel would have been like, I got a bitch, and she's like, I mean, whatever. That's what would have really happened. So I'm glad that you're here.
Here's what Joel
pull some cards on Joel.
Here's Joel. Right
Cosmic won't pull cards on me. We're not well acquainted enough, but he's willing to pull cards on Joel. Let's see Joel's card.
Joel has enduring energy.
He does have that.
He's an earth sign.
Who is Joel?
We don't know. But here's the thing about
that's
Joel.
The dude that Danielle is in love with. Danielle is in love with Joel.
Well, here's what she.
And I'm just, trying to get my suck on, She's all like, I'm in love with Joel.
That's what she's got to look forward to right there with Joel. Strife.
Yeah, because Joel's fucking wife is like, I don't care if you're in love with Joel. That's why she's got strife forever. I mean, that's forever, Joel's wife is like, nah.
And disappointment. Joe wants me to pull cards on Joe, don't you, Joe?
No, I just find it kind of interesting that you don't want to do it until you're ready to do it.
No,
But for Joel, what nobody knows.
No, I was having fun there. I wanted to do a
Right.
deep draw on you, but I'll pull cards on you. Hang on a minute.
It's refreshing.
What do you think about that, Matt? What do you think about that, Ever?
What do I
We're
think
not
about
just
you getting
playing.
cards?
We're not just playing with the Magic 8-Ball here anymore. You know.
Excuse me. That's a great device that I have. You're just upset because it told me that you don't like me.
Low.
How does the thing say maybe twice in a row? That's like statistically, impossible. Come on now. Come on. It's broken and you paid too much.
Are you ready?
I have two of them too.
I know you do. One of them's got gold, one of them's got silver. Am I ready? I'll never be ready, but I'll take it. Give me the bad news cards. That's all I want.
I'm gonna do 3 cards on you. The first card is the 6 of Wands. Victory, brother. You've got a victory coming. I don't know what it is you're waiting on.
Hi.
It's
Hello,
Noel.
guys. Okay.
Noel.
Hey,
Noel,
Noel.
nice to meet
We
you.
got to listen to Cosmic for like 2 more cards. Hi, how you doing, Noel?
Hi. I was at a movie with my dad tonight.
Awesome. Let her talk. Here's the other one, the Emperor. That's bad news.
Why is that bad news?
And one more. The 5 of Cups out in the cold. Go ahead, Noel.
Oh, boy.
It wasn't the 10 of Swords, Joe.
I know what 10 of Swords is. That's big money.
Big money. I hear something happened.
Hey, Noel, are you still here?
Noel. 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 Noel.
No, please tell me, Cosmic. What's going on? What's going on, Cosmic? I thought I was only getting 3 cards. I really did. Noel, are you still here?
You got 3 cards.
Joji, you should go to a haunted house and say to the ghost, "Are you still here? Are you still present? Are you with us?"
I've seen ghosts, Ever, but I think they're just like the last impressions of the same people. Because we've seen ghosts, but when we saw what they were and we talked about it, they were like translucent. They were fading away. They were gone. They were gone in like a week and a half. You know, the impression of their spirit and soul, it was fading. We caught the last glimpses of it because we were the last people to notice. That's all that happened. I don't think there's anything different, you know.
Are you sure they didn't attach to
grandmother
you?
might want to build those things up and enjoy them and talk about it, but you know, energy is a thing and it fades.
Don't
You
refer
can
to
see
Cosmic as a
the
ghost.
last impression.
Interesting.
That's interesting, Joe. I want to know more about your ghost story. I didn't know you've seen ghosts before.
I was looking at your cards.
Yes. And I wasn't interrupting that. I was just surface level letting you know. I was just surface level letting Everin know that I'll address that, you know, from my own personal experience and further when I can. You know, I really will.
So you believe in ghosts?
Chicken package. I don't believe in ghosts.
You don't?
No, I don't believe in like personal. I don't believe in like energy being so personal that it goes on for any amount of time after it's separated from its little carbon lock and its little agreement lock. I don't believe in any of that. No, it all goes to pure energy and it gets scattered and it gets, you know, reinvested.
What about
there's no personalism to it.
What about the collective consciousness?
Ooh.
If I really had to tell you what I thought about the collective consciousness, I would call that a leaky bucket. I would say that information is always poured into it and it's always dripping out. So 60 years from now, you might not have any of the chatter that we had today. And also, the chatter that we have today is sometimes completely irrelevant. So sometimes your collective unconscious, it's not a useful tool for you anyway. It's just a leaky bucket that keeps getting filled with people's, hurt ideas and, off the cuff statements. It just drips, 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 and fades.
Right.
It's
So
not. It's
hurt
not.
people.
It's not anything because it's not eternal. It's time sensitive. It's always falling away.
so you think the collective consciousness exists in the lower realm? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no permanence to it. It's more in the attachment. It's more in believing in individuation. Yes. So I think categorically that's what it means because it's more into the attachment and individuation of perception, and it's temporary. It's just a leaky bucket. We throw in new concepts, we all feel them and experience them for a time, and they just keep sloughing off.
Right. So
They're not eternal. They're not true. They're not true.
so
They're more glamour.
so what do you think is eternal, Joe?
My love for you.
I
Besides
think
ever.
the only thing that really is eternal is growth, because everything that falls by the wayside and is fooled or whatever, it dies very quickly to feed growth. So the only thing here is progression,
You okay? So
energy,
you're talking about in the manifested realm. There's only growth in the manifested realm. What do
expansion.
okay? So what do you feel like? What do you feel like is an eternal energy?
Oh,
Do you think there's anything eternal, or do you think that we just manifest out of need and
I
do our
think the
thing?
eternal I think the eternal thing is it's a song in a way, because it swings left, it swings right, it comes to the middle, it gets to its fever point and it swings left again and it starts over. So the sort of the weird thing, like we don't have like perpetual motion, but I think energy does. So we swing left, we swing right, we swing to the middle, everything falls apart. It's kind of weird because you take something that is initially stimulating, and that means like, oh wow, I have energy, I can make progress, but it gets more and more and more and more energized, and then it spins out into unattainable. So you can't catch it anymore. And then it comes back down into mundane, and then it starts to spin out into progress, and and then it just breaks up again, and then it falls back into mundane, and you got to start over. It's
So
2-1-0. Being, becoming, ceasing to be, starting over.
so where does the initial spark come from that causes it to manifest?
my profile picture.
So whatever the drive of life or organism or whatever it is, it's almost like sort of the bad part of cancer. Cancer will eat any single healthy thing around just to survive. So really that's the drive. The drive is to survive at any cost. And, just pull the energy out of every little pocket, every little pocket. And then you get so big and you get so successful and you get so good that you spin out and you fly too high. And, like Icarus, you lose the wax that your feathers were hit upon, and you go down and then you start over.
Hmm.
I think
Interesting.
whatever we're living in, it's just these 14 years. It means nothing, It's like a grain of sand, a blink of the eye. I
Right.
forgot. I forgot what I did 20 years ago. I don't remember. It doesn't hurt me,
Right.
We're
we're
living
just
in a simulation.
Oh,
we're
I
living
don't.
in the short term.
Yeah, I
We're
don't.
living in the short term.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it being a simulation at all. I do think there's more. I worked in the energy industry for a long time, and we actually generated energy using nuclear sources, combustion turbine sources, fossil sources, hydro sources, low voltage, everything from 40-volt annunciator voltage up to 500 kV. And the thing about energy is it has to come from somewhere. It has to actually
Make
start
when
somewhere.
when you're telling me about what you did, okay, maybe it has to come from somewhere, but I mean, obviously it does come from somewhere. That could be way, way hidden. Maybe you can't get it from the source though. Why does it entangle with matter and then give you access to a little bit of it? See, that's what I see. What you guys are doing is catching the bit of energy that's entangled with matter and then being able to extract it from the matter. But it exists before that, without that.
Yeah,
And so,
we're just transferring it. You can't create or destroy energy. All you can do is conserve it. That's at least the law of this manifested realm thermodynamics.
oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're catching the bits that are already entwined with matter. Creation of energy, it did happen. Where? Not where you can do it. You guys can't do it. You guys can pull it out of muscles. You can pull it out of sodium pentothal. You can pull it out of, minerals. But you can't pull that energy out of nowhere. But it was imbued from somewhere, so it was created somewhere. There's a lab or
what
a
created
fire.
What created the stored energy then? See, there has to be a source.
I don't know enough.
There has to be
I don't
an
know.
original
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that. You guys don't know that, right? You guys are able to pull energy, but you can't create it out of thin air. But something put it into that. I don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. There's got to be an original source to actually. Well, let's talk old school stuff. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
They talk about the Big Bang. That's the scientific theory nowadays. Something actually happened that caused the universe to become the universe, and of course it's expanded
To burst out.
Right. And of course, the old biblical documents and the older Muslim and Judaic documents, they talk about light and dark, the separation of light from dark. And you get off into the Babylonian tales, and it talks about the creation of the earth. It talks about separating the waters, and the upper water and the lower water and all that stuff.
Yep.
So there was some kind of force apparently acted on something to cause those. So what was that force that acted on those things that originally created that energy that we find in reserve all over the universe?
I believe. I mean, like my only my one word answer is it's in balance. So, like when you talk about light and dark, I'm thinking more of matter and spirit or matter and power, carbon and energy. And somehow the imbalance where it became so imbued with power that it couldn't hold it anymore, it exploded. And then it exploded out to, not holding itself anymore and becoming little different, identifiable pieces that were holding on to the sort of ionosphere of soul in a loose way. But I believe that it was just too much compression of energy into such a small space that the whole thing blew up. That's what I would consider the Big Bang to be. It's just that you have this one side black, dark and white, dark and light, like you say. But the dark side is the physical carbon material. The light side is the power, the energy, and the spirit. And when it becomes too inundated there, it becomes an unstable structure that starts to blow up, becomes in little individualized pieces that we can, sort of kind of at least observe and understand. And, the energy was following it all along.
So what do you say spirit is? Are you saying spirit is
animation? It's the power of life. Animation. It's motion.
Okay, is it elemental or
sacred?
Non-elemental? No, is it elemental? I mean, is it made out of the elements?
No, it's ethereal. It's not elemental. It's ethereal.
So it's a non-tangible, non-elemental, non-material thing.
It'll go away. We'll forget about it. It'll go away. Like I said about the bucket with a hole in it, right? All of our collective consciousness is just up to date, and it's always dripping. And whenever I close my eyes and I think about a best friend, I can feel their spirit within my mind. But when they leave and I forget them and nobody knows their birthday anymore and nobody knows their name, it's gone.
Okay. So
it's temporary, that part. That part is special, temporary, specialized, but it's not really specialized. It's generalized. We see it as specialized through our own little lens.
What about their spirit? Where does it go?
It's not theirs. It's completely like non-individuated. It's not. It just oozes like slowly away, and then it comes back, and it has a grand, bright spark again for somebody else, and then it slowly rots away. It's like if I just put a jar of corn syrup here, it'll look wonderful and clear and whatever, and then it'll start going down and it'll yellow and it'll harden up and it'll just dry up and then it'll be nothing.
So what's the point of individuation then?
That's not a big thing. That's not a big thing. It's just so we can find other parts of ourselves, I guess, celebrate, it's all temporal. We don't have to do this. This is just fun time that we're doing. I'm not hungry anymore. I'm tired. I could just leave and go to sleep, but we're doing this just to, kind of accentuate our short-term enjoyment of this eternal thing that we don't even really get to keep. We just get to play with for a little while.
So
this awareness.
So really,
the awareness, Joe is gone. When I died, Joe's gone. I don't have that awareness.
Right. So really, there's no purpose in life.
I don't know, man. A spider has a good day, but there's no purpose in his life,
Well,
he has a good day.
Right. Spiders a little different. Their level of consciousness is a little different than ours.
It helps us too. So we get to enjoy the fact that a spider will kill other animals, right? But think about the selfish nature of a spider. He just goes, throws his fangs in, drinks a little bit. He doesn't even pick up the corpse. He doesn't move it anywhere. And then he goes and makes himself a little bed and he goes to sleep. That's what I'm talking about. That's what really happens. You know what I mean? He makes himself another little bed. He might have had one yesterday. He forgot. He doesn't care. He took 2 drinks of blood tonight. He's like, I'm good. And he goes and rubs him, rolls himself up another bed.
A spider?
Yeah, what do you think they do?
Well, it's just weird because spiders have a greater purpose in the larger ecosystem.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on? Who's in the house?
Would you guys like to see a house tour real quick?
Who are you? Hey, say hello, everybody. Be
Autism
nice.
Speaks. This about the speak.
Hey, Autism Speaks. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Bro, why would you bring somebody on here that you don't know? That's what you get. You don't bring them on if you don't know them. Isn't there a private chat?
Hey, ever. Autism Speaks is a person that I have followed that, so they're kind of perpetrating or whatever. So, and it was just like animation. It was just animation.
Very explicit.
Yeah, but look, what do you want me to do, Ever? If I don't put my join-in link public, you know what I mean, then other things happen, right? So, I'm trying.
You can send it to us privately.
Yeah, I know I can do that, but is that the point of a StreamYard, It was just animation. They ain't doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't like MD Pup or something. But
no, but we actually, Autism Speaks, a channel that I do support, or I have, could be the same fucking person. I don't know. They could have had a wild hair up their ass. I don't know, man. You know, but I'm not fucking Law and Order or whatever over here. You know, and my channel's gonna get kicked anyway. So what do I care?
I wouldn't worry about it. It's all right. It didn't get you excited, did it ever?
No, why would it get me excited?
Well, that's all you got to worry about. If it doesn't
Hey,
excite you,
don't
then
be so defensive, Ever. Don't be so defensive. Nobody said so.
okay. So individuation has no purpose. Life has no purpose. We're just here to party. I'm just trying to get it straight because I've been doing this stuff wrong for like 65 years.
No, I'm
I
not
don't agree with
informing
that.
you. No, Cosmic, I'm not informing what you do or whatever. I'm just speaking. I'm just speaking.
I know you.
No, individuation, I believe, is actually what fame is. It's when you're irreplaceable, you're famous. That's what individuation is to me. I don't, just because, you know, I'm struggling, I'm just saying, like, nobody's more important than anybody else. You know, I'm just
They're not
jumping on that.
They're not more important, and that's one of the reasons I didn't talk on your cards there. I do want to talk to you privately sometime on a video chat and do a deep reading for you.
Sure.
Know, now, do I get to get on my soapbox for just a few minutes?
Why not? Why not? Who said not? I was confused by Ever using your picture, but yeah, take it over.
What am I supposed to do?
Ever,
I can't get a word in edgewise.
Ever's my biggest fan. Okay, I'll try to make it real brief. You know me, I'm never
No,
brief.
take your time.
Here's what I believe. I believe that we are all collectively the divine. I believe that we are that energy that caused the Big Bang. I believe that we are the mind of God collectively. I think God decided that he wanted to express himself, and so he stretched out, he expanded, and boom, we had the Big Bang, and we're all those particles individually of him collectively, and we all are here to walk a path, to learn, to discern, to love, and all that goes back into the Akashic record, the collective, because if you look, when somebody's born, humans have this thing where they pop right out, and just with a little bit of teaching in just a few years, they're already doing advanced skills and so on. And of course, you can get into brain size and all that. But I believe that all that is part of the collective consciousness. I also believe animals and plants and everything else have their realms. And if you've probably done psilocybin and stuff like that, Joe, I'm sure. But if you do ayahuasca and all that other stuff, there's spiritual realms where those things communicate with people. So I think we're all in a constant state of evolution to bring everything up to a higher plane of existence. But, it starts at the manifested realm, because that's the simplest, the lowest down rung on the ladder. Malkuth, the manifested realm, Earth, the kingdom. It's the bottom. It's the fruit of the tree, and then it starts all over again. But I think we're being evolved for a higher place of existence, because, this realm's horrible. Mankind does horrible things to mankind, womankind, and you can attribute it to whatever you want to, but I think that over time, we're going to evolve beyond that. I hope, because if not, then I kind of agree with you, Joe. There's no point in any of this.
Yeah, I guess, as you put that out, right? There's so much more doom in the fact that, when I see it, it's not because we're going to get better. Like, so basically when you said, hey, and I said, okay, somehow the energy wasn't comfortable staying within the matter that it was trapped in, and it had to explode out. And you said it was basically creative energy or intelligent energy by the creator, to diversify things. Now, I mean, let's just be honest, like the end of that could be that creator's little, playboard, little pewter characters, little, card pulls and dice throws. If really that's all the creator cares about as well, like it really doesn't satisfy us either, and we all fall away.
Yeah, well, that's really not creator, the dice pulls and the card throws. That's really us learning to talk to ourselves. See, that's the thing is when we manifest, we kind of get amnesia. We leave our higher estate and we come down into this manifested realm, and we have to realize that we're divine all over again. And
Right.
and in the meantime, you have to learn lessons because in reality, all that there really is in the universe is love. Anything outside of love, it just doesn't produce anything, And the manifested realm is, like you said, it is temporal. It's all temporal. But what's not temporal about the manifested realm is the lessons that you learn, the love that you create, the relationships that you spawn, and the wisdom that you incur. And I think that.
So the difference between the way that, because I can accept that, but the difference I think here is that I don't believe it can be applied in any personal manner. I think everybody loses perspective. Yes, we've got a grander, more loving collective, but I don't think I get to, enjoy the benefits of that or whatever. I don't think we do. I think we lose it.
We don't really know. I mean, in all of our judgments in this realm are based on our experiences in this realm, and then our observations of the laws of this realm, and then man constructs all these spiritual rituals and laws based on those observations to try to project himself up into deity, theurgy, whatever you want to call it. But I also believe that, we don't know what the laws are of the other realms. Even science has said now that there's probably at least 10 dimensions, and of course.
Yes, I've always been able and open for that. Yeah.
Right. So we don't know that after we leave this life that maybe we, reincarnate into the next level up, another dimension, which has a whole different set of laws, a whole different set of applications, a whole different set of experiences, and we continue to learn because, just like when a baby's born, I'm a big believer in types and shadows. Of course, that's because I studied, religion for years. And, one of the tools that they teach you when you study religion is types and shadows, is that there are spiritual principles that are reflected in natural manifested physical types, and when you observe those, you can kind of catch a higher revelation of a higher thinking, like a child. If you look at mankind, nothing about us fits. I mean, first off, we don't seem to fit on this planet from an evolutional perspective because most of us don't have enough body hair to keep us warm in the winter. Our gestation period is 9 months in the womb of a woman, and you're subject to all kind of predation by all kind of species that are sharper, clawed, faster, better, as far as predation goes. And then once you produce an offspring, they have to be cultured and tutored and tended to and fed, and they don't come to maturity for years as far as self-sufficiency, so when you really
most human beings who've been through like the toddler years of their children, they look at other animals and they're like, would they really be able to do this if it was like a human, this useless, non-feeding thing that shows up? You know what I mean? Sean, I got your card, Sean. I got to open it. I got to open your card, Sean. But yeah, I mean, like, just looking at other animals, it's like, whoa, you know, we're making a lot of exceptions here. We're doing a lot of things that other animals wouldn't be bothered to do, couldn't be bothered to do, couldn't survive if they did.
Right. And
So humans are, we're kind of at a disadvantage. Like you said, you're cold, you got to wear that all the time, you know?
right, my hat. So who's to say that at some point we weren't animals ourselves and we went through that evolution and we learned a set of skills and now we're humans and we're learning another set of skills, and you know, when we go to the next level we'll have maybe a different type of container on a different plane, and we'll learn another set of skills, and maybe this is the
I
way
got
it's
that.
been done for
I
millennia.
got that basically. Like both of us understand and kind of almost agree on where our energy comes from, what it gets put into. But you know, so there's a difference in that you are looking to evolution, more progress as energy goes on. And I believe, you know, like I guess in a dichotomy, not that I believe, but all the way to the other end. You know, I'm like, it's just the energy gets dumped back down to the bottom level again. So that's what we're talking about. I'm saying it goes back into the primordial like mud. And you're talking about how like you can actually elevate the spirit side, which you said, what do I understand that is? And I said, I only understand it as motivation and animation. I don't think it's a sacred thing. I don't think it's a big deal thing. I just think it's a bunch of ions. You know what I mean? Like I really do, you know, but that's where, you know, we're going to educate each other somewhere.
Right.
And Sean, if I can share this, I will, because this is one of my birthday presents, but I got it on deck.
Where'd it ever go? Did he go to bed?
No, but he dropped out of the well, he was only sharing your picture anyway. Let me put your picture up as mine too, and we'll see how long I last. You know what I mean?
Well, now I can get off. I'll quit talking.
No, you should never get off. Poppy's gonna be back. Sean, join up. Sean's never gonna join up. That's okay. Sean, can I open your package though? I'll open your package, bro.
You could bring Autism Speaks back.
Yeah. I mean, he's apparently working on his skills, man. He'll probably be on Adult Swim in like 2 months, and then you know, who's the one's going to be laughing then? You know, when he's getting $22 million for doing 4 months. Who's going to be laughing then? Autism Speak is going to be on fucking Adult Swim, and we're all going to just make $25,000 a year. He's going to have $4 million in a minute, you know?
Well, he's definitely working on his squat thrust. I'll say that.
Well, hey, shout out to the Poppers babies. That's what it's all about. Keep that butthole open. Shout out.
Is that amyl nitrate?
It's butyl nitrate, actually. It's nitriles, but it's butyl. You know why?
Why?
I lowered my blood pressure. I spent 40 days using this. I lowered my blood pressure, and my doctors were so happy because I spent 2 months taking their pills, and my blood pressure went up.
Yeah, that's not uncommon.
I fixed it with my VCR. I fixed it.
So, how low did it drop it, Joe? How many points?
How low did it drop? What?
Your blood pressure.
I know, and now, boom. What?
You said it lowered your blood pressure?
Oh, I went to normal. I had been 101 all the time. I'd been like whatever they call like what do you call that? Pre-hypertension. I'd been pre-hypertension for 3 years. They gave me a pill last year. I did it for 2 months. And I just, kind of a nominal click of a couple of points up. I said, no, Even with sugar, I was like, hey, I don't drink sugar sodas, but I think I'm going to start drinking sugar sodas. And they were like, why? And I was like, because I'll drink like 3 of them a month. That's why. Because, you know, that whole taste and everything, it'll kill all that shit, you know? So I start doing my own little things and watching how the money goes, you know, and how the numbers go. And I'm doing good.
That's great.
So, yeah, I lowered it to, I don't know, normal.
That's awesome.
40 days.
That's
You know, and there's nothing funny about it. I don't abuse it. I just do a little. It saves me from alcohol too, which is cool because that helps with other things.
That's awesome.
Tower reversed. Space Monkey, what's up? Sean, hey Sean, come on, man. I gotta share what you sent. It's an Easter card, man. It's an Easter card. It's okay, right? Here we go. Here we go. Sean 420 sent me jumping jelly beans. Have a hopping good Easter and springtime, full of fun from Sean 420 and preserved. Look what I got. Halftime Joe.
That's awesome.
Garbage Pail Kid, fully preserved, halftime Joe. Thank you, Sean. Dang, bro. Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate that, man. I can't say enough. Thank you, my man.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know anything cosmic. I'm just dancing around. I don't know anything.
I don't know nothing either. I mean, we'll find out when we bite the big one. You know what I'm saying? It's all, you know, it's all speculation. Nobody knows. I mean, there's, you know, we were talking about this one night on another show. You know, all you can go by is near-death experience reports. I mean, that's the only really information that you can look at for death. What's on the other side? You know, people that die, or at least for what they experienced. You know.
Well, I wouldn't say just that. Okay. So you got yeah, for what they experiences, you got near death, right? But you have your own waking life and the interactions that you have with everything else, right? So like when you were asking, I'll tell you specifically. I think that okay, you know, I did a lot of research and I did a lot of work when I was in school, you know. And one of those things was, you know, somebody telling me from the other side, because he was very creator driven and very sure of the intelligence of that, you know. Maybe I wasn't because I was studying, you know. But he would throw it out and I would say, yeah, you know, a lot of these things obviously are very intelligent. A lot of these things are lock and key. They're working all the time. Keep looking, you know. But so the thing that I started to realize is there's a spirit and soul of any little thing, you know, animism almost. Like there's an animism to it, where there's a connection with every little thing that you've ever encountered. There's an exchange of chemistry with every little thing that you've encountered. They say that sometimes, you know, they say if you really like this person, you know, spend some time in their area and space, exchange some chemicals and some ions, you know, and just do that if you really want to find an entanglement and everything. And I believe that, you know, I believe that. So,
yeah, I'm some way with animals and insects and plants. I think it's all we're all connected. We're all the emanation of God, and everything we experience is for a purpose, like you said. And what the ultimate end result is, I don't think we know. You know, but I think that we have to find purpose within each manifestation or each incarnation or each individuation is, you know, that we take another step, we take another step, we take another step, and eventually, you know, it's like, you know, people talk about UFOs and flying saucers and all this stuff, you know, and
sure.
The biggest question people should ask, you know, is are they from our dimension or are they from another dimension? See, that's more important, I think, of a question than are they in the center of the earth and a hauled out earth and all this other stuff. Is apparently because we don't see them that frequently, or when we do, they're so elusive and advanced that they just
Yeah,
disappear.
you don't get any info off of them. You don't
Right,
get any better hold about their society when they drift into our realm. So
right,
there's like 2 or 3 videos on YouTube. You know, there's every type of, oh, I saw a interdimensional being, or I saw a ghost, or whatever. So there's like 2 or 3 in the history. Because trust me, dude, when I watch videos, I grew up with videos. Anything that could be faked was faked. How did they fake? You know, like that's the whole deal. So there's like 2 or 3 videos that have that nice quality of maybe they shifted around from 10th dimension over into 8th accidentally for a minute.
right.
I don't think they're real. I really don't. But at least it keeps that, because you know that theoretically that thing exists. We have parallel dimensions. I'm just saying things fade. So the things that we saw, they were impressions, as I said, as you can ruminate on somebody and have their soul warm your heart. Oh, I'm so glad my friend that had that support for me. I remember that Wednesday. I feel that little bit. And it's fading, and it's fading, and it's fading. Try to do it 2 years from now, and it's fading. So we've seen a person riding, a street that he would have been riding anytime, kind of, on his bike and went by us. We come home. Hey, we saw Ace on the street. No, you didn't. What do you mean? We saw Ace on the street, on the normal street where he always is. No, you didn't. He died 3 days ago. Then my wife and I look at each other and we're like, didn't he look a little green? Didn't he look a little pale? Didn't he look a little translucent? What happened? No, he disappeared basically in front of our faces, but he and said goodbye.
Right. So that's his
What's up, kid?
that's his manifested self. But now what's going on in his higher self? See, that's the connection that we really fail to make a lot of times in this realm. Is we're so focused on the lower self and the tangible manifested experience, you know, that we really don't pay close attention to what's going on in the higher plane with us. Because, you
I
know,
can't know. I can't know. I'll just be like humble enough to say that before, we get that far. I can't know.
well, I think you can. I think you have to want to, and you have to make the effort. But I think you can have glimpses. See, I think that's the thing that has kept mankind in oppressive bondage, and why we're where we are today, and why we treat each other so bad, and why the world's in the position that it's in, is because we have failed to heed the teachings and take on the learning and put it into practice of how to manifest our higher self coupled up with our lower self. Because, you know, most most of the talk out there nowadays is, were we genetically manipulated by, a race that came to Earth or from another dimension and all this other
Oh
stuff.
man. Oh man. Come on, man. What are they talking about now? Everything is an alien race. So you got like the kids that are nerds, they're the Anunnaki. And then you got the others, and like this is so crazy. Like all that's crazy, man. I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, like look at our fucking snail and further Earth that we live on. Duh. You know what I mean? Like it's so crazy for them to be like, what was really special when that alien race touched these, blue-eyed kids or whatever bullshit they come up with. We're sand, we're dirt, we're water, we're the ocean, we're fucking snails. We crawled out, we lost our shells. We put some feet on. We grew up like our fucking teeth cut our lips open so we could eat other shit, I mean, get out of here with all this shit. What do you think? Somebody just touched you in 1 minute and you became a certain race of human being? And that's what they do on the internet.
oh yeah,
It's
and
crazy. It's
well, there's
crazy.
well, some of that even has its roots in racist doctrines from way back, but
I do realize that. Yes, the Thule Society used it. I mean, the Aryan is the what is it? The where we actually did come from, right? We actually did come from the races up there in Mongolia that walked all the way down to the U.S. or whatever. But we're not. That doesn't make us like some sort of magical giant race or whatever. Like there's a lot of racism and all that shit, isn't there? But there's also like the whole like we need at least some sort of stratified gender sphere, and we do need this stratified gender sphere in order to make magic happen. So that
Yeah.
one's like that's one for you guys to chew on.
Well,
That's one for the future to chew on. I can't
Well,
answer that.
Well, scientifically, they've mapped the human genome. I mean, they know they first thought before they mapped the human genome, oh, we're going to have all these genes, and we're going to do all this, we're going to do all that. And after they mapped it, it was kind of boring. I think an earthworm had more genes than we did as far as how they're structured. And then they found out that the epigenome was really where the magic happened. That's the electrical sheathing around the genome that actually flips switches, and that's probably what causes diseases and cancers and all this other stuff. And it drives a lot of other things. So we know, as far as the physical body, we know that we're all the same. We know that the animals have the same DNA that we have. I mean, you got the same DNA. There's variations in it from
Adenine, guanine, thymine, and adenine, whatever. Those 4 fucking building blocks. That's all you have, guys. Go ahead and juggle those 4 acids, put them in a spiral, but that's all you got. Adenine, guanine, thymine, and what is the other one?
I can't remember.
Glutamine?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's only fucking 4. That's all I could say. ADG something. There's only 4. That's so funny, man. Whatever. That's who, what, when, where. Oh, I can't remember the other one. Oh, why?
So that's your manifested body. So we know that that's how it is. I mean, your manifested body is what it is. Now, here's the question that they should ask if they want to talk about all that stuff is, where does your soul come from? Your spirit. The thing that animates the carbon-based body, where does it come from? And does it travel all over the universe? Or is it just a repetitive spark based on past lives from the initial life? So those are the questions you have to ask there. And I think that's a lot of that, where that New Age teaching comes from, is that, the Pleiadians and all this other stuff is actually the spirit from another civilization that travels over to Earth and inhabits. To shake it all down to a comic book story is basically, I kind of get the impression like there's 2 people in my body. There's there's the hominid monkey man, and then there's that spiritual influence from the higher plane that animates my monkey man. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I don't really know all those things, but that's a lot of it.
But it's awesome. It's awesome to use that allegory because that works. You gotta, maybe tap him on the head, wake up the monkey man, and like the allegory works. So it doesn't matter how accurate it is,
Right.
We do have short time.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we are in society, is people are starting to go back and want to know, explore all the myths and all the ancient teachings and stories, is to find out what the similitude of truth is, because religion, like we've said on here 100 times, religion was created to control people. It was created to generate wealth for the priest class. It was created to keep the poor from killing the rich or eating the rich. All these laws and precepts and concepts and all this other stuff were put in there to keep us all from acting like monkeys. And the people that came up with the laws realized that they could be the top monkey because they came up with a law. So I think there's a higher law, and that law is love, and that law is the cosmic mind that, if we do like some of the better sloganisms of religion say, like treat each other, like you'd want to be treated. Love your neighbors yourself.
Hey man, the golden rule, yeah, of course. We should always like greet each other. Hello, good morning, how you doing, Cosmic? And then the golden rule, like I want you to enjoy your day. I want to enjoy my day. What do you say, Cosmic? He's like, hey, you have a good day too. And it's like it's free, it's easy. By the way, Godheads, think about it. Nobody's getting punished just for being nice. Like they're so scared that anything they do is going to be judged by God. That's crazy sometimes because you really think about it. They don't do anything. They won't talk to anybody. They tell their kids, don't look at them, don't look at them. And they'll do that so that they don't get judged. Why would he judge you badly for, kindness or just shaking out your hand or just whatever? They won't do it, man. They'll say, don't look at the people. We got to get by here, as if there's a scorecard and it's HE double hockey sticks, man. We're just trying to get you down right now. We're trying to cut you out by 4. Connect 4. You guys want to play? They're just trying to cut you out HE double hockey sticks and you're a bad man. Right. And these fucking parents throw that shit to their kids. They don't even know it. It's just like, it's just insinuated. It's just insinuated and it's insidious.
Well, it's part of the control system. I mean, that's why, for me personally, the way I believe is we're all God. We're all an expression of God, and we should look at each other as if we're looking at God. And we should treat each other as if we're God because we are the emanations of God. And if we saw each other in more of a divine light, I think we would all treat each other, extremely differently. I mean, we all have a role to play and we all have a certain responsibility and accountability within, the manifested realm. But that's the temporal plane, and we do have to straddle the fence between the temporal and the spiritual, but we should let the spiritual dictate even the temporal as far as our motive. And if our motive is always love, and by love, I don't mean just anything slides, but I mean doing that which is right for everyone involved and that which is the higher self. And I think if people did that, most people are in an ego trap. Most people, their whole individuation journey is about, ego. It's about they want to be famous, they want the money, they want the trophy husband and wife, they want the big house, they want this career, they want this, they want that. And it's all about building an empire on the temporal plane, and then when they get it all, they're not happy. That's one of the things I like about what you say all the time about abundance, is that abundance really doesn't have anything to do with dollar signs. It doesn't really have anything to do with what you own or, what you hoard.
Boy.
Or, it's a state of mind.
Because when people are mad at me, Cosmic, they're super specific. It's the most stupid thing. They're like, I wish I had Red Sox. You have Red Sox. I wish I had that book. You have that book. It's the most specific and stupid thing. And that's why I try to explain to people that, like, your feeling of loss, your feeling of, like, being short and I need to prep, I need to, hoard it up. That's what's wrong. Because that's what abundance is. Abundance means that everything that is a resource on earth is here. It's flat. It's light. You don't need to hoard it up. It's going to rot away on you. Right. You don't need to put it on your shoulders, on your soul. You're a fool. We're not fighting for resources. Resources are here. And we just exchange them.
Yeah, we don't need...
And when they don't give it to us, we'll get it. And that's when we get a little bit of turmoil, but they'll get it.
Yeah, and a lot of what drives that too is jealousy. People, if people would learn that their path is not anybody else's path, the path that they have for their life is special. It's their,
yeah.
Only they can walk that path, and only them can manifest and bring into the magic of this world the things that the collective consciousness of God put them here for, to teach them and
My
to
castle will never look like his castle, you know? But unless I send this to Cosmic and I send him the music, but unless I send him this and there's no more CDs, that's the only cover. So his castle is his castle. My castle is our castle. We can enjoy it.
right. And if people would focus on that instead of coveting stuff, because well, like your channel, I really enjoy your channel because you just are you and you let people be them, and you discover people and things and interests and commentary and music that you'll never see anywhere else, simply because you allow the abundance of YouTube and all the people involved with it to come on here and be showcased. And I think that's the coolest
And
thing.
and Cosmic, I'm a lazy motherfucker. So I'm just live streaming and I'm being a lazy motherfucker. And then you guys come in here and you do your, with your editing skills and you do all your good stuff. So you guys are getting good. But I'm just telling you guys, keep on it. I'm like that guy, like from the, you know, somehow somebody discovered alcohol, right? It's the spirits. So some tree spirit came out there and eventually told them, okay, you're over the ethanol level, you're into the methanol level, they're not going to die anymore. That's why they call them spirits, because somebody was out there saying, you fucked up again, 75% of your audience died. But one day they came out and said, you're close. So that's what I intend to do, because I can't be bothered to do the editing and stuff, but like the production that you did with Hobo's things today, you know what I mean? Like I watched it 3 times. I told you I won't open that until all of those are gone. Are all of the 7-Up gone? All the 7 of it's gone too? Pretty sure. Okay, guys. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. Sorry about that, Cosmic. I'll be right back.
No problem, Joe. Take your time. I need to put up some pictures of Ever Inferno while I'm sitting here. But I won't do that. Although I do have some I've altered.
I would do anything for views, but I won't do that. Oh, I won't. I would do anything for views.
But I won't do that. Well, that video I did on
whatever that is,
Hobo there, I did that as an act of kindness for his product, because he's a great guy. Just what time we've talked just a few times and swapped some emails, but he's just, when you meet some people, you just know they're great people, just like you. And I first ran across you, and I did that as an act of kindness. This is just a hobby for me.
Yo, Sean, come back in.
And to meet people. And so what I did there on that video was for him to get some views on his wind chimes, because that's a cool thing, man. He builds those with his own hands. He puts his his intentions and his magic and his love and his heart and soul in that thing. And it sings to you when the wind blows. And it's just a great thing. It's a magic product. So, that's why I did it. Just like me sitting on here talking to you, I'm just doing that because, I love people and I love you, Joe, and I love your audience. And I just like to come on here and meet people and shoot the breeze occasionally. So I'll shut up now.
Well, you're just gonna have to give me like a couple more minutes. My son's still in here in the freezer. Just give me.
Okay. Let's see what I've got here. Let me look around.
I just wanted to show something, if I may, Cosmic.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to do my own. I'm gonna have to do my own plants outside. So here we go.
Sweet.
So I love the way that you presented this with the book and all. And again, I don't really have that skill that you have, but
Yeah, you do.
if I remember correctly, it was about how a button could have a memory, a bead as well. We have leaves at the bottom, and the metal pipes, and the fastener right there. That's what I have. So I have this to hang up above my plant this year. I really love it. It's from Hobo.
That's awesome, man. That thing is magic.
I just love the way that you were able to do the full production and read the book, and you know what I mean? Like I don't have that ability.
Yes, you do.
I'm just gonna dedicate myself to putting that where it needs to be.
I could teach you, brother. You could do anything you want to do. Anybody can. With the right resources, you, especially Joe, as smart and sharp as you are, you can do anything. I guarantee you. I mean, you're a musician. Most musicians can do anything they want to, because the thing about music is it's mathematics, you know? And mathematics is the language of the universe. And once you speak the language of the universe, there's not anything that you can't do.
My father, being a mathematician, he always said, like, I'm a mathematician, you're more of an artist, and then, the interplay, he's like, that's where I get it, And eventually he got it all. Some of the things he was like, oh, that's too extreme and expensive. Then he would be like, oh, I know why they do that. It's, they're fighting against the industry or whatever. He'd be like on, I don't know, all the way, man, all the way on like a, what's that guy's name, man? All the way on a Mel Gibson side in one or another story or whatever. But nah, he just learned about how, that's part of the process. We have to stretch out, break these shoes, and get better shoes.
Yep.
He used to get me the shoes that I liked. That's what I said. I've been stuck with no good shoes, but he used to get me the Rockports. And then they had lifetime guarantee. So we could break them and they would fix them, and we would find out what's wrong with them. I'll take that and throw it away myself. So yeah, it was really cool to do that.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Reebok had a sock program like that for a while, where you could buy their socks and they were guaranteed for life. And of course, people like me and some of the guys I worked with, after we went back there and traded in our wore out socks all the time, they stopped that program. But it was a great program for a while.
My father said keep doing it. I stopped after a couple of times, And I was like, no, I can't keep doing it. Like, leave them alone. They did it. They've fulfilled their agreement,
Right. But those were great
shoes. But that was just... What's that?
Rockports were great shoes, man. I had some, and they were the most comfortable shoe I ever had.
They're awesome shoes. Right now, I don't know what to do. Like I said, I have some like slip-on shoes, but I don't have any really good options. I don't know if they still have some like old stock of like Airwalks. I would love to have Airwalks because they're really comfortable. But the last time I bought those were like UK. I had to adjust my size,
What size you were?
In US, 13. 13. But if you buy like a Chinese trying to make a US 13, it might be too big. They think we all are like running around with like Snuffleupagus dick or something.
Well, I was gonna say,
you say 13. Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what?
yeah.
You know what they say about a
You
guy
know what
with
they say? Hey, the bigger the foot, the bigger the fucking shoe. You know what they say?
Yep, big hands and big feet. You know what that means? Big socks and big gloves.
If you look at, I love this. Being an Aries, I love this. If you look at the oldest palmistry books, right? And you look at this, and they're like, oh, look at that hand. You know what I mean? Look at the hand I have right there. I love that. Because they're like, you know, they have that little diagram and they're like, do you see that? He's good. What's up, kid? All right, come through.
Yeah, that palmistry is another fascinating thing. It's you disappeared on me, Joe. I guess I'm gonna have to show something here. Let's pull some funny cards. No, so
Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? Sean's on a beer run, which means he's not even near here. I got my butyl nitrile, so that means I'm staying around for a while because I'm enjoying it.
will you just kick me off?
We've got Autism Speaks. Autism Speaks. That's an outreach program. It means support children with the autism spectrum disorder. Please, everybody, donate your money to Autism Speaks right now.
Awesome.
Send all your money to the beautiful charity called Autism Speaks. It's about getting chairs and people who want to sit in those chairs to actually fit. And they've been fitting much better since the interference of AI.
Yeah, AI's got a lot of great potential. I'm not one of these paranoid people about AI.
Yeah, I have an AI song. It was suspicious of me, but it was meaner to other people. And I have several different versions. Would you like to hear?
Sure.
Okay, let's play. I think I have two versions on here. But it was suspicious of me, but it was more suspicious of others.
Smoky soldier too. Monkey man with tales untrue. Late night fog, thick as lies. Easy ride of smoky skies. Top laughs hard on the side. Souls of rebel in disguise. Don't chase mine is feeling free. In the haze they all parade. Laughter cracks like a dull blade. In the dark where hope fades. Aces light up.
I don't think AI liked me very much either.
Well, look, I'm pleasantly surprised how well it's put together. I mean, you could just about change up the lyrics a bit and release that, Joe. Probably have a.
Oh yeah. Oh, no, we're not cheating, man. We do it real.
Rang, rang, rang.
You know that's where it's
We
going to
do it
wind.
real. We don't need.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love the real stuff, but that's where you're going to wind up. Is you're going to wind up with famous bands that are AI.
Yeah. But you know, we're protected, man. These people don't get paid for they don't get paid for their artwork. Like, you know, they don't get paid for songs and shit. They just have to keep showing up and being in the same room with a bunch of people that everybody loves them, you know. It's a different world, you know.
Yeah, and it'll evolve. I mean, it's the whole thing about the art side of it is it's not there's a lot of misconceptions out there. It doesn't really rip
Yeah.
off other people's art. What it does is it's like if you had a super brain and you could go out and
Right.
study all the artists in the world and then you develop your style based on that because that's what artists do anyway in art school. They study all the masters and
In some way, they do, yeah, and they filter it down into their own voice, yeah.
They do, and that's what AI does. I played with it all for a year and a half, and I have like 4 or 5 tarot decks worth of imagery that I generated, but I don't do anything with it.
Oh, you made them? Yeah, you made tarot imagery. You never put out one deck, but you had all that.
Yeah, because of public opinion on it, and I didn't want to give anybody the perception that I'm knocking artists out of work, because I'm a blue collar guy and was a business manager of a union for years, and so I don't want to give anybody that impression. But I did want to play with it to see, just exactly how much input comes from the person doing the creating. And of course, it's advanced now more than it's ever advanced just in the time that I used it. And it's a lot more work than people really realize, creating imagery with it, because you really have to nuance it and you really have to be specific. So I kind of liken it to, I was a photographer, still am, but not as much because I'm old and retired. But, when cameras first came onto the scene, they had this same debate. Painters said, well, it's wrong. Taking a photograph's cheating. It's not artwork. You take a photograph and I have to actually paint it on a canvas. So they had that whole talk. And you see where we are today. It didn't run artists that paint out of business. We still take photographs. We still have fine art that's photography, but we still have fine art that's hand painted and textiles that are created by hand. So I think everything, gets that fear factor thrown into it, but out of the evolution of it in the long run, it's going to benefit everybody. Because look at it like this. The AI is going to give people creative voice that might not ever have a creative voice. Somebody may be able to create beautiful works of art or beautiful music with AI tools that have this song or work in their heart that don't have the manual dexterity or can't wrestle with the melodies or the tunes. It's like rap. If you look at rap is one of those transitional types of music. Most of them sample music. They create their own music, but they sample other people's music too and put it with theirs and turn it into something new. So most of those guys don't play instruments. Their voice is their instrument. Their flow, their rap is their instrument. So when it comes to creativity, I don't believe in limiting anything as long as it's not doing harm. And I don't think, it's going to put artists out of business. I really don't.
No, I don't either. And I added another version of it, so I'll play that, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Ho G? He doesn't love me. You're on a beer run. Yeah, keep beer running. Keep coming back. I'm going to play another version. It's basically the same AI. This is created by Ace. His name is Absolute Cannabis Experience. He did both of these songs, but I just added it in. Obviously I was following what you were talking about, but I added it in as you did so. So,
cool.
Boy, I'm not the best of speaking robot, but I think this is the one that is 408. So hopefully I find the right one. It's just another variation of the same AI, you know what I mean? But it was something that he was nice enough to do for us. Let's hear it out, right? Let's Yep, it's a different one. He kept throwing that Monkey Man was a liar. AI said that every time, dude. And when AI hates me, I say, well, that's because Sony's my dad. But I guess fucking Monkey Man's a liar. Jimmy and I are gonna do "Chimpin' for a Monkey." Waka! We're gonna do a song for that.
That's a pretty good tune, man.
Yeah, there's about 4 of them, man. They're pretty cool, but you know, this is the second one that I'll share. We'll get into it.
That's awesome.
That's what Ever sent me. Ever actually sent me Australian candy. Because of Cadbury, this is actually Australian. Thanks, Ever.
Ever bailed on us.
He's here. He's here.
See in the chat.
He's faking you. He's here. He's here.
Ever's a good dude, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He sent me this because he said this is an upgraded 100 grand, and it's Cadbury. It's from Australia. It really is. I haven't tried it yet, but I shared it with my kids, and they noticed. Ever is totally in the house. You can see that, right, Ever? He's a hate watcher. You see? Always in the haunches, eh? Always in the haunches. Well, this is for the people who missed Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy was supposed to come up yesterday, all right? Fuck, yeah, man. Let's listen to a Jimmy song. He said, do you have this one? Do you have this one? I said, no. But we have this one, Jimmy. And I told him that, sweet.
Banjo.
Yeah, the issue he has is on the guy with the guy who does the fiddle, you know, the violin.
I had a dream last night that I got into a fight. My fists were bound so I could not defend. I simply turned around to find myself in town on a road I'd walk that never seemed to end.
Sing it, Joe.
Lord, I like to dream. There's people there and things I've never seen. I don't really know it. When I get by the sweet by and by, I wish that I could have just one more dream. I don't really know it, but I'll eat this. Thanks.
Looks good, bro.
Wow. It's awesome, Ever. And I always appreciate Australia, man. I don't even eat American Kit Kat. Only Australian, bro. Thank you.
I felt that I had knew how all the while. And when I had arose from my golden slumber doze, my frowning face had turned into a smile. Dream, Lord, I love to dream. There's people there and things I never seen. And when he sees it's best that it's time for me to rest, I hope that I can have just one more dream.
Yeah, my son, he was upset because he ran by here and knocked like 20 CDs over or whatever. And he was so worried. And I was like, dude, you're fine. I don't care. Pick him up later. I don't fucking care.
You're a good dude, man.
And when I was a boy playing,
cheers, Sean. Thank you for the card, Sean. I'm so glad I got to share at least, you know, my wind chimes, my fairy chimes, but I didn't do it the justice that you did. You know, I watched that thing 3 times.
Well, I mean, it really wasn't that big a deal. I mean, I just wanted to do something to showcase his product, you know. And being a child of the television, I try to do it where I want to watch it on TV, you know what I mean? if you saw it as a commercial,
You know-
would you buy one, Joe?
Well, see, the reason that it stood out to me, one of the things was usually you'll show and say, hey, there's a guidebook. But the guidebook is 120 pages. So you got to read the jack shit book and show the illustrations. You got to read everything that was in it. You know what I mean? So the presentation there was so much better, you know?
Right. Yeah, it'd be hard to do that with a tarot deck because your video would be 4 hours long.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Sorry. I'll take that off there.
I like that banjo music, man. You playing my song.
Well, yeah, let's play It Starts With the Bottle here. This is Jimmy's recovery song, and not everything is autobiographical, so don't worry about them. But at the same time, man, if you guys go to my channel, even it's already in the interviews playlist. If you see Jimmy and his paranormal story, it's about the dude that he met in recovery one time. This dude turned to sand in front of his face. You know what I mean? Watch that shit.
Yeah, I'll check that out. That sounds cool.
Watch that shit.
Well, how's he doing?
Because that man, recovery and him just don't work, man. There's a polarity thing, you know? They just don't work. Who cares? I mean, like, he can't get out of it, you know? He likes it. He tries, you know? All of his brotherhood and things and friends that he makes, you know, he honors that to the end. It just isn't in the cards for him, Cosmic. It isn't in the cards with the K at this point.
But soon enough it starts affecting everyone. The fortunate find God, but unfortunate for some. It starts with a bottle and ends with a gun.
Starts with a bottle and ends with a gun.
He'll offer you his cup and he'll offer you his bowl. And in exchange you'll give him your everlasting soul.
I didn't say anything was free ever. You're not saying I owe you anything, but I knew it cost you something.
And everything he'll take. And it started out all in fun. But soon enough you'll be neglecting everything.
Jimmy's new song, and he only got up here to excitingly share one, right? But his new song, I've told him, you're more and more blunt all the time. It's awesome. But one of them, he came up here, is like, you catch what I did? And I said, what? He was like, whiskey and a White Claw. I said, yeah, you did whiskey and a White Claw. And he said, you hear how I said it? I said, whiskey and a White Claw. He waited 5 days to drop that joke on me, okay? So when we used to play together, the same thing. He would just play drum lines that made me laugh. He would play drum lines that were like sentences that didn't make any sense. And I would be so geeked. The happiest person in the world trying to keep up with him, you know? So I'm so glad that he's such a little kid that, you know, even if we show up somewhere, he's probably going to have a dirt bomb war with me pulling like roots up.
That's awesome.
So I just love Jimmy, you know what I mean? Like, I can't ever discount the fact that, you know, that just keeps me in. Yeah. And he's coming up to do Johnny Cash, Sean. He just says Johnny Cash has so many words that he's struggling on the verboseness and the stories. But he's going to go up here and he's going to do a fucking Johnny Cash set.
That's awesome. Where's
Right?
he at? Where's he at?
Sleeping.
Oh.
Sleeping. He's got two little girls. They all play softball. He plays softball in 2 leagues. His little girls play, you know, each one of them has a different league. You know, he tries to keep his wife out of it and just do it. But lately we've been having like bad weather. So, you know, whatever 2 hours he's reserving for the event, it gets rained out and he can't even use those 2 hours for something else. So Jimmy's been struggling, man.
That's a shame.
But he's got a lot of music that he's just waiting on Spider for, because Spider's the guy who plays the fiddle, you know? And so he's got completed things that he's waiting on Spider for. And I'm like, yeah, well, you got to diversify and find a couple other violin fiddle players, you know?
Right.
He said, yeah. And I've got all these things written for that. But he's like, next, I'll probably write things where maybe a violin, I mean, I'm not a violin, a mandolin can drop in so that I can pick up somebody else and have some more time, you know?
That sounds awesome, man.
He's awesome, but he understands he's not going to play those other instruments. Even though he's already a multi-instrumentalist, he understands his limitations. I don't have time to do that. I need a couple other people to come in and jam with me, you know? He understands his limitations. We got another guest, Cosmic. What the heck? You're probably worn out of it, but Ever is coming right now.
Oh, joy.
Hello, Joe.
Tower reversed. How come you don't
Hello,
put your...
Upside Down Cosmic. What's going on? What's going on?
I think Ever should put his face on there.
I was going to do the magician reverse, but that's actually not a good thing. So I was like, maybe the tower reversed means something kind of positive.
Well, you know, the tower's a phallic symbol, right?
Okay. Lots of things can be interpreted as phallic.
So I'm going to ask you, are you really Autism Speak 707 and you're just finding a new way?
Wow. Well, you know what? I was scheming while you guys were talking.
Motherfucking Cosmic is smart enough to give the number at the end 707. And I was like, well, that's where I fucked up. I thought I was talking to Autism Speaks 404. Damn it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what
Really?
messed me up.
Yeah, it's at numbers in the 7.
Unless it was your friend, Sean. I don't know.
See, so I was right to criticize you because you were wrong. You let up the stranger.
I think you should put yourself on the video. I think you should show your face, Ever. It's time for you to come out of the digital closet. Here, I ain't got no sunglasses, but I'll put on my camo readers. How's that?
Oh gosh.
Come on. Let's see that beautiful personage.
All right.
Come on up. No. I do like that. You need to send me that.
Maybe,
baby. Joe, I like that mask, man. That's
hello, it is Cosmic. Today we're going to talk about the grand scheme of the universe.
We're going to talk about Ever Inferno is the Antichrist.
Whoa! I don't think Cosmic will like that I put his photo up.
I don't care, man.
Okay.
Ever Inferno, he's been trying to sell crystal castles all around. I've noticed.
What do you mean?
You've been selling Crystal Castle CDs, like, you know, left, right, front, and center. You know what I mean? You're just trying to cause problems, you know?
He does like to cause problems.
I don't understand. I've never shilled any of the sort.
Now I'm 5-0.
Who is in the police uniform? Is that?
That's me.
That's Cosmic.
Is that really supposed to be Cosmic? Because it's starting to look like Hobo, actually.
Yeah,
You got to change the background a little bit. Just make it more brown and no yellow. Just put more brown, no yellow.
I'm gonna wear you out when this is all over with, Ever. I'm gonna take your picture, and next time I'm up here, I'm gonna wear you out.
I know what he looks like. I can draw it. I can draw it. I can draw it. I know what he looks like already.
No, stop.
Come on, show the chat.
Yep, I can draw it.
Come on.
There's a
live.
lot of Mr. Clean and a little bit of Sinbad the Sailor in it. That's all I'm going to tell you for right now. There's a lot of Mr. Clean in that. Yeah. That's not you. That's Nosferatu. No, come on, man. Show yourself.
Nosferatu.
Let's go. It's time to unveil the Ever Inferno.
Nostradamus, you know, Pedro de Nostradam.
I thought Cosmic would have appreciated
your face.
You
My
thought
word.
what?
Show your face, man.
Let's go, Ever.
I'm not showing my face. I will eventually, but not right now.
No, come on. Tonight's the
Uh,
night.
I'm cosmic right now.
You're what?
I'm cosmic.
You're cosmic.
Reversed.
No, you're Ever. Now show your face. Don't make me.
No.
and Joe
You
fly out there.
see the poster behind you. Yeah, it is great work. It is really great work. So he made a Nostradamus out of you, but you see your poster in the background. That's you.
Yeah.
I don't know why, kind of the face. Like I said, it's more, I don't know, Grady
It's a little
or.
more older and
Yeah, it looks more like Grady.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks more like Grady right now. Ever, why you keep throwing Grady out here?
I didn't even bring it up. You brought him up.
It's Freudian. A Freudian slip on Ever's part.
I miss him, but I didn't bring him up. You
He
did.
misses him.
Ever's
He was here
Freudian.
yesterday. Don't miss him that hard. He's okay. He was here.
He was?
He was asking about you.
What?
He was telling us, I'll never come up here again. But he was here, saying I'll never be here. And Cosmic was like, "Hey, how you doing, Grady?" So everything went well.
Well, unlike Cosmic, he would have liked me to be up here.
You really should show your face and let everybody
I'm gonna
see.
draw it. Did you like my mini face? Did you like my mini face? I drew that on stuff from Ever, but here's the one where Ever says, "I sent you this water so that you don't drink yourself to death." I'm about to draw what Ever really looks like here.
Do it. Don't do it. I'm going to leave. I just wanted to showcase my cosmic art,
You
which
just
is
want
amazing.
to pick at me. Now you've got to show your face. You're a handsome man, so get on there and let the chat see what Ever Inferno looks like. You've endeared
Ever
yourself.
Inferno.
You've endeared yourself to everybody, so now it's time to show them what you got, Ever.
Okay. You win, Ever. You look like Grady as a police officer living in Cosmic's house. Congratulations.
Cosmic was really part of the police, I think, if I remember correctly.
Part of
I'm,
the police.
I'm paying homage to his government service
Oh well,
and service to the community.
Yeah, well, we did do that. I mean, not
Right on. Fair enough.
not
You
as a
win.
It's an homage. Cosmic should be very happy right now.
I'm tickled.
No, we're all very happy. You win.
Show your face, Ever. Did you see what I did to my doll, Ever? I showed Joe, but how's that for twins?
Here we go. Hold on.
You knitted that yourself?
Here we go. This is
Oh, I just realized your hat might be a custom.
It is a custom.
Oh, so there's some sentimental value behind it.
Yeah, my wife does all of them.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I just thought you had a favorite hat, but now it has more meaning.
I've got so many hats. I have like a whole closet full of hats. I'm just a hat person, but I don't wear a hat that often. The only reason I'm wearing this is so I don't freeze to death. You'll understand that someday when you have a significant other that has hot flashes.
Oh, well, I don't know if that will ever happen, but yeah.
Well, it could.
That's Deborah. Deborah has hot flashes.
Well, yeah, your menopause kicks in when you get to a certain age for women. So.
Right.
So I had to share my doll, with Hershey. With Hershey, and Hershey thought, my doll was a little bit grotesque, but I had to do it because this is our little kahuna. You know what I mean? So here we go.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
And he's got his own little staff. Hold on, we'll give him a staff.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, I could see a horror movie made around this, Joe.
And then right here, he's got his I don't know what this is made out of, but it's a bag of souls. It's all strewn together.
Oh, that's cool, man.
But we treat him like a kid, you know, and he has his own.
Ugh.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He's got
Don't need
your
to bring it
eyes,
that close.
Joe. He's got your eyes, Joe.
I absolutely love him. You know, he has more power than me because he's a kahuna. But
Is that the new member of Slipknot?
That's pretty cool. Oh. I got
no, but the film that his creator made, that's what I got to share with Matt. I do have one copy, but I need to get him his own copy because the guy who made this doll, I bought it from his wife. He is a war veteran. And so he had PTSD and he made things like this to get all of the darkness out of his mind, you know. But I bought this from his wife. He also made a film with her. And it was the kind of film I would make where he literally, like, he does cut her with a razor blade and stuff. You know what I mean? It's the kind of film I would make.
Yeah, I could see a whole movie being made around that.
Joe, just I joined a stream yesterday, and it wasn't yours, but the person who was hosting the stream, who I cannot mention, that you know, and you said that you might have a bit of a tiff with them, but it's nothing personal. I did ask them about you, and I was like, I was just talking to Joe G. Do you know Joe G? And they said, oh yeah, we're not very I guess on good terms, maybe.
Hey, why are you pre-barricading about the bush? Some people absolutely hate me, and I don't really give a shit. So who was it?
They were being very amicable. So I thought you would.
Oh, bullshit! Who the fuck was it who has a problem with me? Go ahead, Ever, spit it out.
You told me. I didn't. You told me, so I went and talked to them, and I said, if there's anything you want me to help you squash, let me know. So
I'm sure they're not interested in squashing, but you're still being cagey.
He is.
Well, I can't. I have to be a little discreet out of respect.
Why? You can't say what happened yesterday publicly? Like, get the fuck over it, Ever. Like, you know, we really got to deal with this shit as it is, you know?
Well, they don't have as large of an audience.
Look it up. I can put in yesterday and look at all the fucking, you know, everybody who hates me, all 8 of them.
That's really what he's saying. He wants you to go back and watch his appearance, his cameo.
I know, man. I know.
Let me show you one more
You're
doll.
not monetized. You're not monetized. Give it up. What's up, Space Monkey?
Let me show you one more doll, Joe. I took an art class, and you had to take one of those little dolls that they model, and you had.
Oh shit! Okay, I got you. I'm gonna bring one to you. Then, if you're gonna do that, I'll bring you one of my what do you call it? Like sculptures? I'll bring you one of my sculptures.
Okay. Let me show you this one before we get too far. Because you may not want it on here. There's somebody's. Ever?
I tried to put my profile picture and it didn't work. I need to
go live there, homespun.
I was actually going to show my face, but it's not letting me.
Oh, baloney.
In this photo.
You're not on no fly.
Yo, let me check it out. Hey, do you have it?
I got it. You ready?
Show it off, Cosmic. Yes, please.
Took an art class and you had to bring in your model that resembled yourself, and I'm not very talented at that, so.
Oh yeah.
That's the best I could do.
That's right, man. You know, you're fully articulated finally. You know, that last bit of articulation you just couldn't find. Well, that relates to mine. My son, he has one of those dolls. He calls it Manny, right? So I had, here's little, I'll get in solo here for the moment. So here's little Chinese Buddha, one of 11 or whatever, a little Chinese Buddha. And then here is, you have to make a reclining figure. You see, I broke her foot or whatever, but reclining figure sculpture. So I made one, right? But the way that it works now is you put the Buddha in And then right up there, like you said, you put that one right in the middle. You put that one right in the middle.
That's funny. It's hilarious.
She might be reclining, but she's standing straight up. You see?
That's hilarious.
It looks as good as yours, you know. My friend, he calls his doll. I mean, my son, he calls it Manny, the one that he has like you. But here we go.
It looks better than mine, and it's functional.
Oh yeah, it works. You just sit on it.
Well, Autism Speak
sit on it.
707 shouldn't feel too bad then with me and Joe doing it.
Yeah, because it's like cartoon stuff. We can get away with that, you know.
I hope. If not, then I'll have to give you my channel.
Oh, I don't give a shit. I'm giving this channel to Ever. It's almost guaranteed at this point. So
Yeah, Ever needs to go live tonight. It's an edict. Come on, Ever.
I am live.
Show your stones. Come on.
Whoa.
Show your stones, Ever.
he wants to show his stones.
showing
We're
you
gonna
my
get
ball.
way kicked out.
Come on, show your
I'm
stones.
showing you
Ever.
my ball. Eternal ball.
Come on, Ever.
You know what, Cosmic? It'd be funny if you shot a video and it's just images that I generated of you as you're talking. That would be the best video ever. And it could be like any
anybody
Disney tarot deck that you're into.
Oh.
So Ever, I hope you noticed, right? I hope you noticed because I sent you the thing that dude was wearing Tibetan braid, right?
Yeah, that video was crazy. I watched the whole thing.
I know, but did you watch the whole thing? Guess what? You fucked up. I told you to pick the color for his bracelet. Did you notice what came out during that fucking interview?
What?
He hates brown. He can't stand brown.
Oh, I didn't know he was racist.
No, it's the color. It came out in that interview. So mine's blue, and I guess we're gonna. It's your turn. You send him orange, and we'll see if he wears it.
Joe,
He
you're
hates
talking
brown.
about somebody who doesn't shower. They can.
Who cares? Who
they
cares
love
if he
brown.
showers? Can't we treat him well? Can't we give him gifts and treat him well? I gave you the choice to pick the color. I didn't know he hated brown, but now you figured it out, huh? He hates brown.
You think I knew that? Now I know that he needs rehab.
Hey, we finally learned. Rehab from brown, just get him orange. It'll work.
Yeah.
I would hire a professional griefer to put the fries in the bag, so to speak.
Oh, that's so sad. Why you be dismissive, man? Somebody needs to treat him nice. Somebody needs to treat him nice.
Show a little love, Eva.
Oh, have you guys heard the saying, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink? I mean, unless we're talking about liquor.
And you can take a woman to college, but you can't make her think? What are you talking about, Ever?
I've never heard that one. That's a little massage.
No, I was just saying, just because something rhymes doesn't mean finder keeper loses weepers. You know, like, come on, Ever, get out of that.
Mine didn't even
Those
rhyme.
idioms
What
are
are you
not
talking
serving
about?
you anything. You know?
There's a greater meaning. That's the whole theme of this stream. There's a greater meaning.
There is.
Meaning
And
behind.
the greater meaning is Ever needs to show himself tonight so that we know he's real. He's not an apparition.
I might be.
You might be an AI.
What if I turn on the camera and it's nothing?
Oh,
It's
it'll
just
be
a void.
It'll be something. But you got to turn it on.
It
You
will
gotta
be something.
point it at yourself. Come on.
You know what they say? One finger pointed at me, 3 pointing back at you.
Well, it's actually like
4.
Well, technically 3 fingers and a thumb.
Yes, sir. Oh.
Come on, Ever. Come on. Tonight's your debut.
Well, I just came to showcase some art of Cosmic.
You know, you just came.
I was already casted out of the stream a while ago.
He makes it very. He was casted out. Yes, you were casted out. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Ever loves me. That's why he picks on me. Poor old Cosmic. Come on, Ever. Show them how wonderful you really look. You're a handsome man. Come on out. Bring it on.
Well, I had the person I was talking about from yesterday in the chat. but you wouldn't let me get a word edgewise, so I couldn't introduce. Well, actually, they didn't want me to introduce them, but yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah. Okay. Well, why
I
don't you
didn't get
straw
to-
argument me again? Tell me what else I didn't let you do. Go ahead. Let's go. What did I
First
didn't
of
know you
all,
were supposed to do that
how
I
about
didn't
we-
let you do?
How about we say hi to Doodle Doom Pigeon?
Doodle Doom Pigeon.
Hey, Cosmic, I think we have the same Ansel Adams you have.
Probably.
So that's first. Secondly, I don't know. I'm restricted all the time.
Restricted? You talking about spiritually?
Yo, Doodle Doom Pigeon, how you doing? Hey, Cosmic, I think we have the same
What the
Ansel
hell?
Adams. Ansel Adams, yeah, that's one of my dad's favorite photographers, man. But my dad is like so much more beast than Ansel Adams. It's like he was such a better photographer. Not that he's taking shots anymore because he can barely walk, but I get to fucking retire on his shots, dude. We're gonna do fucking table books for days. We're gonna do table books for days.
Oh man, I'd love to see some of that.
Okay,
He's awesome. He's awesome.
If I do my taxes, which I'm doing right now, and I get a refund, I will show my face. But if I have to pay taxes, then I'm not showing.
Baloney.
Oh, we know you didn't make more than $29,000. So why don't you just show your face right now? I mean, we're not deluding.
29.
No? Yeah, we know that the tax man doesn't even know you exist. You didn't even actually have to file them. Stop, making an ass of yourself.
Come on. I'm gonna start pulling cards for you.
Okay. Yep, that's the threat.
That's a third party
What I'm
reading.
saying is, so when I had to do the reclining figure, I did her as a lady and I did her as like alien. But now, she's kind of laying on that bell end, that knob.
We've already had that demonstration earlier this evening.
Yes, sir.
Come on,
a card
Edward.
trick. Yes.
No, I don't feel comfortable to come out.
What do you, I mean, it's just.
Here you go. Here you go. Sean, here's a card trick.
Magic card.
I have to feel very comfortable.
Here's a card trick.
The mechanical deck that does magic tricks all by itself. That's pretty cool.
Whatever card you pick, Cosmic, it comes to the top of the deck. It's a guarantee. It's a Marshall Brodeen product.
That's awesome.
It's a guarantee.
You like
it's just
magic?
like having a genie in a bottle.
You like magic?
Me?
Yeah, he likes tarot.
Yeah, I like deception. I like to read magic books to figure out where the holes in your perception are, because that's where deception creeps in.
He
I like
likes the holes.
NLP. I do very honest, easy NLP, and people get furious. I love just dropping in, hearing what they said. Boy, there's so many ways, because when people get nostalgic and they start talking about wrestling or toys or something, there's so many little ins to drop little things, and then just bring it out and just ask them a question that they answer completely ludicrous. Blue, they say.
Yeah, there's a
I like it.
big component in NLP and chaos magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. My wife's boyfriend, her first kid's father, he did that for sure. He would take over whatever the whole room was. He did that for sure.
Right. That's my son.
Yo,
hi Rusty.
Come on, Ever.
Yeah, Ever.
I'm
Stop
just
looking like
looking art
Grady.
right now.
Stop
There's
looking
no-
like Grady in his house.
Here, I'll loan you these, Ever.
Couple of dingle balls.
Yeah.
That's offensive.
You need a pair of balls, Ever. Grow them.
Come on, man. Come on up. Come on up.
I just wanted to thank
We're
you for
doing
some
fine,
images
Rusty,
in there.
man. We're just playing around with Ever.
Yeah, we're just kidding you.
So Ever, you know, like you know, you got more Deontward from me, like more of a perspective, right? So I have one of these, you know, one of these LPs right here, but I have to keep one of these CDs, but I have to keep this one in a piece of cardboard to remember this is the different original version. You know what I mean? Like I have to remember which one this is because it's so much better and all.
I know you love Deontward.
It's Deontward, but yes, I do love Deontward.
Oh, please.
Let's do our Afrikaans lessons again. Say happy birthday to me. Heel Hashi. You know, come on, Ever.
Come on, Ever. For Joe's birthday, you should make an appearance. You really
I
should.
did enough for his birthday. I even sang, and you missed it.
I didn't miss it.
Not you.
I didn't miss it. I won.
Well, good.
You thought you heard me sing happy birthday?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's not on him, man. I didn't miss it.
Here you go, Ever. Here's your
Sean,
card.
I didn't get my package today, bro. I didn't get my
No.
box, but I definitely got the card from you, brother Sean.
What does that say?
Thank you.
Transformation?
That's your card, Ever. Come on. Transformation. Who are you becoming? Let's go. We'll do one for Joe too while he's sitting there.
He's gonna
Is
get
that becoming of
transconfigured,
you
man.
to draw these cards? Patience, inner peace, self-control. I'm definitely controlled.
That means I'll be okay.
Yep.
You're cleaning out the fish. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
I have a finale, by the way, for these images.
A
but-
finale. Is that what they call it? Is that an
Yes, sir.
innie or an outie?
I have an innie.
An innie.
They call it an unhappy ending where I come from, man. You know what I'm saying? But
I assume all three of us have it.
fucking blueberry out of your ear and listen. All right, you stupid kids, you don't understand anything today. Burn your fucking SIM cards. You don't need them.
What the heck? Who is that? Is that
Joe.
Cosmic?
Jimmy.
Joe.
That's Jimmy.
Oh, was that Jimmy?
Yeah, that's Jimmy. Jimmy was making a speech, you know. Yeah.
What the hell?
Take that fucking blueberry out of your ear and listen. All right, you stupid kids, you don't understand anything today. Burn your fucking SIM cards. You don't need them.
He's just trying to influence the youth.
He sounds like a loving type of guy, man. Encouraging.
He's a very loving guy, yes. He's doing nothing but taking care of his daughters, man. I mean, what else can you say? Like, that's all he's doing in life, you know?
Yeah, that's a full-time job.
So Cosmic, was that 2 cards? Or I can't remember.
Yeah.
One of them was for me, one of them was for you. I mean, come on.
Right.
I mean, you're talking about me like I need to stop drinking. Okay, Ever.
Stop drinking. Why would you want to do that?
No, I said one card was for him, one card was for me, and he couldn't remember. So I was like, hey, don't throw stones over here.
I was a little too busy scheming, but yeah, that was my grand finale.
Ever's always.
Damn it, he was scheming.
Come on, Ever. Make an appearance, please. I'm asking you.
I'm going to draw him.
Oh, you said please. Okay.
I did. I said please.
Well, I don't think so. Maybe if you didn't hate me, I would do it.
Oh my gosh, there's no women in the Manson family anymore. What the hell is that you made? That's scary.
I don't know. That one kind of went a little too far.
Now, who is all those people?
I don't know, actually.
I do know who those guys are, but I won't tell on them. You're the middle one, though, Ever. I mean, Cosmic, you're the middle one.
I figured that. I have nightmares tonight.
Don't have nightmares. That's a good thing.
I'm going to put you in my other box if you keep messing around, Ever.
I'm not doing any more art for tonight.
Where's my Pandora's box at?
Uh-oh.
Ah, that's where you're going. You're going into Pandora's box. Here we go. You're going in here, Ever.
What the hell is that?
That's a subconscious. I'm going to put you in my Pandora's box, my chaos magic box.
What? I'm so confused.
Oh, you're going to be confused.
Oh, chaos magic will confuse you because it's on the fly, brother.
What?
You don't want to go in here, do you?
Is that a threat?
No, it's not a threat. It's a promise.
I knew he was going to say that.
Yeah, I don't make threats. I make promises.
Oh, well, that's a interesting promise to make me, of all people.
Well, it'd be a good thing, see, because what it'll do is I'm going to go to work on your subconscious where you will quit feeling so insecure and self-deprecating, and you'll just pop up on these lives and you'll be the life of the party. How's that?
Well, I was hoping
That's
you'd
right.
help me with that, but
No, you thought you would get out of your shell, but he's gonna, make you excel. He's gonna get you further.
Yeah. And we'll do it without you even knowing it because it's all done in your subconscious anyway, and your ego's what's blocking you from doing it. So all you
My
gotta
box
do-
is in Dulles.
Dulles?
Yeah, that's the hub, obviously, because that's the airport, and I worked there too because I came here. I had to find my way to get there because that was the main shit. But yeah, my box is down there, so it'll be here tomorrow then, bro.
That's cool. What's in it?
I don't really know. I sent Sean some stuff, and he's gonna send it back, and I don't really know what's in it anymore. I don't really know.
Surprise! That's the best kind. Like if ever were to pop up and show himself, that would be a big surprise.
That would be such a fucking surprise that.
Instead
It
of
would be a
playing
treat.
with my picture, he would.
I'm not playing with
Sean,
your picture. This is your real
Sean, I'm gonna draw his whole painting before he shows up. I don't know what's
Okay.
wrong with him, but yeah.
Well, on that note, I'm gonna go finish my time.
What?
Oh,
Don't run away.
I'm running away.
All right, whatever, man. I'm gonna play. This time I'm playing Danny's song. I'm gonna be like, okay, let's listen to Danny's song. Like, come on, man, you're wasting my time here. I'm gonna shut up.
Me too. All right, Ever, get up there.
No.
Someone might take you from my arms, but no one's gonna take you from my heart. I know there's nothing I can do to stop you, and I'll fight for you every second we're apart. It wasn't me that put those thoughts inside your head. It was you that chose to walk away instead. Someone else may be the one to take you from my arms, but no one's gonna take you from my heart. I fell in love with you when I was just a child, much too young to ever comprehend. I can't recall the first day that I met you, but I knew that day my love would never end. So please think about all the years that we've been through. Don't put us under a love.
So when Danny comes up, he's gonna talk about this again. I'll look back and see how my voice and the music is working.
Well, I'll
But
bail.
anyways,
I'll bail when he comes up. You got that.
no, that'll be another time. Actually, he wants to record it. I think next time he doesn't want to go live, and that's okay because he already went live. But anyways, I just wanted to say that song is about his wife, and it's because about like when he was a kid, he fell in love with her. 6, 8 years old or something like that, and he'll tell the story. But hey,
That's pretty cool.
You know, eventually it worked out. It wasn't the first time, but it was the right time.
That's what it's about. You've got your system really well balanced out on playing the music now on your channel. It's awesome on my end.
I don't want to play whole songs. I don't have anything balanced out. Last month they let me add, MP3s. No, see, that's the thing, Sean. They let me add MP3s. I have to say I own them. So I added some that I owned. Added some of Jimmy's, and I added some with Danny's permission now, and that's it. That's it. Everything else is a different story.
So by ownership, do they mean that you wrote it or you purchased it or what?
Yeah, they mean like publishing rights. I have publishing rights to my own music. It's BMI Joseph G, because there's already Joe Guerrero in this, So Joseph G, publishing rights in BMI. Jimmy has his own publishing rights through BMI and through DistroKid and stuff like that. I mean to say that I kind of have to lie every time I add something here. And you couldn't even do it like 2 months ago. You could do it with an OBS, which my father, we went out for my birthday and he was like, all right, he's like, I got this laptop that, was your mother's and they cleaned everything they needed off. You want it? I'm like, yeah, I don't have any computer. So I hope to upgrade what I'm doing here. I'm sitting here there's a microphone stand behind me for one thing. There's a full mixer right here in my hand, but I'm just here on a phone. So, but we can do those things later. No, I can't play Ween. I had to pretend to own this, but I can do this. Play Buenos Tardes by Ween.
Buenos Tardes, Amigo by Ween on Amazon Music.
But I'm not going to pay for this either. So when my trial's over, that's over. But let's listen now. I'll turn it up. I got to go over there and turn it up. I'm going to roll a real joint over here in a second, Sean. Fuck that.
I'm going to take a leak.
Yes, Sean. Mama loved him the best. Mama weeping. Yes, Sean, we're getting into it, brother. Excuse me, I'm sorry for that. Yeah, I got that in. Let me get some spinner. A chicken with poison interlaced with the meat. You look like my brother. Mama loved him the best. Head honcho with the ladies. He was blessed. Yo, we're listening to, of course, Sean already knows this song, so he's enjoying himself. But What other can we play for them, Sean? How about this? How about this?
I say it was you that had find
Man, this is pretty hard. Hold on.
the people of the village.
Play Pollo Asada by Ween.
I couldn't find Holy
No, you know, they
Father.
couldn't find that.
Here's
Okay, we'll take that. Sorry, Cosmic. Oh, shit. Ever's not coming back, man. Ever's not coming back.
What a crybaby. Oh, well. Try to hook him up.
I know.
If he just make an appearance, he'd have, I mean, his date list would be a mile long. He just got to show the goods. He's just got to make an appearance.
It's not easy. It's not easy to do it all. A lot of times, I mean, I had a lot of first timers who did their first 20 minutes or whatever, you know? That's the way it is. It's not easy. It's not what you think, you know? I have a different perspective. They say, why are you talking to yourself for 4 people? If 20 people watch it by the end of tomorrow, I'm good. Like, those are my people. I'm talking to them, you know? It's nothing different than 10 years ago, 10 years before that. I always did a different thing, but, you know.
Well, you're making connections. I mean, just by being on your show, I have met some people that their energy has changed mine and my path of direction. Yeah. So I mean that you know, I don't think people don't realize how valuable I think your show is, because we live in a world now where people don't interact with each other. You know, they've got their heads stuck in their phone, they're texting, they don't phone call each other, they don't talk in person. Most people are looking at their phones at supper time. You know, the thing about what you do is real world. You know, you sit up here and you have dialogue with people that aren't necessarily anything like you, have diversified interests, diversified backgrounds, you know, different religions, different opinions, and everybody has to kind of be their self, you know, whether you like it or not. You're just there. It's naked. It's up front, not literally naked, like, you know, Autism Speak 707. But, you know,
that was nothing. That was all art. That was all artwork. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even see what it was because I'm kind of night blind anyway. But I thought that it looked like wallpaper. Was I wrong? I thought it was like artistic wallpaper.
Something like that. It reminded me of that Alien movie, you know, where the spaceship's up here and then they're flying up into the
They have to dock in. Yeah, they have to dock in with it. Yeah.
That's what it reminded me of. Science fiction, that's what it was. But, you know, your channel is great. I mean, that's why I hang out here, you know, is because it's real. You know, it's genuine. You're real. You're genuine. You're a loving guy. You're a great guy. And that's why people come here. It ain't got anything to do with your editing skills or any of that. It's that you're Joe, man. You're Joe G. You're genuine. That's what the G stands for in my book, is Joe Genuine. You know, and that's what people are after. And you know, the people I always look at like this: the universe is going to bring the people to you need, and you're going to be brought to the people that need you. So, I mean, that's the deepest, coolest thing there is, man. It's awesome. So, thumbs up.
1607 out of 20. Okay, 1607 is your change. Yeah, that's right. That's right, man. And a basket of chips and guacamole. I love guacamole. I love guacamole. Play the Pod album by Ween. We'll see if we can get away a little bit. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so now I gotta think, right? So we're neutral. We're gonna go forward. Click. Right, here we go. Click. This is the song, right, Sean? Am I wrong?
Why don't you get Sean up here?
He doesn't do that. He doesn't do face to face. He does videos. He was talking about his pond and stuff today, and also like I found him doing Garbage Pail Kids, you know, and so this is the one that he sent me in my card. And he didn't get some cheap card. He got American Greetings cards, by the way. But yeah, he sent me a halftime joke right there.
That's awesome.
So yeah, thank you, Sean. Sean, you know there's a dude called Sean 420 Pro on YouTube, and he's a good guy. He's a good guy, man. I ain't got nothing against him, but he's not you. You know what I'm saying? He's not you, bro. He's a good guy. I'm gonna see if we can get to it, Sean. We're gonna try to get to the song, you know. That's not it.
I'm gonna look for some. I'll be right back. Hold on.
Sure. Sean, this is it, right? I found the song. Check it out, guys. Here's your carne asada and your pollo asada. That's the chicken, that's the fish.
I like to follow yourself and go to one page. Chicken chop, I would like to start off with. I like tomatoes and quesadilla.
The sopa players. He can't even say sopa players. He said sopa players. Neutral, back. Okay, let's back. Back to neutral, back to forward. There we go. Yes, I would say that. I love Wayne too, Sean. Don't laugh, I love you, Sean. Don't laugh, I love you. I gotta turn it down. Hold on. Sopa players. Sopa players. I told you about the basket of sheep. Be a frito bandito. Out of 20. Ay, guacamole. I love guacamole. I love it. I love guacamole. Yo. Man, we got 7 people in and nobody's joining the join link. What's going on? Why are they so intimidated?
Maybe they're afraid that there's going to be more animated porno.
Oh yeah, no, I doubt that.
I'm kidding.
Play The Golden Eel by Ween.
Here's The Golden Eel by Ween on Amazon Music.
No, yeah, Sean's never been into joining up. Sean's, I guess, about a year younger or older than me, around there. He's just not into it. But he does his own videos.
I think I'm subscribed to him. I need to double check that. What's his channel called?
Sean 420, I guess. Like I said, there's a Sean 420 Pro, but it's not him. Here we go. Like, here we go. I can't add you, Sean, without a camera. It won't let me add you. Try again, Sean. I can't let you, you know, I mean, like, you could do it with a avatar, but it just won't let me add you. Play Dancing in the Show by Wayne. Play Dancing in the Show by Ween.
Here are some results.
Nope, doesn't work. Play The Mollusk by Ween.
The Mollusk by Ween on Amazon Music.
This is his channel. Right on. He tried to join, actually. Sean tried to join, but it wouldn't let me do it with his camera disabled.
Tell him to enable his camera and just put a cloth over it.
Right, right. Well, I mean, any way that he can. He's done it before. I don't think he's joined my channel, but I think he joined Big Paw's channel before, way back. That's one of those dudes that hates me.
Oh, really? What does he hate you for, Joe?
He's a little young guy, man. You know, everything to him is a big deal, I guess. You know what I mean? Like,
so what you
one time he was trying to hook somebody up with his channel, and I was trying to help them by email, but they shared email with like their wife or whatever, and their wife was like, "Hey, you guys are being really homoerotic." And I thought it was funny. So I told the other dude, "Hey, their wife is thinking they're being way homoerotic now, you know." And then they were like, "Yo, you called me a meth head in front of my mother." And I was like, I said, "A what?" I said, "Wait, what?" Like, what? I said, "You were being kind of gay," and the guy's girlfriend said so. And now you told me that I said to your mom that you were doing meth. Mm-hmm. It adds up. That's why I lived 47 years on this planet, just to say some bullshit like that to you, because I care. Get the fuck out of here. What do you think I said? You know what I mean? Like, I thought that was hilarious that they shared an email and they were like, "You guys are getting pretty homoerotic." And it was funny. It was funny.
Yeah.
But what do they know? They're trying to hide their own true shit. You know what I mean? You never went live? Well, try it again, Sean. Come back up. You just have to just get around that dead camera thing, right? See, it says edit name, kick from studio, ban from studio. I can't help you because you don't have a camera enabled, right? So I'm not going to kick you or ban you. Just, you have to take yourself down. Just, I don't know, just turn on your camera, but, you know, we get to avatar it. I don't know what it would be for you, but just whatever you have to do to come up, I would appreciate it. Anyways, it's okay if you can't either, right? I don't really have your phone number, just your email address, but I would send it to you anyway. Just use a phone. And bring your newfound mollusk along. Does it speaketh of? This smells like weed. That smells like the weed I grew up with. That smells like Kush. This is delicious.
I need some weed. I ain't got none.
Mm.
Oh, here, I want to show you that album that I talked about the other night. I finally dug it out. There it is.
Right on, right on. I have that. I have that.
Better hang on to it, because it's which version? Have you got the one where her nipple's showing or not? Mine doesn't.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but I have that record. I don't know if their nipples are showing. Is it the same on both sides? I don't think mine's the same on both sides, but it might be.
They pulled the first one, I think, and redid it.
Right.
But Yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah, if you want to hear what Fleetwood Mac sounded like before they were Fleetwood Mac, that album right there will do it. And they'll never re-release
I
that.
do have that. I just didn't realize, that it was pre.
Yeah, because she said that she'll never agree to redo it because she hates Lindsey Buckingham.
Well, the fact that she's 74 years old right now means that she's not going to redo it anyway. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen her around and she's still doing her thing and she's good. She was just in the news last week. But at the same time, she'll never do what she used to. That's all over.
Right. Well, she said she won't even re-release the recording of it because she hates
Autism Speaks and Deshaun are in the background.
Oh, Lord, help us. Well, you want me to bail off and let them come up?
Nope. No, but if you want to take your leave, that's no problem. No, I was actually like, oh my gosh, let me see what's over here in the records, but I can't listen to them right now anyway. You can't go live, Sean. That's cool. So Sean can't go live, Cosmic. That's just the way it goes down,
Okay. Well, how long are you going to be on?
No big deal.
I was trying to see if I had one more album before I get off here.
Play Uncle Alvarez by Liz Phair. Uncle Alvarez. She's going to say it wrong. Uncle Alvarez. I know you can't go live, Sean. And Cosmic, yeah, there's no reason you don't have to hang out,
Oh, well, I didn't want to be a screen hog. All you got to do is just tell me and I'll bail because people, I'm sure,
You're not being a screen hog. I'm just talking about protecting your own time. I got a join-in link. It's right there. They could do that if they wanted. People respond better when I send it direct, right? So I could do that too, but
I have no life, Joe.
It's already 1 o'clock here. I'm not interested in belaboring the points.
Right. What time zone are you in? You're on Eastern.
Eastern Standard is 12:42.
Yeah, that's what.
So yeah, my watch went crazy today with the moon because I got the fish thing on the watch. It's in my posts, but the fish were all over it. I only look at my watch at night, you know what I mean? So I never see that because my watch isn't going to tell me to go fishing. But today with the moon and after Eid and what we've been dealing with the tides and everything, and then I guess rebirth of the moon now, bam, my watch was crazy. I took a picture of it. I was like, I've never seen that.
That's wild, isn't it?
Because I don't know how to interpret it anyway, but there's a little bit of a intuitive function to it, And so that's why I realized, hey, looking at 10:30 a.m. or 10:30 p.m. every day definitely is not going to tell you to go fishing. But it just blew up today to something I haven't seen. And like one of those disappeared. So when I took a picture and put a post on YouTube, even all those fish that were over the different little realms, one of them disappeared. So it got even less. And then it went to nothing.
Yeah, I've checked that out. That's pretty bizarre. There's been
weird stuff.
Yeah, there's been a lot of weird stuff going on this last few weeks. I mean, we've been in Mercury retrograde and Venus retrograde, but I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on, just even way above and beyond that. So I don't know if it's just the hive mentality with all the political stuff and the world economy, and everybody's just anxious, and you're just feeling the reverberation of it. But
my father, he's been, he's so ex-government, but he's been so anxious he's so ex-government, but he's been anxious for years. He's like, they're going to change social programs. They're going to change social programs. And I'm like, no. They don't want people to not have grocery money and find out what happens after that. They actually want them to have grocery money to keep the damn grocery stores in business, which are now not our grocery stores, but Germany and, all the things that we have, the Audis and the Lidls and whatever, But it's like, no, they don't really want to drop that core resource. They want that core resource to keep going. It's just they just don't care for the groundlings' interest, the mass people's interest. They only care for the top interest. So it's getting all crapper and dead, like food that's dead, food that's old. Like, oh my gosh, everything. You know what I mean? Like it's all rotten and old and dry and crackered out. It's like, wow, we can't live on this, man. There's no vibrancy left. There's no juice.
Well,
let's see. Yeah, I can't add you, Sean. I wish I freaking could, man. But it has to have that enabled. He came up again. He's trying.
Good. Yeah, I'll tell you mostly what I blame is really two things. I blame the politicians, number one, but I mainly blame, the corporate structure because, I mean, really the best thing that we could do in this country, I think, to start to fix the problems is outlaw corporations, because corporations they're not accountable to anybody or anything. They're not accountable to the people. They're not accountable to the law. They're not accountable to anybody.
But even like if you or I started something right now, we'd probably, even before we were incorporated, we would probably start as an LLC, limited liability corporation, and we'd probably never be held accountable because we could create the hugest disaster in like 2 weeks. And then we could get a letter that says, please stop doing this. It's horrible. And we'll be like, okay, hands off. Yeah. We could have killed 22,000 people by then. Right. You know what I mean? And we'll just be like, yeah, we'll never do it again. Sorry, bro. We'd be out.
Yeah, we would. And a lot of people don't realize the reason we have so much structure in the government is to try to rein in private business. Just like the EPA, a lot of people don't realize it, but the biggest reason we have an EPA is because of these big companies that have absolutely polluted the environment to the point. I mean, I grew up in a time where we had Love Canal and all that stuff, these Superfund sites. Ford Motor Company dumped, thousands of gallons of lead paint in, groundwater and all these places. Well, that's why they came up with the EPA, was because they didn't rein in corporations. But
I've had ample opportunities to participate with EPA, being in either DC and Virginia, and so I always have. So they take you out on educational things, and they're all the way down. You know what I mean? Like, you really get your hands in, you really get to start. It's just science. You get to go out there as a field worker and get that experience for yourself. And yeah, so the EPA, a big deal. And, I've worked on the other side too, like in whatever the recycle center. That's one of the most grand things. I don't know who was on it here before, but I was thinking about when they were speaking of, it was Matt, it was Poppy Carl. When he was speaking about things, I was like, the things that came through to me because I worked at the recycle center, So these guys, like, literally could they did make a fortune in like keeping old antique drills that are like wired and stuff like that. I mean, that stuff is so much money, but it didn't have anything to do with that with me. It was just like, if something would be practical or I could keep it, I would, I would, totally free to. And then the rest of it was working. My job was helping people, cleaning up the place. Had friends that had different skills of all types, and I got to learn from them. I got all my boxing training in there. It would rain, and dude would get me in there, and he would be like, "Here's how you false telegraph," and whap, 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 and we would just do that. Nunchucks, literally using wooden nunchucks. Neither one of us dumbasses knocked each other out. How does that go? Because we did it well. That's why we trained properly.
Right.
But anyways, I had fantastic access to stuff like that, and it means a lot. And we lose history all the time. That's that bucket, man. Keeps dripping.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where things go in the next few years. Just because of the where we are technologically, you know.
My father, he like I said, he always thought it's going to get cut. It's going to get cut. I told him my son needs to go to Social Security because Ever, I need to explain. Sean can't go up because it's a disabled camera. You know how you can come up with no camera on? That's different. If it's disabled, StreamYard says it's not engaged. You have to turn on the sound and the camera, even though you don't have to use that device. You have to enable it. That's all it is. There's a difference there. But you know what he's saying is he always thinks like maybe that's going to get pulled up. More of what he's saying is what Pinky's going to experience, and that was my joke. Is like, you know, you're going to get caught wearing, you know, swim trunks like I am under the desk. So more of what's going to happen is they're going to figure out that that's stupid, and they're going to send everybody back home. But they're not going to cut all these basic benefits because they'd have too much trouble at their front door. It's too much trouble.
Well, you definitely have. I mean, let's talk politics for just a minute. I'll stay in the middle of the road because, I mean, here's what I don't understand. Both parties, you know, the people that vote mostly in this country are the older people, and that's who's going to be impacted if they cut, you know, social programs. Now, the other big group that will be impacted is people that can't care for themselves, and to me, that's the most important group there is, because those are the people that don't have a dog in the fight. They can't do anything really about anything because they need the support of us. So why would politicians want to alienate that group of older people that does all the voting, you know, and because only 50% of the people in this country vote, you know, and the people that do vote in this country are the older people. So why would you want to make them mad at any point in time? And then the next thing is, what a lot of people don't realize is those tax cuts for the rich actually come out of Social Security. What they do is they don't increase taxes, and they divert the Social Security money to compensate for the tax cut. So what they're doing is they're stealing money that you've paid in out of your own paycheck. That's really what Social Security is, and Medicare payments are. Is that it's coming out of your pocket. So what they're doing is not only
if you're on a laptop, Sean, when you come in, right, you hit this link, right? I think this is how you do it. And you know, I'm just trying to help again one more time. You hit that link, and then before you say join the room, hit your settings button. Make sure that there is, you know, even a camera that's turned off, a camera that is enabled. So hit your settings buttons before you say join the room, because you're in a laptop. That's the best I can say, you know. So I'm sorry, Cosmic. I'm sorry to hit in the middle of that, but he's really trying again. And I was like, I didn't want to lose him for 3 more minutes of him, you know, not because he's tried so many times that it's like very valiant. Like, I hope he makes it. Like, I'm really pulling for him at this point. But
yeah, it's no problem at all. Interject anytime you need to. Is he getting any kind of dialogue box when he says join?
Oh yeah, he comes up here. It's just all I can do is kick or like ban that person from the channel. You know, that's it.
Is he getting
because they don't have? Yeah, he's just waiting in the background. It probably looks normal as it does to you, just waiting to be joined in. You know, which is way different on side by side YouTube, by the way, guys. So side by side YouTube, it's one at a time. If somebody's up there, or you don't know somebody's up there, but they were up there, you know, in timing, it's going to look like it's broken. It's going to look like you have no chance. It's timed out. You're going to be mad. It doesn't mean that. It's just one at a fucking time right now. That's all it is. Browser has blocked your mic and camera. You didn't give it permissions, maybe. Hold up. At least he's giving me info.
You have to allow it. there's a dialog box pops up, says allow access.
Yeah, I can't do it, Sean. I can't do it, man. It says because your camera is disabled. So what you need to do is this, basically. Go to StreamYard link, and then when it goes there, go into your permissions. That's phone settings permissions. But now you're in a laptop, so yeah, maybe not. Maybe you're blocked. I don't know. Sorry, I don't want to belabor that either. Try my best, man.
What browsers are you using?
On a laptop, what browser are you using?
Because there's only two that'll work with StreamYard, and that's Firefox and Google Chrome.
I'm sure I'm using Chrome.
Most people use Chrome. I use Firefox because it doesn't track all your shit. But
try another browser. Yeah, sure, Ever Inferno. We all play with 5 browsers. We never do any of that. No. But yeah, of course, if it's Chrome or not, then we'll figure it out.
yeah, and he has to allow it on his end. Like, when I click open your link to your chat, it'll pop up a dialog box that says you have to allow access to the camera and the microphone. And then
StreamYard is not real nice. Now I can fix all of that, I think. Come right back, Cosmic. I'm going to send you an email.
Okay.
I think I can fix all of that. Let's go fix all of that. I'll be right back.